Here we go. And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network. We are not live at the Naples Well Planning Studio today. We're at the satellite studio, which is once again the Isola della Cucina at my house here in Fort Myers, while we work on a couple of technical issues. I wanted to make sure right off the bat, Angel, everybody's good. You can hear me. Angel Martinez is in the house. Si, senor. Muchas gracias. Grazie mille. Merci. There's three different languages for you in the span of 5 seconds. Where are you going to get that? Where else are you going to get that? Welcome, everybody, to the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network. Uh, Thanks for joining us already across the video platform. You can follow me on Twitter X and my Facebook at PShep326, my Facebook and the Broad Street South Facebook pages, YouTube, Spotify, LinkedIn, Brumble, Twitch, and of course, as Angel just mentioned, on Sports Radio 102.9. The phone number is 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. That is the number to call or text. Great show lined up for you today. We'll start off with the recap of the NBA and the NHL, the Stanley Cup playoffs from last night. The Minnesota Timberwolves, they stay alive. Finally, they stay alive. 105-100 win in Dallas. Big, huge win. Dallas still leads that series 3-1. Game 5 is tomorrow night. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, another overtime game in the Eastern Conference Finals Championship. Florida beating the Rangers by a score of 3-2. That series is tied at 2. We'll have all the highlights from the NBA and the Stanley Cup playoffs. And tonight, Dallas at Edmonton. That's at 8:30 on TNT. Dallas leading that series 2-1. We'll have a baseball rundown for you. Your Phillies lost a tough one yesterday, 1-0, even though Wheeler pitched one hell of a game. There was a sac fly late in the 8th or the 9th inning, and the Giants won. But we'll get to the baseball stuff as well. And there's some other baseball news going on, which we'll tell you about, that I have a feeling is going to be controversial for many, because Major League Baseball has decided to add the Negro League stats, and that is going to overturn some of the records that have existed for many, many years. I understand it. I get it. But I know how people react. Major League Baseball records are sort of sacred. I mean, they are, everybody knows, or initially did know when Babe Ruth had 715 home runs or 714, Hank Aaron broke it, and then Bonds later on, steroids and no steroids. Baseball records are sort of sacred. It's going to be really interesting, the reaction from a lot of people. Josh Gibson now is a Major League Baseball career leader with a 372 batting average, surpassing Ty Cobb, 367. That's just part of the Negro League records. From more than 2,300 players were incorporated yesterday after a 3-year research project, which I think is really interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on. The Florida Everblades, got to say that down here. The Florida Everblades onto the Kelly Cup Finals once again. They win last night on the road, 4-3. It's the third straight year, 7 times in their storied 26-year history that they are back in the Kelly Cup Finals. They beat Adirondack in the series 4-2. And Bob says, good morning. Yeah, can't wait to hear a few stories from the Big O. Yes, I'll get to that in a second. But the Florida Everblades last night, they will open up on Friday night on the road at Cable Dahmer Arena. That is in Independence, Missouri, to take on the Kansas City Mavericks in the Kelly Cup Finals. So the first 2 games are going to be out there at 8:05 p.m. this Friday and Saturday. Hertz Arena will have games 3 through 5. That will start next Wednesday, a week from today, and Friday. Both of those games, that's games 3 and 4, respectively, at 7:30 Wednesday and Friday. If game 5 is necessary, also here in Florida, in Estero at Hertz Arena. Game 5 would be Saturday, June 8th at 7 p.m. If necessary, Kansas City would host Game 6 and 7 on June 10th and June 12th. That is a Monday and a Wednesday. So, by the way, those of you who are listening, Everblade tickets go on sale this morning at 10 a.m. at a box office at Hertz Arena, and you can go on their webpage and go online, and you can buy them that way as well. Normally, we have an Everblades person, either Brad Ralph, the head coach, or Chris Palin, one of the big executive monkey mucks, or a player. But Jake Maurice, Paul Maurice's son, the head coach of the Panthers, he is the big PR director for the Florida Everblades down here, who Everblades are affiliated with the Florida Panthers. Get to them in a second also. But he informed me last night that they're going to be flying back, so it would be very tough. So we're going to have somebody on either tomorrow or Friday, more than likely Friday, somebody from the Everblades, and we'll preview the ECHL, the Kelly Cup Finals. No team, Angel, no team in the ECHL has ever won 3 in a row, ever. So the Everblades looking to make history. And once again, I mean, they just come out of nowhere. And here they are again in the Eastern Conference in the ECHL Kelly Cup Finals once again. So congratulations to them. As I said, Florida won last night 3-2. That series is tied as 2 as well. But Angel Martinez, before we get going here with some highlights from yesterday, we'll start in the NBA. But some awesome news regarding the Riptide Media Network. First of all, you're back with Martinez and Company today from 10 a.m. until noon. And then we have a new show that's going to start this week as well from noon to 1 p.m. It's going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays. Middays with Q featuring Rich Quinones. So that's great news, Angel. Great stuff. And good morning to you.
Good morning, senor. How are you? And yeah, it's going to be a fun time with Rich Quinones, middays with Q. Martinez Company, of course, coming back this morning as we made sure we had everything lined up that we needed for today. And my 2 guests will be from the Orlando Predators. Tevin Homer, former Washington Commander, always known as the Washington Redskins. Screw that Commanders nonsense. And then also Sean Williams, who was on with me about 2 weeks ago. I'm having him back, and there is a bye week this week for the Predators as the new schedule is going to be released, I believe, this Friday. So yeah, bye week, which means I don't have to travel to Orlando and come home all by my lonesome because my lovely fiance will be traveling out to Chicago for a baby shower. Not ours, folks. Not ours. It's not ours.
Are you sure? Oh, wait. Speaking of the dynamic Debbie, you had a problem once again this morning, and I mean, I'm a little disappointed. And if you have to leave the show to go climb up on your roof again, you have woodpecker issues again.
Yes.
Again.
Yeah. She was sound asleep and about 10, 15 minutes prior to us going live here. Here's that freaking woodpecker decided to return back. If it was Woody Woodpecker, I could at least talk to him, but not this one. This one. Exactly. Yeah. But it's okay, though. It happens. It definitely happens. Good morning.
So the owl, the owl up on top of the roof, it only lasted so long. The woodpecker figured it out it was a fake. It's a fugazi.
So we were going to put it up there, and then we've when I ended up climbing up on the roof, what we realized was he doesn't actually, or she, depending on what it is, but she doesn't she doesn't like to peck on the actual rooftop. What he likes to do is be more of a pain, is actually peck on the on the gutters.
So, God, that's worse.
Yeah. So it's like, all right. The good thing is maybe he's getting his beak ready even more, because then he'll go from the corner side of the studio to the back side and then over by the kitchen and then finally go into the tree. Like, okay, I'm done here. See you guys tomorrow.
Yep. But I mean, a woodpecker pecking on the gutter, that would, I don't know. I might have to take drastic measures with that. Can you eat a woodpecker? I mean, but I don't like killing it. I don't kill animals. I'm not a hunting guy. I respect it, and I'll eat anything. I'll try anything. I'll try any meat once. It doesn't matter. I love it. It doesn't matter. It's one thing I will never be is vegan. Gas Pump Guy says, good morning, fellas. Just checking in. Glad Pete sounds great now. Oh well, I thought it sounded. It wasn't so much. I just couldn't hear Angel back. It was we just having we get a minor technical issue that we have to work out. So for the time being, I will be doing it. Won't be technically at the Naples Well Planning Studio, but we're still going to call that. This is a satellite office, which is much for a better term, my house. So, like I said,
Well, it's the same way here in, as I always say, the Tampa Studios is the Naval Wealth Planning Tampa division.
Jerry says in Rhode Island, "Hey, Angel is back! Woohoo! See, everybody missed you yesterday. It sucked that I couldn't hear you, so we really couldn't have a conversation like this. By the way, Angel, we are having here in Southwest Florida, wherever you are around the world. First of all, hello Europe, hello Australia, and you people in Belarus and Russia. They weren't banned yesterday, so hello to you guys too and girls. Wherever you are around this great country of ours, good morning. Hope all is going well. It's still friends in New England. I still think it's raining there. It seems to be rained the last 2 weeks in a row there. But down here, we are talking record heat temperatures. Angel, this is July weather. And today is going to set a record. It's going to feel like over 100 and almost everywhere in Southwest Florida. And it's probably up your way too. You're only 2 hours north of me in Tampa.
Yep.
It is. And I'm not complaining about the heat. I don't, because air conditioning studio, car, and I can go up to the pool later on and do some exercising there and that kind of thing. It doesn't bother me. You just have to be very, very careful. We have a lot of people that listen to the show. I know from my old stomping grounds over at ESPN Southwest Florida, but I know a good guy, Otis, who hasn't checked in yet, but I know he will. He's outside constantly working. It doesn't matter. It's amazing. You guys, I don't have to say this, guys. If you're outside today and you're in Southwest Florida, please make sure you're hydrated. Please, It is brutal. It's brutal. And if you're in the sun more than 15, down here, you can get a tan for the entire season, for the entire summer by 10, 15 minutes out here. That's all it takes.
That's it.
10, 15 minutes.
And it gets the problem is you get dehydrated really fast and not even realize it because you're just doing, I don't care if it's yard activity, whatever it is, it doesn't take much. And the only thing that I'm glad is that Paul Delgado here at Fox 13 in Tampa.
Yeah.
Before people start with the whole thing, oh my God, it's global warming. Not down here in freaking Florida. It's just hot as freaking.
Yeah, it is. We're just a couple months. We're a few weeks earlier this time, but I mean, for May, late May, and they set a record high in a lot of places around here in Southwest Florida yesterday. You're talking 96, 98 degrees, and obviously it's going to feel well over 100, and especially. Make another canine PSA by me. If you walk outside barefoot like I did yesterday, I took Chara out, my Scotty Terrier, for a little mini walk.
Oh boy!
And usually I do, and it was hot. I had to go on the grass in 2 seconds. So if your feet are burning when you're outside, that means your dogs are. So be very attentive to your animals, whatever they may be outside on the sidewalk. If don't walk as far as you normally would on a day like this. If you are in Southwest Florida or in Tampa, where Angel is, just be very careful with your animals because trust me, they're feeling the pain too. And a lot of times, dogs' paws are even more sensitive than our human feet. So just a little PSA. I don't have to tell most of you that. You get it, but it's hot as hell out there, man. Hot as hell.
Sure.
But that's okay. It beats some of the other weather going on around the country. I don't mind it. I don't complain about the heat, except to say occasionally it's hot. I wish it would cool down. There's nothing better than down here when I can open the doors on both ends of the house and have the breeze blow through. But that ain't going to happen for a while. And since we had a reasonably cool winter, at least for this area and up where you are, from Tampa all the way down here to Fort Myers, reasonably cool winter, it is what it is. So, anywho,
I think it was actually more unusual than because normally we have, I would say, truthfully, about a week's worth of lower than chilly temperatures. This year, we didn't get into the freezing mark. That was nice. I think we teeter-tottered it maybe once or twice, but normally it wasn't. This year was a lot cooler than usual because I think we had the heat on. Yes, folks, we do have heat down here in Florida. I've learned that as I moved down here, but we had it on a lot more than what we really wanted to, and that's because of the switching between El Nino to La Nina, and then we're all waiting because we're all desperate for rain down here. That's for damn sure, because that's the one thing that we do need.
La Nina, that slut. And El Nino, that what do you call a male bimbo? A brimbo? I don't know what you call him, but you know,
There's a word for it, but I won't say it. My mom's probably listening.
that's all right. But I'm surprised and a tad disappointed that you put the heat on. I can honestly say, since you've been out, the only time the heat has ever been down in 7.5 years, going on 8 years being down here, the only time the heat has ever come on is when the AC guy comes once a year to check and has to turn the heat on to make sure that it actually works. I have never ever turned the heat on down here. Now we don't mind. It's gotten 62, 63 degrees in here. That does not bother me at all. Doesn't bother me at all. I think it hit 38 or 39 degrees one time early in the morning back in January. But no, then the high isn't 70, it's like 58 or 60, which is, it's not that for us, it's not that big a deal. But I can proudly say that I have never turned the heat on, not when I was living in Bonita, and now the last couple of years here in Fort Myers. So very proud of that. Very
That's
proud
it.
of that.
That's definitely a good thing because for us here, because we're obviously Southwest, it's it still tends to be warmer than it does here in Central, especially north of us. It's a whole different story because it's not as it gets a lot cooler than what we do. And listen, Jacksonville, you guys up there in Tallahassee, no offense, you guys, that's the north. It's not the south. You get into 30s and snow.
Although there's that saying, and our good friend Mia O'Brien, who's awesome, I think she'll join us tomorrow as well. She probably would agree with you. But as they say down here, the more north you go, the more south you get. You know what I'm saying? I know, you know what I'm saying? Because then you got, north of us is, Georgia, and you got Bible Belt areas, and Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and stuff like that. So that's the old saying down here for many, is that the more north you go in Florida, the more south you get.
Yeah, and which is the truth.
Anyway, so great show coming up today. Bill Sparrow is going to join me 8:30 this morning. Senior betting analyst from bookies.com and the Boston Herald, and some really, really interesting things going on in the country with all these betting apps and all these states. Angel, they want to they want to tax winners like 50% in some states, which I mean, that's criminal. It really is. I think it's criminal that they want to do that. States are getting angry because people are winning too much money, apparently, which I still find hard to believe. But that some states want to tax you 50%. So far, not in Florida, but I know Bill's got a story about what happened in Massachusetts last week. There's an ongoing situation in the state of Illinois, and others are trying. And I think there's a couple states, and Bill will fill us in, that already tax bettors up to 50%. That's just ridiculous.
Yep.
Ridiculous. That's fine. You want to tax me 50%? Fine. Give me back 50%, of my losses if that happens. Jerry says, hey, we get to brag about how a beautiful weather for a change. 70s, sun, light breeze. Very nice. That's a perfect day. That's a good day. Then coming up we're going to do some more tribute to Bill Walton, some more cuts from last night from the NBA on TNT. And the big O, Glenn Ordway, is going to join me at 9:30 a.m. And in the 9 o'clock hour, Angel and I went through some of this yesterday. A little surprise for you. I got those of you who remember me on the big show with Glenn, obviously. Glenn, by the way, being inducted into the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame coming up in a couple of weeks. I'll be flying up to attend that. Unfortunately, it's not a roast, but we're going to have a lot of fun. And I'm going to look forward to see some of my old radio friends up there as well. But Big O will join me. And Angel and I found in a Weiner line. Those of you remember the Weiner line back on the big show in the 5 o'clock hour that we used to have, or actually the late 5 o'clock hour. Sometimes Glenn in the 6 o'clock hour, because he wouldn't break on time at 5:30 or 5:40. Sometimes we'd be there till 6:30. But anyway, it's an old Weiner line, I think from 2005. We're not going to play the whole thing, but we'll play a couple of minutes of it just to refresh your memory. And I can tell you this, it is with me, with Glenn, obviously, myself, Sean McAdam, who's been on the show multiple times, and Michael Felger, who now has his own show and does very well on Sports Hub 98.5. But back in the day, he was writing for the Herald and was on with us quite frequently. So we'll have that for you. We'll play that in the 9 o'clock hour before 9:30. That's all I'm going to tell you. In the meantime, Monsieur Angel Martinez. All right, let's get going here. Let's start in the NBA. Last night, finally, the T-Wolves get it done. Karl Anthony Towns was fantastic last night. 25 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist. Anthony Edwards, 29 points, 10 boards, 9 assists. They were outstanding. And the T-Wolves stay alive with a big 105-100 win in Dallas. And some of the highlights from that game. Let's see. Where are they? Thought I had them. I thought they were right in front of me. All right, here we go. Clutch jumper. Let's head right to the fourth quarter because I want to let you guys hear some of the reaction. Anthony Edwards, clutch jumper in the fourth quarter.
Gobert will set a screen. But go. Edwards. Another screen. A two. Big time. On the biggest stage right here. The brightest of bright lights. Edwards.
Angel, I just want to make sure that sound came through okay.
Yep, I can hear it.
Otherwise, I can adjust the volume from my end, but just want to make sure.
Nope.
Turn it up. Okay, I'm being told to turn it up.
Okey-dokes.
So I will. Can you turn it up on your end, or do I have to do it on my end?
I have it cranked up a little high over here, so you may have to turn it up a little bit more on your end.
I put it up a little bit more. Okay. All right. Meanwhile, let's see. NBA. Well, no, we'll get to that in a second. Anthony Edwards was also mic'd up during Game 4 in Dallas. There's some highlights from that, thanks to TNT.
Every minute. Hey, let's just keep getting stops. Let's keep getting stops. Yeah! Hey! Come on, let's go!
Good stuff. Better? Just wondering. I want to make sure the sound is good. Meanwhile, after the game, again, the Timberwolves stay alive. They win 105-100. After the game, Anthony Edwards with high praise for Cat.
Karl, this was obviously a tough start to the series. Just what did you feel? Did you feel any differently out there tonight and being able to knock down the shots, or what came together for you?
Everything came together for him. He was super confident. He wasn't worried about any shots previous to the shots that he hit tonight. He played exceptionally well, and he came through big time. He was the reason we won tonight.
Yeah, it was. Karl Anthony Towns. He was shooting 28% in the series coming into last night's game. And then he was 9 of 13, and he had 4 or 5 from three-point range. So he was absolutely outstanding. Luka Doncic had 28, 15, and 10, another triple-double for him, and his 6th triple-double of the playoffs. But he and co-star Kyrie Irving, just 13 of 39 from the field. And Kyrie, who was 14-0 in his career, believe it or not, in closeout games coming in, not a great game, made just 1 of 6 from long range and finished with 16 points. And after the game, Kyrie Irving talked about it on NBA TV.
If you don't mind sharing, was there anything you told the players in the locker room, the younger players who maybe wanted to close out tonight and celebrate?
You said what I told?
Yeah, did you say anything to the younger players?
No, it's not my place right now to tell them anything. I just allow them to feel their emotions like I'm feeling it. Be human, go home, and then get a great night's rest and come to the practice facility tomorrow. I'll be ready to watch film, consistently get better. I mean, we've been putting one foot in front of the other all season. So, a loss like this, it definitely stings. It definitely hurts. And, like I said, to that question, it's a level of disappointment. But this is part of the competitive side of basketball, too. You win some and you lose some. And we would have loved to close out on our home floor. Sorry, fans. It didn't happen. I think moving forward, now we know this is just us getting to know one another in stressful environments like this. First time closing out to go to the NBA Finals. It's a new thing for us. So I like to err on the side of just giving us grace. And, I'll take all the pressure that comes with this. And I'm used to it. So.
Who is that guy? Who is that? Kyrie Irving sounds born again.
Yeah.
From a basketball standpoint. He really does. I mean, he has said and done everything, quote unquote, the right way this year. I mean, he does not sound like the Kyrie Irving of old by any way, shape, or form.
Nope.
And maybe he has finally turned a corner in his career and finally found a place where he is absolutely comfortable. Because last year when he got traded to Dallas, they were terrible when he got there. I think they went 2-8 to start together, but he clearly has found himself again. And it really is unbelievable, to tell you the truth. It's a very much more mature Kyrie Irving. I mean, he always had the talent, great player. There's no getting around that. But I really think he has found himself. Also, after the game, Minnesota head coach Chris Finch on the win.
What sort of stuff from maybe the third quarter, early fourth, can you kind of bottle that you're going to try to replicate tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we finally got some of our defensive rotations down where they needed to be. Aggressiveness on the ball, quickness to the next rotation. I thought that was good. Offensively, I thought we just played quicker as well. We just picked up the tempo on both sides of the ball, picked up the decision making. For us, a lot of the series has been about indecision. Whether it be defensive indecision, offensive indecision, and we didn't have that in that much of that second half. So.
All right, there you go, Chris Finch. And again, Game 5 will be tomorrow night, Thursday night, 8:30 p.m. on TNT at the Target Center. Now, Monsieur Angel Martinez, the Philadelphia 76ers are in the move. Have you seen the Philadelphia Inquirer story?
No, but I didn't want to look.
You might, because they are reporting that the Philadelphia 76ers not only are interested in Jimmy Butler, they want to sign him to a max contract. Now, first, there's some caveats to this, but let me just ask you, our designated huge 76er fan, would you be in favor of that?
That's why I didn't want to look at it, because I knew what the article was going to be about. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't mind. He said, obviously, him and Embiid worked well off each other. The max contract, obviously, we tried that with A1 James Harden. How did that turn out for us? Not too well. But Jimmy Bucket's completely different. If it takes for this team to finally get past the first round and then add more to it, sure, because they would still have room left in the cap space. So I would not be completely upset if they do decide to make it the max contract for Jimmy Butler. Is it well-deserving for what he's been doing in Miami? I think so. But I'm quite sure they can work something out. Maybe, I don't know, Joel Embiid might have to take a hometown discount or something, but I'm not mad at it.
Okay. Meanwhile, I have to lower my headset a little bit because it's really blasting. I want to make sure when I lower my headset, just real quick before we get into this, that so if I'm here, you're still hearing me fine, right? I'm still coming through. Okay, it's just so when I play the cuts, whatever we play, I'll turn it up. But other than that, otherwise I'll blow my ears off. So here's the thing. We also know that the 76ers, this Angel, they're very interested in Paul George. Now, they got $65 million in cap space, the 76ers do. So that's plenty to add a max player. But if they're interested in Paul George, who has a player option next year, and he has not signed an extension with the Clippers. I know the Ringer reporting that the Clippers have not offered George more than only a 3-year, $152.4 million deal. Oh, if he hits unrestricted free agency, the Sixers could give him a 4-year, $212 million contract. And with more money and a chance to team up with Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, would that be enough to lure George away from California? Time will tell. Now, the biggest problem to get Jimmy Butler for the 76ers is this. First of all, and the most biggest thing is Miami has to decide to trade him. So we know that Pat Riley did not speak favorably of him about a month ago during the Celtics series. He basically told him to shut up. Now, Jimmy Butler is under contract for $48.8 million, a measly $48.8 million next season. Then he has a player option for $52.4 million in the 2025-26 season. So he wants, per several reports out of Miami, he's seeking a 2-year, $113 million max extension from Miami. And Pat Riley and the crew, they really don't seem hell-bent on paying him that kind of money. And Pat Riley said at the end of his press conference, the end of the season last month, or earlier this month, I should have, after the loss of the Celtics, said, quote, "We don't have to do that for a year. We have not discussed that internally right now, but we have to look at making that kind of commitment. That's a big decision on our part to commit those kind of resources unless you have somebody who's going to be there and available every single night. That's the truth. Oh, that is the British white glove slap in the face.
I need to find that sounder somewhere so when it's used in reference. You're right though, because Pat Riley was not excited about Jimmy Buckets at the end of the season. And Jimmy, if you really think about it, look at the beginning of the season with the way he came out with his new hairstyle, talked about he was going to be different. I truly think he was already looking to kind of be out of Miami in so many words. And can't say I don't believe him, but Miami too is a young team. They're a very talented team. I think Eric Spoelstra is going to get them back there once again. They're just going to have to spend some money, as we've seen with a lot of these teams, in order to get back there. But again, I would love for Jimmy Butler to come back. It's just the Supermax contract is kind of leery, but I would love to have him back in Philly.
Well, and if you're wondering about, now let me ask you this before we go to break. I know we're running late, but who cares? It's my show. I can do what I want. Both Jimmy Butler and Paul George, they're both the same age. They're both 34 years old.
Yeah.
But if you had your choice, Angel, and I'm going to have you speak for most 76ers fans, who would you want more? Would you want Jimmy Butler more, or would you want Paul George more?
Jimmy Butler. I would take him over Paul George. And not saying there's anything wrong with Paul George's game. I think Jimmy has more intensity for the game. He's more disciplined. He knows exactly where the adjustment needs to be made, even though he may not talk about it a lot. But I would take Jimmy Butler because of fire and the passion. I think it's a lot hotter than Paul George. I could be wrong, could be crazy, but that's just me. And by the way, before we go into the break too, we got a couple of Texases that came in as well.
Okay, and then real quick, because 5 years ago is when the 76ers traded Jimmy Butler to the Miami Heat in that sign and trade deal. That was, I thought, very stupid at the time by the 76ers, but that's just me. Okay, let me see some of the, you're going to have to read. Let me see. Oh, Jerry says, all I thought of yesterday was Bill Walton guy on the Weiner line. Can't believe you might be playing that. I'm not sure that Bill Walton is on this particular, but I was telling Angel about it, how we would have him on. The Bill Walton guy would start early in the Weiner line. It would just be a run up. We play 4 or 5 other wines, and then he would just continue. He would just keep continuing on and on. Gas Pump Guy says, I know about the sun. This is my everyday. I do screens and jump buildings and change glass out of windows. Gas Pump Guy, I think I remember that. Just be careful. I mean, I don't have to tell you. Yeah. That is just, that's crazy. All right, let's take a quick break, Angel.
Hang on for one more, because George Hawk 66 sent a long here, and he says, I met Red once. It was after the Celtics were eliminated by the Sixers in Bird's rookie year. I had one ticket and brought my young son anyway. He sat on my lap. It was his first game. The old garden was very intimate. As we left, here comes Red down the stairs. I told my son, go up to that man and ask him to draft you in 18 years. As we approached Red, someone yelled to him, we'll get him in there next year. And Red gave him a look like your mother should die. Oh. He shook my son's hand. I understand it in an instant what made the Celtics. Ted wants to win, period. It was in his core.
Well, that's great. Now, where are you reading? Because I can't see that, but you read. I can see most of the text that we get on our video platform. Which again, thank you very much. Again, you can follow me on Twitter X at PChef326, my Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook pages, and YouTube, and Spotify, Twitch, LinkedIn, Brumble, and Sports Radio 102.9. All right, Angel, we're late. Quick break, 4-minute break, and then I got to get up and stretch the legs as we do the show live here, not from the Naples Well Planning Studio, but from the satellite, which is my house here at the Sola della Cucina, my island kitchen here in beautiful but hot Fort Myers. Bill Sparrow's coming up at 8:30 this morning. Glenn Big O Ordway coming up at 9:30. All part of the Pete Sheppard Show here until 10, right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Opt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today, I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Yeah. Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network. We are not at the Naples World Planning Studio today. As I said, it's a satellite at Isola della Cucina here in Fort Myers, in my kitchen island. I welcome you to my home with this behind me lovely decorative artifact, as you can tell, which is a mirror. That is it's a weird place. Is that a weird place for a mirror? I guess not. I kind of like it, but it looks kind of strange. For now,
behind you.
The what? The halo. Oh, it's a halo. I got the halo behind me.
Yeah.
Well, I was born on Easter Sunday.
By the way, a quick update for those who like to follow also the landscaping crew as they
Your landscaping crew, are they outside cutting the lawn again at your house?
They just pulled up, and then
Oh, jeez.
yeah, they got the one guy. For those, if you're brand new to the show, welcome to the Pete Sheppard Show. We're on live Monday through Friday from 7 to 10 a.m. right here in the Red Tide Media Sports Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game. Don't forget to download the app. But so I get this character that comes. You should know how to do stuff, and they really should be cutting the grass because it's dried up. My neighbor across the way here, it looks. You know when the football fields, they don't touch them.
Is that the one that loves me?
Yeah. It looks like the dried up football field that normally you would that's what it looks like. So they really should be cutting it, but they're here.
How's your sprinkler system over there? Your irrigation, does it come on properly when it's supposed to? You don't put it on in the middle of the day, especially down here in Florida. They don't want that. Your sprinkler system on at the middle of the day when it's 90 degrees outside.
No, we're fortunate because ours will come on usually about between 10:15 to 10:45 in the evening or nighttime. And then it'll kick back on one more time around 6:10 in the morning. So just before things start getting hot. But yeah, I've seen my neighbors where it's the middle of the day, sun index at 10, and here they are standing out there with a hose. I'm like, what are you doing? It's not even doing anything.
All right. I'm going to get to the Stanley Cup from last night with the Rangers, or the Florida Panthers and the Rangers. And the Panthers, by the way, are now 5-0 when leading after the second period. It took overtime, but they won again. Rangers 2-2 when leading after the second period. We'll get to that in a little bit. I want, Angel, if you could, on my Twitter page, I wanted to scroll down a couple of cuts I want to play for you in tribute to Bill Walton from the NBA on TNT. First is from Charles Barkley. It says Chuck pays tribute to Bill Walton. And then right after that is a Shaq paying his respects to recently departed Bill Walton, one of the greats of all time. Zest for life, and just loved everything that he was all about. So as soon as you see it, Angel, don't you?
Which one?
The NBA on TNT, first one, Chuck paying tribute to Bill Walton, and then underneath that, Shaq paying tribute to Bill Walton. Let's do Chuck first, if we can do that. Ding.
All right.
You're right.
Hall of Famer, two-time NBA champion, obviously legendary career at UCLA for Big Red.
Yeah, man, it was, when I got that news yesterday, it hurt because you talk about great at basketball, great in life, great as a broadcaster, but just a good person. I'd never seen a person who was more joyful to be around, who was always in a good mood. And I explained it like this, Ernie. The world is not as good a place it was yesterday. The world was better for having Bill Walton in it, and it's not as good a place as it was. We lost a legitimate person. The world, man, we lost. I mean, obviously our basketball hearts are heavy, but the world is not as good a place as it was yesterday because we lost Bill Walton.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. And that's, Charles, well put. And the next cut is from Shaq, who also pays tribute to Bill Walton, right underneath it.
Throw it down, big man. Big man.
Yes, we definitely lost one of the forefathers of the Big Man Alliance. Kareem, Wilt, great Bill Walton, great Bill Russell. Bill and I had an up and down relationship. Not gonna lie, I talked to Luke yesterday. I gave him my condolences. Like, even though me and your father had an up and down relationship, I want to send you my condolences. It was up and down because I was sensitive. What I call, the things I'm doing to all the big men now, Bill, all those guys, Kareem, they were doing it to me. It's called the big man rites of passage. So a lot of times you would criticize me, and I was so mad one time I wanted to put hands on him. But the beautiful Dr. Lucille said, son, when people criticize, see if there's some truth inside that criticism. So all the things I was doing, not really focusing on basketball, I had to learn how to listen to what these legends say. Because if you want to become a legend, shouldn't you listen to a legend before you? So once I started listening to what Kareem said, oh yeah, check that good. Shaq's not that good. They're getting swept. They got to start winning championships. When I started listening to Bill Walton, Bill Russell, Chamberlain, those guys, then I became a better player and a better person. I saw Bill last year at the Final Four. We hugged. He told me he just wanted to make me better. That's my message to all these kids that we criticize. We're not making fun of you and playing with you. We're just telling you to make you better, because all of us up here, including the great Bill Walton, we have that G14 classification. So, Luke, rest of your family, my condolences go out. I'm definitely going to miss him. He was hard on me, and I'm glad he was hard on me, because me growing up the way I was raised. I'm not soft. It just made me who I am today. So thank you for help forming the Big Man Alliance, and we're going to miss you, big man.
Yeah, again, well put by Shaq. And I'm trying to think back, and I knew they had a sort of a rocky relationship, but I don't remember exactly how it got that way. But like Shaq said, I was a little overly sensitive, and there was some truth to the critique, I'm sure. I'd be honest with you, I don't remember Bill criticizing Shaq. I don't, and obviously he did. Obviously he did, and I'm sure it was constructive criticism, because Bill was not a hater. He didn't say crap just to say it. That was not his style at all. I mean, he just told you what he believed. So, but some good stuff. Like I said, I have never met anybody though in my life, or ever seen an athlete in my life more born to be with one particular team as Bill Walton was with the Celtics. And it seems like he was there forever, but it was only a couple of years. And he was electric. He was absolutely electric. And when Glenn Ordway comes on, he was calling the games back then with Johnny Most on the radio. And I know he knows Bill a lot better, and he'll have more stories than I have. He came, like I said, he came on us through not just the old minor line, but for real, came on with us on the show several times in my tenure there from 99, the big tenure from 99 to 2010. And also, I think at the Garden, like I said, the one thing I do remember is, as I said yesterday, is Peter, I really appreciate your perspective on this. That's what I remember. and Glenn's going to have some more stories as well. There's no doubt about it. All right, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. We'll also have an old whiner line for you coming up in the 9 o'clock hour that Angel dug up, and we went through it yesterday afternoon while having tea and crumpets at 4:30, as we do here in Southwest Florida, while we were playing cuts back and forth to each other, testing out everything, making sure everything's working. I'm kidding. But anyway, all right, let's get to the to hockey last night in Florida at Sunrise. Another thriller between the Florida Panthers and the New York Rangers. Some great highlights in this one. Let's see. Here we go. Let's start off with the Rangers on the power play in the first period.
Face off. Fox into the corner. And he scores.
Come down with the puck. Trocheck has popped out to a spot that is really difficult for the defenders to get to. And Bobrovsky picks this up late. It goes right past his ear. And Trocheck, as he's...
Yeah, that put the Rangers up 1-0 in the first period. In the second period, that's how it ended, 1-0 in the first, but to the second we go. And Bruins fan favorite Sam Bennett does it again.
Bennett. It gets behind Shesterkin. And it's in the net. A Florida goal and a 1-1 tie. Just after the power play had expired, it's an even straight goal in a 1-1 game.
Yes, thanks to Sean McDonough with the call on ESPN last night. And we move along to the second period, and the Panthers take the lead.
Rangers leading this best of 7, 2 games to 1. Barkov. Kachuk out in front. They score! It's batted out of the air and in.
Bounce. It hits Verhaeghe. It hits Shesterkin. It hits the helmet of Lindgren. And there's Big Walt. Keeps Kachuk.
All right, so it is 2-2, or 2-1 Florida. We head to the third period. The Rangers tie it.
At the line, Fox. Fox in the circle. Moves away from Lawrence on the backhand. They score! Tapped in by Lafreniere.
Man, there were a lot of Ranger fans down there at Sunrise last night, Angel. That's very similar to what happened at the 76ers series when the Knicks fans just absolutely took over. There were a ton of Ranger fans down there, a lot of transplants.
Oh, yeah.
In the end, though, the Florida Panthers get the game winner in OT.
Good row in. Reinhardt, the draw, controlled by Florida. Sent in to the corner and played back up high. 1 for 3 on the power play tonight. Down low. Score! Sam Reinhardt! A power play goal! Wins it for Florida!
3-2. That was the final in overtime, and they had just gone on a power play as well. Nearly a penalty shot on that call, but right before that, Florida wins 3-2 in OT. That series is tied at 2. And tonight, Edmonton will host Dallas in Game 4 of that series, with the Stars leading there. They'll be at Rogers Place tonight in Edmonton. Dallas leading that series 2-1. After the game, Sam Reinhart, who scored the game winner in OT, talked about it.
Confidence was good. I mean, we've been going a little bit quicker, at a higher pace, faster pace the last couple. So the confidence is there. It was good composure early to withstand their pressure. And that's how the middle of the ice opens up. We'll stay front right.
All right, thanks to the Florida Panthers webpage for that. After the game, also, here's head coach Paul Maurice, also from the Florida Panthers webpage, talking about the execution on the final play.
It was about as well executed as you can, and their pressure was brilliant. Right? There wasn't a mistake there. It was just two really good teams, and we made the play. Had a version of it earlier in the game, and we didn't connect on it. And I think the second and third period kind of got us to an emotional level where you're just playing, and it's as fast as you can. And I think that's what we saw there, and that was just a bunch of elite guys with phenomenal hands.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A bunch of elite guys with phenomenal hands. Meanwhile, also, I just want to make sure I have the stats right for this one. Last night, Bobrovsky was outstanding when he had to be. Made 21 saves between the pipes last night, and he had this to say after the game.
How are you guys feeling right now, knowing that it's 2-2 going back to New York best of 3 series?
Yeah, it's again, we have a good feeling. We got good belief, good trust in each other here. We got great atmosphere, and it's a fun challenge. We're going to New York and MSG. It's going to be a great game.
How much motivation do you draw going against a worthy opponent in Sheppard at the other end?
I mean, he's a good goalie, and it's fun to play against him. And they got good team, good forwards. So, and it's a fun challenge.
Bobrovsky also had an assist last night, by the way. Nice goalie assist there. To the Rangers side we go. Some reaction there. Rangers Adam Fox after the game on his team's performance.
Obviously tying it up in the second and then forcing another overtime.
Yeah, we were able to capitalize on the chance in the third. A bit too much defending, but still defended hard. I thought, they come at you in waves, but I thought we defended hard. Had some looks, some chances. I thought the first two played really well, and then, they had their push, but I thought we fought hard.
When you look back, is it just a matter of staying out of the box?
Yeah, of course. You want to play the game 5-on-5 as much as you can. I thought, we were able to capitalize on a power play too. So, it's part of the game. The guy had a breakaway. I don't think it was, a bad penalty to take here.
All right. And finally, we're going to hear from Peter Laviolette, the head coach of the New York Rangers, on Blake Wheeler and his performance in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, he jammed up there on that call and just worked backwards. And but he came out. I thought he gave us, some good minutes. It was a long road for him to get back, and I thought he came in, and there was times where Gaudreau, Rempe, and Wheeler put it in the offensive zone, and they actually stayed down there and were able to occupy some time and spend some minutes down there. So for his first game back in a while, I thought he was good.
just to follow up on that, I mean, he's in the game. Obviously, you throw him out there in the overtime. What did you see on that particular play? I mean, and is, taking the penalty the only thing he can do at that point?
Yeah, I mean, they got behind us. There was a turnover at the offensive blue line. And like I said, it was a tough spot for him to be in. There was a lot of heat on him, a lot of pressure. And it was more what they did, I think, than him doing something. He was surrounded by a couple of players. So, it bounces back the other way. The guys were chasing it down the best they could and ended up having to get a stick on it.
All right, there you have it. Peter Laviolette there as well. So the Rangers win the game, or the Rangers lose 3-2. That series is tied up at 2. Like I said, they'll play again tomorrow night. Game 5 back at Madison Square Garden is now a best of 3. So it's been fantastic. That's a third straight game that's gone into overtime in this series, and the first one that the Panthers have scored in the extra session. So we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, we're going to take another quick break because we want to stay on time. At the bottom of next hour, Bill Sparrows is going to join me as well. Lots going on in the gambling world. Taxes. Good God. On people who are winning. The more you win, the more you get taxed, which is absolutely ridiculous in some of these states. We'll have some MLB news for you. I'll get to all the MLB rundown as well at 9 o'clock in the 9 o'clock hour. Going to play an old whiner line from my days back at WEI with Glenn Wardway. And then the man himself, the Big O, will join me at 9:30 coming up. And we'll talk all things. I'm sure he's got a lot to say about Bill Walton. That's my dog crying over there, staring at the stove. And I don't know what her problem is, but she's always, even at 13 and a half years old and having problems moving a little bit, but still. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Unbelievable.
The response is she knew you were talking about her.
Hell yeah. Always does. Anyway, to call or text 727-858-6650. Quick break. When we come back, we do an MLB rundown. Got some college football news for you as well. All part of the Pete Sheppard Show until 10 right here on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper, Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show. I am Agent Martinez. Pete will be back with us here momentarily. He had to make sure you had to take a phone call, so we want to make sure all phone calls are answered here as we come back here live. Don't forget, later on today, the debut of Martinez & Company. And for those who don't know, I used to do Martinez & Company from 6 to 8 p.m., so now I've switched it up to 10 to 12, the mid-morning shows. Defoe, for those who were asking about Defoe and what happened, he is taking a break himself. As we all know that Defoe was healing from his ACL, but never know when Defoe's going to end up coming back. So Defoe may return at one point or another, but it'll be Martinez & Company. So it'll be me and a host of guests. And as I told you guys before, maybe you could be a guest co-host that day as well. So if you guys are interested, by all means, drop a comment, leave me a text, and let me know. You never know. Someone like Gas Pump Guy could one day be could be a co-host. One never knows. And by the way, speaking of Gas Pump Guy, he says, I've heard a few people say that whoever wins the Rangers and Panthers series will win the cup. I think Panthers will win if they win the series because they can hit and rush really good, and their defense is really good as well. They looked really good last night. I will say that much. They looked phenomenal last night. They needed that OT win for sure because the Rangers have been putting people lights out with OT. So it's been a tough series. I think a lot closer to what people imagine. And it was good to see that the Panthers came out there on top. I myself, of course, a Flyers fan. And then here locally, you guys can maybe not see behind me here, somewhere around here. I think it might be behind me or up above the shelf there. Matter of fact, if I switch my viewing camera, you guys can see above where I have the Flyers, Blackhawks because of my fiance, and then the Lightning right above me. So you guys can see up there on the upper shelf right above me. So yeah, lots of fun stuff. Anyway, so we'll have that. And then Rich Quinones, who is my partner over Martinez & Company, he is launching his show, Middays with Q, from 12 to 1 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So today will be a soft launch. His guest will be Lloyd Vance. So listen to that for 12 to 1. And then my guest today will be Sean Williams and Tevin Homer from the Orlando Predators. So that will be my guest today from 10 to 12, Martinez & Company, and there'll be a couple more guests lined up for the week. And then, of course, next week, Martinez & Company will be on for about, the following week. So next week it'll be a full week, and then eventually we'll go back to all the fun stuff of what is a normal schedule, because then I'll be getting married and just enjoying the time. So I believe we have Pete back for a phone call.
Yeah, nature calls. Yep. Somebody on the line?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you said, okay. My bad. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back to the show. Sorry.
No, I said you were on a phone call.
I was on a phone call.
Yes.
I was talking to God. Anyway, welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show here. We are live. We are not at the Naples Well Planning Studio, but in the satellite, which is I affectionately call Isola della Cucina, which is my kitchen island here in Fort Myers, where there's already 79 degrees and climbing, Angel. Going to get up to a high of like 95, 96 today. Going to set a record in very parts up in your area as well and down here. And we might get the problem is we're not getting any rain. I was supposed to get some this afternoon, so I'm expecting some big time showers coming and maybe cool things off just a little bit, but going to be really interesting. Bill Sparrow's going to join me at the bottom of the hour, senior betting analyst from bookies.com and great columnist for the Boston Herald. Had a great column today about Celtics owner Wyc Grousbeck, who is the opposite of John Henry, the owner of the Red Sox, who hasn't spoken to anybody at all in the last several months. It's just unbelievable. Red Sox finally won in Baltimore last night. By the way, all the great sound that you're hearing for the best articles and audio, there's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. It's Total Sports Prep. The staff combs through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. Sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. And to get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, you can contact them. Info, you see it up on the screen, info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep. The name says it all. Yes. You can still, it's not me or my stomach growling. That is my Scotty Terrier who is still moaning at I don't know what. What is your problem? What is Chara? What is your problem? Oh God, it's annoying. It's annoying. I don't know what you think is going to happen, but it's not going to happen. Now she's give me that look. Okay. Anyway, hey, I did before we get back into the baseball rundown. I found a funny story today. Speaking of Total Sports Prep, and where is it? Here we go. So this is which we all know. Red flags you should know about bars, Angel.
Oh, this should be interesting.
Red flags. I think a lot of these are common sense, but it starts off when you worked in the industry long enough, you start to learn a thing or two about what makes a good place and what makes a bad place. Recently, I guess some bartenders of the world started sharing their opinions on what red flags, quote unquote, you should look out for when you're trying a new bar out. So here's what they had to say. And I think this is common sense, this one right off the bat. If the draft beer tastes funky or off compared to the same beer in a can, the bar isn't properly maintaining its draft system. That means yeast and bacteria are growing in the lines, tainting the beer. Then ask yourself what else they aren't cleaning. A decent bar should be cleaning its lines, keg, couplers, and taps at least every 2 weeks. See, a lot of this I know because of all the food shows I've watched, and particularly with Gordon Ramsay and Kitchen Nightmares. It's the stuff that he says all the time, and I don't know why these owners, some of them, think they can get away with it. Also, and this is a big pet peeve of mine, it doesn't happen often anymore because it's just flat out stupid. When the bartender scoops ice from the well with the glass they're using.
Oh, yeah.
That is an absolute total red flag. I would get up and walk out of a place because it's if any type of chip ever happens from that glass and you can't see it. A bartender's worst nightmare, as you know, is when glass breaks into the ice. That means they have to get hot water, empty the ice machine, pray to God that the spare ice is working.
Yep.
It's crazy. Here's another one. Here's another pet peeve. If they're cutting up fruit for drinks on the bar, instead of getting them from a container of prepared fruit from the kitchen, that's a recipe for germs and bacteria. And if you can't actually see them make the drink, they're likely subbing for cheaper alcohols or reducing the amount of alcohol in them. Now, I can't say that's ever happened to me for that. Now, I've seen bartenders make bad drinks. I've never seen one make a drink, go in the other room and make a drink and come back. Have you, Angel?
No, and if they do, I'm definitely running out of there because that's almost like them going to a refrigerator. Like, oh, here, this is implication, orange juice or something else. But that would be horrendous. That's just as bad. You talk about ice. If for those who tend to McDonald's every once in a while, if next time look in the cup. And Debbie and I noticed this, that you'll have, there's two different lines. What'll happen is they'll give you the cup so you can go up to the drink machine and get your own stuff, right? But if they pour it for you, it shows that the ice line is supposed to come up to the top of the cup. So if you really think about it, if you have a large cup, you're only getting about that much drink because all this is ice.
But don't they give you free refills? I have not stepped it. I've had McDonald's, not too recently, but once in a while. But I have not gone into a McDonald's or any fast food place in years. Like actually step foot in a place,
right?
Unless you count the new Popeyes that opened up about 3 years ago in Bonita. I'd only popped in because they were sponsoring the show at the time, and I popped in there. If that's considered fast food.
Hey, Popeyes, love that chicken from Popeyes, huh? Just throwing it out there.
It's not that I don't like it, but I'm a KFC guy. If I'm going that way, I'm going KFC.
But KFC's changed throughout the years. But it used to be like when you went. Listen, those of us who know when we were growing up, when the family, if it was my dad or my mom, they stopped by and got a bucket of chicken. Like when you got it, it was. What was it, Pete? Probably like $3 or $4. It wasn't that expensive. And I mean, you could even have leftovers. Matter of fact, for the next day, because it was only my sister, myself, my dad, and my mom. And even with us, we'd probably have one, maybe two. My dad would always have like 2 pieces, but my mom would have one. My sister and I think had one. And then we had stuff the next day. Now you go for that same bucket of chicken at KFC, damn near almost $20.
Well, it depends how many pieces you want. And then, the sides as well. I mean, the sides, we have mac and cheese now or mashed potatoes or coleslaw. I still think they have some pretty good coleslaw. Again, I have not eaten that Kentucky Fried Chicken in years. So I'm just speaking from past experience. And then the people who are obsessed with the extra crispy, all that breading on it, I think that it's to each his own, but there's enough texture on it already. Extra crispy Kentucky Fried Chicken, I think way, way, way too much breading for me. But there's something about it that I like better than Popeyes. That's all. It's not that I don't like Popeyes. I just like KFC better. Getting back to the bar story here, Angel. How about this? When your Cosmo comes back blood red, it should be a whisper of cranberry, not a gallon. That is so true. I hate it when you say to a bartender, and again, it doesn't happen a lot down here. It really doesn't. I think the bartenders down here are pretty attentive in Southwest Florida, and there's so many happy hours and so much cheap booze and so many cheap drinks, whatever. But when you say you want a splash of this for juice or a splash of that, and it comes back like a quarter of the drink, that's an issue. A splash is a splash. Splash. Control your gun.
Except for your place over there before Gas Pump Guy, you read his text, but at your what do I call it there? Your
the tiki bar.
Tiki bar.
Yeah.
There's no issue there. They do a great job over there.
No, they do. They make good drinks. Also, when they make an old fashioned with lime juice. Yeah, I know what an old fashioned is, but yeah, lime juice should not be in an old fashioned.
Nope.
Also, if I see a bartender touch the tap spot with a glass someone was just drinking from, I immediately leave. That's like common sense sanitation shit. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. The other thing I cannot stand is when servers, men or women, come to you with the menus under their armpit to the table. That is a huge pet peeve of mine. I don't need your stinky, sweated pit on my menu. They're dirty enough as it is because most restaurants don't clean them on a nightly basis as they should. But don't come to me with your stinky, sweaty armpit menu. Can't stand that.
You know what's kind of amazing here, and I might have to read this one because he added to it and it comes out small. But what I'm surprised with the ladies servers, even as hot, because Debbie and I went for the retirement/birthday dinner on Sunday.
Yeah.
And the lady who came to serve us, and I've yet to see this, and we go to another place out in Hudson, which is absolutely great, Sam's.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never seen them approach the table sweaty. So I don't know if when they go in the back, they just kind of dap themselves to the rag or something else. But I've never seen a female server here in Florida, no matter where we've been, even down by your neck of the woods. I've never seen them. They've come like just drenched in sweat, no matter how hot it is. So at least that's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it because I sweat at a drop of a hat, and I've always been that way ever since I was a little kid. It didn't matter how tall, fat, skinny, medium, whatever. I just sweat. If I had to work outside over in Florida, boy, you would not want me to be your server. Although I'd probably lose 10 pounds a shift in water weight. But all right. Let's see more. This is interesting stuff. Let's see.
Hang on before you go to the next one here. Gas Pump Guy says, I've seen a video where all the sizes of the cups hold the same amount of drink in them. And then he followed it up with KFC has changed so much. Remember when they would have a buffet in them? Wow. I don't remember that. I think the one in Philly never had a buffet.
I don't remember that. I don't remember KFC ever having a buffet. I really don't.
I remember Ponderosa back in the day when they used to.
I can tell you this. I can tell you this. I've never gone into a KFC to eat. Never.
Really?
No. I mean, you've got takeout, but I've never gone in and sat down at KFC. The only time I went to Popeyes, like I said a few years ago, because they just started advertising on the show, and I wanted to check it out. It was on my way to work, and that's probably the last time I sat in a quote unquote fast food place. If the bar counter is dirty or has streaks from being wiped down, it was wiped with a dirty cloth. That's a red flag. That means none of the rest of the bar is any cleaner. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Yep.
And sometimes you get bartenders who use the same rag. A lot of chefs and bartenders will have a rag hanging off of their midsection or on the side, whatever. And I get it. It's for casual, but you got to use a separate wiper on the bar. You can't take that rag off what you've been using to wipe dirty tables and wipe the bar down. You got to have separate stuff over there.
I've only seen it once where obviously I think in the one that I had here in the studio and they've thrown it over their shoulder and then they do one of these numbers and then they throw it back.
Yeah.
And wipe the counter. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Here's another thing. If the bartender is also a server at the restaurant, they might know what they're doing or be covering for the actual bartender, or the restaurant might just be cheap and refuse to employ an official bartender. Either way, not worth your time or money. Let's see. What else? The bartender keeps saying they don't know how to make requested drinks or pushes the same drinks on every patron. They don't know what they're doing, and you will ultimately be disappointed unless your order is very, very simple. Now, I think most bartenders know how to make everything, and there's a lot of, and a lot of places have drink menus to begin with, which usually entails frozen drinks or certain types of martinis. So I have never had really a problem with that. I mean, if you ask a bartender to make a Cuba Libre and they don't know that it's a rum and Coke, all right, maybe they probably should know what that is, because that's what, all the Caribbean nation and all the Latino nations, they don't say rum and Coke. They say, I want a Cuba Libre.
Yep.
Dirty glassware all over the place when it's not busy. Oh, this is a great one. Bartenders that would rather shoot the shit with coworkers than take care of their guests. Dirty bar stools. Honestly, my standards aren't that high. I agree. Sticky bar top. Here's another one. I always had a habit of running a hand underside lip as well. Any bar worth its salt knows that's where the runoff collects, and it's super important to clean. Not to mention you might be eating with not at the bar, but at tables or something, and kids will still stick their gum underneath it.
Yeah.
If the staff grabs clean glasses at the top when handling them.
Oh, yeah.
One says a sick waitstaff. If restaurant owners encourage the waitstaff to work while sick or don't help to find a replacement, you can count on getting sick too. No question about it. And then finally, number one evaluation effect for me is smell. If it's a sour smell or disinfected smell, big red flag. So, yeah, I agree with a lot of that.
I will tell we got a text and a comment by Rick, but it's going to be great. But the best place now, I will say, okay, so two things. One is Debbie and I, when we frequently want to enjoy a beer, we'll go to a local bar here. And when I mean Pete, there's no one other than Debbie and I who just walked in there's a particular bartender that's there, and she's, oh my God, I was just in a rush. And how, do you guys want? Do you want food? Do you want beers? I'm like, yeah, we'll have 2 Miller Lights. So she's, all right, can you just give me about 5 minutes? Like, it was just a rush here. Yeah, mind you, the bar is clean, so it's not like it's a dirty. I mean, everything is neat in its place. I'm like, it's us. That was the one. I saw my last train of thought was the second one. It was a bar and something else that I don't know. I'll think about the second one. But anyways, Gas Pump Guy says, I think the one on 41 by
Virginia Beach Road.
Yep, he said it still does as far as the buffet. He said you would know where it is, and then.
I know where it is. It's the only one. It's the only KFC really around here. There's not a lot of KFCs in Southwest Florida. I know there's one in Fort Myers, but it's the one in Bonita is right near Popeyes. To be honest with you, on 40. But I've never been in there, so I didn't know if they had a buffet. Oh yeah, Rick says, "Welcome to a new edition of Bar Rescue." Yeah. We were supposed to see John at the Super Bowl, but he never showed up. John Tapper, he's funny as hell.
Yeah.
Gascom Guy said, I had a bartender tell me that an old fashioned had gin instead of bourbon. Oh my God. That's ridiculous.
It is.
That is ridiculous.
It's stuff like listen, a good bartender, when you have a great crowd and you have a great bartender, they know it because they're coming back and forth. They're spinning out the drinks. They're doing everything they possibly can. And no one has a problem just tipping a little bit more than you're used to. But if you go somewhere and it's a constant excuse like, how did I taste? That wasn't that good. All right. And then they have this crazy attitude like, screw yous. And then I hope they're dumping the drink in the sink because you can't see. But I swear sometimes they've taken the drink and then dumped it back in the ice. And here they are. They scoop it up. The same drink now they just toss. Scoop it up in the ice and they bring it up to you. It's like,
I hate that. We were out recently at a restaurant. I won't say what it was. It's the first time. And I was like, how are the steak tips? And before I could even, I know where it was. When I was coming back, I was in Rhode Island. When I was at this place I'd never been to before, near the airport, watching the Game 7. That's the game where Stephen A. had that stupid, ridiculous intro, Nick's intro to Game 7. And I was looking at the menu. It was a nice menu, pub food and everything else. I felt like steak tips. So I asked the server, and I'm like, yeah, I was thinking about getting the steak tips. You know what she said? I wouldn't.
Wow.
And I went, why? I go, they've been there a while. She was like, I just wouldn't get them. Now that to me is a huge warning sign. I mean, if your staff cannot, and that was it was like a $16, $17 day. It was a lot of them, but because I saw somebody order them, I didn't see if they sent them back or not. But I was like, when you have somebody at a restaurant that tells you don't order this, that's a red flag. God, then what else what else are you hiding from me?
No. You know? There was a place that we have gone to, not this past week, but I want to say maybe a couple months ago. If you're doing Cajun chicken, you're expecting for it to be grilled and then some spices on there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting a Cajun grilled chicken, according to them, came to the table and looked at him like, all right, but I didn't complain to her. But I looked at Debbie, I'm like, oh, what's this? What do you mean? It's supposed to be Cajun grilled. It honestly, it looked like this. They went to the kitchen. Do we have any spices? No. All right. Do we have a grill? No. All right. We'll just put it on the fryer.
Dump paprika all over it and some other, I think a Cajun seed. Just sprinkle it on top like it's salt and pepper.
Right.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. No, but this one was even worse though because there was no grill marks on it, so it wasn't grilled. And then when it was plain,
microwaved, probably.
Oh man, I'd make better stuff at home than I do on their. But it's rare that we've ever gone somewhere that I don't think Debbie and I don't complain. We'll just we'll just eat what's there. Now if it's really bad, only one time. Matter of fact, Debbie had I believe it was either the wrong sandwich or it came out cold, and the girl had completely forgotten about it. But she was also nice though because she came back. Debbie had mentioned to her that the sandwich was cold, so she brought out a fresh new hot sandwich and like a boatload of like extra fries nice and hot.
No, that's what should be done when that happens. We don't complain 99.9% of the time. We don't. But if you order a steak medium rare and it comes back well done, I think that's happened to me once down here. That's about it. And it was redone in less than 3 minutes. So anyway, Quick MLB rundown. I'm not going to play a lot of sound because I do want to get this. We got Bill Sparrows coming up at the bottom of the hour. I want to keep things tight here. The Cubbies doubled up at Milwaukee yesterday in 10 by a score of 6-3. Toronto over the White Sox by a score of 7-2. Minnesota doubled up Kansas City 4-2. Cleveland in a high-scoring game over Colorado 13-7. Here's one highlight. Here's a bomb by Cleveland.
Liftoff, Jose Ramirez, deep right field. Blackman is back. He's looking up. It is gone into the bullpen. Jose Ramirez with home run number 16 on the year. And the Guardians jump out early 2-0. That's Ramirez's 4th home run on the road trip. And he's knocked in 11 runs on this trip.
He just continues now.
There were 6 home runs in this game total. David Fry had a 3-run homer. Josh Naylor had a 2-run homer, then a 3-run homer. Montero for Colorado had a tied the game at 4 with a 2-run. It was a ton of bad pitching. St. Louis clobber Cincinnati by a score of 7-1. The Atlanta Braves blank the Washington Nationals 2-0. Final there. And in 10 innings yesterday, San Francisco and Philadelphia.
Luis Matos, a chance to win this game right here.
High to left. Marcia has got it. Here's the throw. And this game is over.
What a win for this club. This is not the Giants team the Phillies saw in Philadelphia when the Phillies swept in 4 games tonight. This is a totally different Giants team.
A bullpen game against Zach Wheeler, and they win the game.
Unbelievable.
Yep, really was. Zach pitched a hell of a game yesterday. Phillies with some cold bats. Spencer Howard and the Giants bullpen got it done. San Diego blanked Miami 4-0 in that one. Seattle doubled up Houston by a score of 4-2. Red Sox finally win in Baltimore.
0-1 pitch. He'll crank that one to right field. Racing back Santander, turning around. See you later. That is a home run for Wilyer Abreu. Number 6.
Red Sox go on to win 8-3. Dodgers over the Mets 5-2. Once again, the Mets blowing a lead. They were up 2-0 in the bottom of the third, but lost in 10.
Freddie, first pitch swinging, hit hard, right field and deep. It's gone!
Yep, they made it 5-2. Mookie Betts earlier had to go ahead, single in the top of the 10th, but the Dodgers up 3-2. Final 5-2. Mets lose. Mets lose in game 2. The Dodgers won that one too. They blanked them 3-0. Pittsburgh at Detroit was postponed. Oakland blanked Tampa Bay 3-0. Here's the only offense in that game. God.
That's hard towards left field, and it's going to go. Miguel Andujar, welcome back. A 3-0 lead for the Oakland A's off the first homer for the Athletics this year for Miguel Andujar.
Is that all 5 fans?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, but she's so horrible. Texas doubled up Arizona by a score of 4-2. Angels over the Yankees by a score of 4-3. Okay, that's about going to do it for the MLB Rundown. Quick break. Bill Sparrow, senior betting analyst from bookies.com. A lot to discuss with him. And also a great columnist for the Boston Herald as well. We'll get his thoughts on a whole bunch of stuff coming up next on the Pete Sheppard Show as we continue right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network, not from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio today, but from my satellite studio, which I affectionately call the Sola della Cucina, here at my home in Fort Myers on the kitchen island. And Bill Spiros is going to join us. And there he is. Just a second here. There he is. Beaming into your homes, the one and only Bill Spiros, senior betting analyst at bookies.com, Boston Herald columnist. And we got a lot to discuss as far as the taxation and gambling, but I do want to start with your great article you had today about Whit Grossbeck. As Mona Lisa Vito would say, and my cousin Vinny, dead on balls accurate. Absolutely outstanding piece, Bill. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Pete. Thanks. We have some time to fill before the finals. And, I have sort of a set rotation. And I thought that this would be a good opportunity to at least take a breath before we start the Kyrie bashing and the never ending defense of Boston's no longer relevant reputation as being a racist city, to sort of give the Celtics ownership group and Brad Stevens too credit for what they've done. I get the salary cap and all that, and I know it's different in every sport, but it's really hard to find something that this ownership group has done wrong strategically. I mean, and when they have screwed up, like with Gordon Hayward and Kyrie, they went down in flames. I mean, you swing big, you miss big, right? and they always seem to be swinging big, and it hasn't always worked out. I mean, I'll give the Jacobs family credit for last season. They tried. They put together a team they thought would win, and they just didn't. But this ownership group has been consistent, I think, since they bought the team. And you can't say that about the Red Sox, and you certainly can't say that about the Patriots. So I just thought it would be good to sort of give credit where credit is due, and that was just sort of the way I felt.
Well, no, and I agree with most of what you said, but I mean, obviously, I think the Patriots ownership for Robert Kraft. I mean, not lately, not the last few years. I get that. Hopefully, they'll start to rebuild. The Bruins, no matter how you can say what you want, they overachieved this year after who they lost and what they did and how they competed. I know it didn't turn out well against a very good Florida Panther team, but I think they're going to be back competing again. I'm hoping the Patriots might take another couple of years, but we'll see what kind of coach Gerard Mayo. We don't know. Who the hell knows? But I agree with you about the Celtics. And from the first day I ever met Wick Grossbeck, and we were doing the big show back then, the first day they took ownership, the first regular season game, and I was actually outside doing this promotional thing during the show. And I'll never forget, Wick came. It was a cold day, too. Wick came right up to me, and I had two heaters. It was freezing. It was right the first game, and Wick came right up to me and said he was listening, shook my hand, introduced himself, chatted on the air for a couple minutes, and then off. So he's always been terrific, and he's always been very honest with the media, no matter what station he's been on. He's always
I think that's important, and I stress that in the piece. And John Henry's become. I'm sorry, I'm never going to let up. And, I truly believe he cannot find the Red Sox clubhouse without a map.
Mm-hmm.
And, Wick was in there after game 3 last year against Miami. And as far as the Patriots go, I mean, I don't take away 6 Super Bowls ever. But, I mean, they haven't won a playoff game in 5 years. So, at least with the Celtics, they're consistent. And they've rebuilt this team 3 times during that regime. So, and I think it's a case where they never stop trying, and Wick is never shy about, hey, we don't win a championship. It's not a success. And it's just refreshing that at least consistently, and as of today, which is kind of where we live, there's really only one ownership group that can say that. Now, maybe, the Patriots, I wrote 4 years ago they should have tanked when Brady left. I was like Churchill in 1938, and I'll stand by that. The Patriots are doing last year and this year what they should have done 4 years ago. They're going to be terrible this year, and they have to go through this. So maybe in 2 or 3 years, when they get some stability at the quarterback and they build his offensive line, you might see Kraft sowing his oats a little bit and trying to get back to where he was. But as of today, which is all we've got, this ownership group deserves a ton of credit, and so does Brad Stevens.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, Brad Stevens has just been absolutely brilliant. He was a pretty damn good coach too, but he's an even better GM. Got to ask you, I think it was right after we got off the air Wednesday. It might have been your story on Thursday about the Massachusetts senator making if I had the number, I would have called his office and chastised him. But turns out he's not the only one. He wants this guy proposing a 50% tax hike on bettors when they win. And you also had a piece yesterday about what's going on in Illinois and other states. There are a few other states that have this ridiculous, I don't know how they get away with it, 50% tax on bettors who win. What in the wide world of sports is going on here?
Well, let's start with Massachusetts. Those taxes are paid by the sports books. That's the tax. That's the excise tax charged to the sports books on their winnings. So, I mean, you're well aware of this, but for your audience, that the average hold for a sports book is between 8 and 10%. So, if, for instance, DraftKings, you bet with DraftKings on the Celtics, they don't cover. You give them 110 to win 100. And then somebody else bets on the Pacers and they cover, and they pay 100 on 110. So the sports books hold in that case is $10 because that's the difference between the money that they paid you and the money that they paid out. So that's called the hold. And that hold is what is taxed currently in Massachusetts at 20%. They wanted to raise the tax on that hold to 50%. And what they've done in Illinois is they call it sort of a prize tax, or basically what they're doing in Illinois is for the larger sports books, the ones that go over a certain revenue threshold, that number above the revenue threshold is going to be taxed at 41%, and it's currently 15%. So the problem from the sports books perspective is they invested in these markets based on the tax rate that was passed, initially when sports betting was legalized. You had a bunch of sports books interested in Massachusetts because they ran the numbers at a 20% tax rate. And they said, okay, we can make it work at 20%. What the Senator Keenan from, I think, Norfolk County wanted to do was he wanted to raise that tax rate to 51%, which is actually a 250% increase, and sort of change the rules midstream, whereas these sports books have invested in growing this market and getting new customers, and they plan out like every other company based on a tax rate of 20%. And then the state, thankfully, it didn't even get a voice vote. It didn't happen. It wasn't going to happen. But it was sort of a shot across the bow to now the tax rate was going to be 51%. So it's like if you're planning and running a business and we're going to, 2.5 times your tax rate overnight. And that's what's happened in Illinois once the governor signs his bill. And this is happening because of two reasons. One, sports betting is bringing in way more revenue than anyone ever thought. And two, these states are running in the red for a whole bunch of different reasons. Pensions, or in the case of Massachusetts, what are they called? Newcomers now. Massachusetts is housing hundreds of thousands of newcomers. So, the states are running up all these expenses. And these legislators actually think that if you raise the tax rate from 20% to 51%, it's going to have no effect on revenue. And that's a terrifying thought, that elected officials think that you can take a tax rate, multiply it by 2.5%, and it's not going to affect the behavior of the sports books, which is just flat out stupidity.
I agree, and the arrogance and the ignorance. It's like when news reporters go cover the Super Bowl or a big time event. I don't know if this guy. I don't want prop bets anymore. He's taken a couple of examples, except about players betting on themselves and all that stuff. Okay, fine, but Senator, what he doesn't understand, because these people are not. Either they're not smart enough to look through the looking glass the other way, or just don't see they're in two dimensions, right or wrong. They don't see the fact that you wouldn't have found out about this if betting wasn't legal in many cases. And they never, ever address that, Bill. Why is that?
No, they don't. And they don't. The other two things they don't address is that, and I'll say this until I'm dead, the National League almost shut down due to a betting scandal in 1877. That's how far back betting and sports scandals go. Tim Donaghy was fixing games for 4 years in the NBA, and the only reason why that was found out was because the FBI got involved. The legal sports betting space has a ton of safeguards. Eventually, if you're betting like John T. Porter, you're going to get caught in the legal space. You're not going to get caught in the illegal space. And that's the other issue here that's being ignored, is every time a state regulation is passed or taxes are increased, an illegal sports book gets its wings. And what you have now is you have millions of people who have been brought into the betting space because it's been legalized. So now they're attuned. They understand it. They bet on a regular basis. And their odds at FanDuel are going to go from -108 to -130 overnight. And then they're going to go to Bovada, which doesn't have to deal with regulation, doesn't have to deal with taxation.
That's what
they're
I do.
going to get a much better price. And so what you're going to see in a lot of these states is the larger players are going to be driven to offshore books, which is also going to have a negative effect on revenue.
Yeah, and that's what I do. And it hasn't really the stuff on the Hard Rock app here in Florida and Bovada are pretty much very close. But this is just just to digress for a second, what I think is interesting, like on the Hard Rock app, and they've been doing better and better. They got more prop bets and everything else, and they have what they call boosters. But see, it's interesting. They'll have an overtime boost for tonight, for example. Oilers to win versus Edmonton. Edmonton is home. Plus 105. That's on the overtime boost. But if you go to on the app and you go to NHL and you look and you want to parlay, it's Edmonton minus 135. I don't get that because you can't use the boost for Edmonton at plus 105 to do a parlay, but you'd have to use Edmonton at minus 135 to do a parlay. If you're going to do a boost for Edmonton, if I'm just betting it straight, of course I'm using the boost for Edmonton plus 105. Why am I going to lay 135 to win 100 when I can get plus 105? I don't get how that works.
I think that's just an issue of I mean, Hard Rock is operating in other states. It does have a it has a legitimate trading team. It has a legitimate trading desk, but it is small. And they don't have the depth or the breadth of a FanDuel or an MGM or a Caesars or a DraftKings. So that's unfortunate. And I've reported this. The tribe has said often on the record, in different ways, I might add. Off the record, they use the term "bend the knee." On the record, they're very open to discussions on the record. But basically, they're open to opening the market here in Florida if they're given a monopoly on online gaming, online casino. That's a little bit of a thorny issue because while the compact is finally going to be heard in front of the Supreme Court on June 13th. So we're going to get clarity on the legality of the compact, by the end of the Supreme Court session, because they're going to decide whether or not they want to hear this case next session or not. And if
How do you think that's going to go? How do you think that's going to go?
Oh, Pete, I've been married to an attorney for 34 years. And she's taught me three things. Put down the toilet seat, take out the trash, and never, ever, ever, ever try to guess what a court or a jury is going to do. So I'm not a legal analyst. I don't, I'm not going to pretend that I know how the Supreme Court's going to rule in any case because that's a fool's errand. But they're receptive to hearing it. I can tell you what's going to happen if they don't hear the case. If the current compact is allowed to stand because it's already cleared every other federal hurdle, you're going to see California especially start to percolate a little bit where the tribes there might, actually try to do something similar to what the Seminoles did in Florida. That's why this case matters outside of Florida, because there are tribal states like Oklahoma and California that don't have gambling. In some states that do, like Wisconsin doesn't have any online betting, where there are tribes who might want to start online betting if this Florida compact is upheld. So there's a lot of legality in the weeds. Sure. I have no idea what the Supreme Court is going to do. I don't know if Justice Kavanaugh is flying a DraftKings flag in front of his house upside down or something. I mean, I got no idea.
Well, the fact that you use Game of Thrones term, bend the knee, and Queen Cersei, all I can say is if these senators walk like and be humiliated like she was, shame.
Yeah, but I don't want to see him naked.
Shame. No, I'll put a towel around. Shame.
Yeah.
Shame.
Yeah.
I'll
throw coverage.
I'll throw lettuce and tomatoes at him. Shame.
Well, again, look, and this is something too that I've learned, covering these legislators and regulators. Just because something's proposed doesn't mean it's going to happen. Actually, the odds are still against. Mm-hmm. So the fact that he proposed this, you see a lot of this grandstanding as these budgetary sessions are coming to a close, and this is the time of year when all the legislatures wrap up by June 1st. So you see a lot of grandstanding, but the fact that the amendment was rejected without even a vote, and it was rejected with unanimous consent, meant that it was never going to happen, but they gave him the courtesy of a floor speech. That's all that was.
Very, very interesting stuff. So have you heard anything new happening in the state of Florida that you've heard about that some of our listeners should know about, or just status quo? I like the hard.
Well, again, I think the Supreme Court hearing on June 13th is really a pivotal seminal moment for the Seminole tribe. Two different spellings, by the way.
Yeah, no, there's
A
no
seminal
question.
moment for the Seminole tribe. I'm going to have to steal that one from myself. but you know, they're going to hear the case on June. You know, these hearings are like an hour, maybe. I don't know if it's 90 minutes. It's very limited. And that argument will be available. The audio will be available. I'll be covering it, and you know, streaming it or posting it on Twitter as it happens. But you know, the court is going to hear arguments from the Department of Interior and from the plaintiffs in the lawsuit, and they'll issue a ruling. You know, at the end of the term, it's usually the end of June. You know, of course, there's all these other political cases that are up in front of the court. So that last weekend of June, first week of July, around July 4th, there's going to be a lot of Supreme Court news coming out. And that Florida case will just kind of slip through the cracks when everybody's going bananas over the other stuff concerning, you know, Trump and everything else.
Well,
so they're going to hear it. They're going to make a decision. They'll decide whether or not to let the appellate court ruling stand, or they may choose to hear the case. And if they hear the case, there will be it'll be up on the docket next year. But I don't think the status quo is going to change, because, you know, the app is already up and running, and the plaintiffs had to post a bond of several $100 million, you know, in case they lost. You know, because the Hard Rock would counter it. So they're going to just let the app's going to continue. I don't see the Supreme Court, if they decide to hear the case, I don't see the court issuing a stay to shut down the app. I don't see that happening, just because of the way that this case has gone. I think they would much rather hear the case and then, you know, err on the side of caution. So I don't think anything's going to change in Florida, even if the court hears the case, because they're not going to hear the case until next year, and they're not going to rule on it until next spring.
I always no cameras allowed in the Supreme Court. The only time I've seen anything remotely close to cameras in the Supreme Court was on the old great television show Boston Legal, where Denny Crane and Alan Shore went there and basically, you know, took every judge on and sort of insulted them. Which is a big no-no, but that's the only time well,
you're not going to see any judicial insults.
No.
I mean, this case is really going to be, it's a very dry case, having to do with the Indian Gaming Rights Act, and whether or not what the Seminole tribe did in Florida is covered under that act, and whether or not the Department of Interior should have not allowed the compact. You know, again, all these legal cases are very specific in terms of what's being discussed. This isn't a case of, is sports betting good or bad, or is sports betting legal in Florida? The Florida State Supreme Court's already decided that.
Yeah.
This is a case of whether or not, on the federal level, the Department of Interior was proper and did the right thing by allowing the compact, or did they ignore or somehow misinterpret the Indian Gaming Rights Act because of the fact that these servers are on Indian land, but the betting is statewide. That's the question. That's sort of the crux of the question that the court's going to look at. And again, I'm not going to predict what they're going to do. I wouldn't be surprised if they hear it. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't. I've been told by the same legal guy that's sort of been right on everything. He doesn't think the court is going to grant cert and hear the case after next 2 weeks from now. So, you know, if you want an outcome, you know, I would go with him. His name's Bob Jarvis. He's a professor at Nova. He teaches a sports betting law class, which is really cool.
That's awesome.
And he's been my guy on this case since day one. So I would go with him because of him, not because of anything that I know.
The last thing with this, if it should get to the Supreme Court, please tell me that there's no politicians that are going to be involved in this as far as having to voice their opinion or whatever it is. I don't want to hear like this Senator Keene or whatever his name is. I don't want him testifying.
I don't think Senator Keenan would get elected in Florida. I would lay like minus 30 if this guy like ran in my district.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he wouldn't get 8% of the vote. I don't know of any politicians in Massachusetts that could get elected in Florida outside of Fort Lauderdale or Gainesville.
Yeah.
So I don't think we have to worry about Senator Keenan or his ilk voicing their opinion on the compact. The compact was passed by the state legislature almost unanimously. So they've sort of already voiced their opinion on it, but some have had doubts about this. Even DeSantis voiced doubts about the legality of this hub and spoke thing. So that part of it's already been dealt with. The politicians have already sort of spoken on that.
All right, Bill. Great stuff as always. Unless my buddy over here, Angel Martinez, has anything he wants to add as well, I always like to check with him. I know he's busy exec producing, but Angel, do you have anything, or are you good? There you go. You're there. I can hear you. Oh, okay.
Because unless I
There we
do
go.
this magical switch here, then no one will be able to hear me. But
Nope. There you are.
Bill is, as we've seen obviously through the NHL playoffs, it seems like every single year, just like the NBA and even Major League Baseball, we see it just stepping up year after year. With the Rangers Panthers series, the way we've seen it, and I know you guys may have touched up on it, but when you look at this series, you can take it two ways. One was, I think maybe New York Rangers fans saw that it may have been a sweep the way they've been playing the other two rounds. But then you look at now with the Panthers, you almost kind of felt the same exact way with the Panthers, that the Panthers maybe would come in here and dominate. But this has been a very close series. And last night, whoever watched it, I mean, you would have thought maybe the Rangers would have taken a shutout at 1-0 the way it was going. But going to overtime, Panthers finally win in overtime. Is the NHL finally getting, and I'm not saying by all means they're going to create miracles, but are we finally getting to the point of the NHL where you have more and more fans of opposing teams, even watching teams that they normally don't root for, and hope that said opposing team, if they don't like, obviously people in Philly don't like anybody from New York, meaning sports team wise. And so do we find more fans are tuned in into the NHL playoffs than we've seen before?
Well, it's funny. I talked, and of course, this was about football, but I think this transcends. And I'll use this example: the national NFC Conference Championship game, Detroit, San Francisco, Dan Campbell's Folly. That game had 56.5 million viewers, and there was no Taylor Swift involved. And I talked to Johnny Avello, who's the godfather at DraftKings, and I asked him, I said, well, Johnny, is that because of gambling? And his quote was, we don't know that it was, but it's hard to believe that it wasn't. And I think you're seeing this elsewhere across sports. I'm sure there are hockey fans who aren't fans of New York or Florida who bet on that game last night. I'm sure there were plenty of fans outside of Minnesota or Dallas who bet on that game. Hell, you can't bet in Dallas. There's no gambling in Texas. So I would posit that sports betting has helped grow those audiences. I mean, is there any specific data to point to that? No. But you're also allowed to use common sense and logic. So I would say that gambling is a part of that. Also, people tend to just like watching sports. And, those were two incredibly competitive games last night. And if you're on social media as sort of your second screen, I think what happens a lot is you'll see like, oh my God, this 4-point Luka shot. That was the Adam Silva, let's get the Dallas Boston hype call going. He wanted to sweep.
Yeah.
And you see, these things on social media. So you tend to flip over and catch the overtime or the last couple of minutes in the case of Dallas. So I think it's sort of a combination of both people getting alerts on their phones and people betting on the games.
Last thing, Bill, speaking of horrible officials, and I got to, and I don't say this lightly, and this is strictly professional because I don't know the man personally, but in my lifetime, I'm 57 years old, watched I'm talking about major sport, the four majors. I don't count soccer because it's so corrupt in FIFA. But Angel Hernandez is without a doubt the worst official of any kind out of the four majors I've ever seen in my life. And I'm glad he's out. He should have retired many, many years ago. I can't believe he lasted as long as he did. But I think that's a fair comment by me. How do you feel about it?
Well, I think, Angel Hernandez needs to be lauded for what he accomplished as a member of the visually impaired community. he's really accomplished a lot. I think he's going to get the Helen Keller Award for blind umpires. No, he was a joke. He was, Angel Hernandez is sort of the argument against unions. Like, I think unions have their place, especially in the private sector.
Sure.
But in this case, you got to be able to fire a guy who's really bad at his job. And, finally, I'm sure whatever they did to get rid of him. And it's really, all jokes aside, that's terrible for the players. Because players will execute a play and they don't get credit for it because the umpire missed it, or in this case, this guy was flat out terrible. That's the problem with bad umpiring: is it's so unfair to the athletes who make the play or don't make the play and get credit for it or don't get credit for it.
Absolutely. All right, Bill. Thanks so much for your insight as always. Bill Sparrows, his weekly visit, senior betting analyst at bookies.com. Check out his articles there, and also great columnist for the Boston Herald. Your column on Wick Rosbeck and the Celtics ownership. Outstanding, top notch, Bill. Thanks so much. Have a great rest of the week.
I'm humbled to open for the OG Big Show reunion today. I feel like Tom Dreesen opening for Sinatra.
Great stuff,
Ladies and gentlemen, Frank Sinatra.
I want to live. I could go on. Bill, thanks so much.
Thank you,
we'll talk next week. Okay, thank you. Bill Sparrows joining us here on the Pete Sheppard Show. Not live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio, from the satellite office here at Isola della Cucina, my kitchen island. From my house to you. Angel, quick break. When we come back, more Bill Walton stuff as well, trivia. Glenn Ord, we're going to join me at the bottom of the hour to not only talk about the NBA playoffs, but also stories with him and Bill Walton, because he was one of the broadcasters with Johnny Most for many years and was doing the radio play-by-play when he was with the Celtics. So he's got, I'm sure, some really, really cool stories as well. It's all part of the Pete Sheppard Show. Quick break. Hour number 3 coming up next here on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Give it up, baby. Played this last week. This is awesome. Keep it going.
You know what I'm saying?
It's such an unbelievable tune.
When I come into the bedroom, I'm the king of the castle. Turn me on, turn me loose. Try to hit it, it's a hassle. Come get some of it. Get the innuendo. Play me like the tango. Never ever let go. Keep it so loud, you will hit them like crescendo.
Oh, man. It's a great tune. Welcome back. Hour number 3 of the Pete Sheppard Show. One of my favorite songs. I used to play that right after a slow song, usually in the clubs, and just get everybody going. Just a great tune.
That was always great when you went to the skating rinks. It was like it would usually come back after couples only to the floor, and then they come back with that.
And that's great when parents walk in and the 13, 14-year-olds are on the skating around to "Come Baby Come." It's just nothing quite like it. Fun for the whole family. I mean, the lyrics really have some hidden meaning, Angel. They really do. I mean, if you really break it down, it's like Dylan-esque.
Yep.
It's just not different. Great. Remember that video? What a great video that was too.
Yeah. Maybe I should bring that up at the as Mark bring it up when Glenn comes up. But yeah, I'll have to set that up for the next one.
Speaking of Glenn, big old Glenn Ordway coming up at the bottom of the hour. We're going to share some stories about Bill Walton and also talk about some NBA playoffs, obviously. But also coming up in a couple of minutes, Angel, if we could get that queued up ready. Before you do that, quick little rundown from last night. In case you missed it, Minnesota stays alive. They beat Dallas 105-100 on the road. Dallas still leads that series 3-1. Game 5 is tomorrow night, 8:30 on TNT at the Target Center. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Florida in overtime, third straight game. Finally, the Panthers win one in overtime. They beat the Rangers 3-2. That series is tied at 2. They'll play game 5 tomorrow night at MSG. Tonight, though, in Edmonton at Rogers Place, Dallas at Edmonton, 8:30 TNT. Dallas leads that series 2-1. Coming up after this fine program today, Martinez and Company. And then from noon to 1 p.m., we have a new show that's going to be starting soon on Tuesdays and Thursdays, Middays with Q.
Yes.
With Rich Quinones. So that's great stuff, Angel.
Yep. No, it is. I can't wait. Rich was my former partner over at Martinez & Company, is now doing a spinoff at Middays with Q, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Today's going to be a soft launch with his guest, Lloyd Vance. Then there'll be another soft launch come tomorrow. The guest to be named later. Pay attention to the social medias. You guys will be able to see it. And then, of course, my two guests today, Tevin Homer, former Washington Redskin, now with the Orlando Predators, and Sean Williams, both having a phenomenal game. And the one thing I was trying to do, I'll get it. Pete, I will get it. Some of the Spanish play-by-plays that myself and Alonso were doing, we had such a blast on Saturday night. And thanks to everybody who listened in, because we were trying to, one thing you guys got to remember, I am like strong, super fast energy pace. And when you're doing it, the Spanish to English translation back and forth, it's got to be like freaking clockwork. But it was so much fun. We had such an awesome time.
You guys did a great job. I listened to part of it because you had it on my Facebook page, so I didn't have to go far. But it's at a whole bunch of different places, so it'll continue to be on my Facebook page.
Sure will,
and other stuff too. Rick says, looking for a tip on how to capture a bear in the neighborhood. Apparently, local authorities are struggling to catch a yogi. Stay vigilant, Tampa. Well, I'm assuming it's a black bear. And black bears they're kind of scared of humans. It's not like, brown bears in the wood, So in the woods that, smell blood and they can track you 2 miles away. And if you don't know what you're doing, you can get eaten by a bear. If you're talking about a black bear, Rick, I think eventually, hopefully, either you sedate it and bring it back into the woods, or he'll find his way back into the woods. Right? Have you heard that? Is that going up in your way, Angel?
Yeah.
Bear?
Yep. But I think what's even funnier is that how in the world, like I moved to Florida, and so down off of 19, if you're heading north on 19, you're going up towards Port Richey, Newport Richey, Spring Hill, those areas. Mm-hmm. There's a sign that says, watch out for black bears. And when I saw it for the first time when I was driving through the area, I'm like, wait, what? How? Bears in nature are already hot with all that fur. Like, how in the world they love Florida, and they know exactly where to come to.
Well, you know where I live, and when you come down Daniels Parkway here in Fort Myers, how many signs? Panther crossing.
Yep,
Panther crossing. So yeah, I've seen them. They're part of the community. I mean, that's what they are. Hence, Florida panthers. They're beautiful animals too.
I got to remember. I'll have to write it down, but I have to find the audio. And I may have mentioned this to you, or maybe not. But there was a lady. God, I want to say maybe before I left Philly, there's they have the deer crossing signs.
Yeah.
And so when you're driving down the road, whatever they put them up there because they want to make you alert that there's deers in the area.
Yeah.
So the one lady called up a radio station. They were just talking about it. And they were saying, hey, what are the most inconvenient signs that are out there? Like, some crosswalks, it doesn't make any sense. And then there's a deer crossing sign. So this lady called and she was legitimate. At first they thought it was a prank, but she called and she says, yeah, I was driving through my neighborhood and they have that sign you guys were talking about, the deer crossing. I don't understand, like, why can't they put it on the corner and then put a crosswalk?
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Yeah. I'll have to try to see if the audio's still up. They had taken it down for a while, but yeah, and the guy was like, wait, can you, is this a prank? And the lady's like, no, I'm deer crossing. Like, why can't they? I mean, they have to put people right on the corners and they put the, why can't they put that? And the guy, after the caller hung up, he said, well, if that's the case, why don't we just make a flashing deer crossing sign so the deers know exactly when they're approaching, they can see and cross over. Like,
what? Oh, I can't believe I can't think of his name. What's the great comedian? He always ends his shows with, there's your sign. There's your sign. God, what the hell is his name? He's not like, he's kind of like Jeff Foxworthy, though. I think he's funnier.
Is it
Bill? It's Bill something. I forget his name.
You might walk out of Studio B and tell me, but it was Bill. Yeah,
Bill something. And he's like, there, and exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
he talks about like a tractor trailer getting stuck under a bridge, like you see sometimes. Because and then somebody just walk up and go, "Got you." Tractor get stuck? Nope. Just the way just the way we came down the highway. Something like that. There's your sign.
Yeah.
What's the name?
Where it was? So you got a flat tire? Nope. Just the other three decided to blow up.
Rick said last year a bearcat wandered into Tampa Airport property by climbing a fence and eventually was captured and relocated to the Ocala State National. Okay. Yeah, Bob says Starro Drive in September. Yeah, I cannot tell you in Boston. There's tons of signs, Angel. Let's say trucks, if they're over whatever, 8.5 feet, don't do it. It happens probably 10 times a year. Starro Drive, usually around Fenway Park, where somebody will try to bring a truck and just right into the crossover.
Yeah, well,
I get it. And then you have to get it takes hours of backup on storage drive. You can't move. It backs up onto 93, which is even worse. And then it'll take like 3 freaking trucks to get the other truck out. Plus, you got a damage on the crosswalk. You can't. It's a joke. I never understand that kind of stupidity. I don't get it.
Right.
I don't get it.
My lovely producer walked in the studio here, and she said it was Jeff Foxworthy. I would say more. Yeah.
No, not Jeff Foxworthy. He's like, but
Bill would say more than Jeff. They would, because I remember the show though. They had such a great show, and it only lasted about 2 seasons, where it was the 4 comedians and they had the little skits. And stuff.
Yeah. I know Bill and Jeff did a lot of stuff together, but of course, Jeff hosted Smarter Than a Fifth Grader.
Yeah, that was actually good. But I like the other one where they had, it was who was the cable guy was there, and I forgot who was the
Larry, the cable guy. Yeah.
But he told him, "Yep, just got my new deck." Says, "Oh yeah." Says, "It's amazing you can sit on it." He goes, "Yeah, it's a pretty big deck." And it was just, and of course, you guys followed along. Yeah. They had to clean it obviously for TV, but it was such a good show. And then, but speaking about like bridges and stuff, so when I worked in Philly, I'll keep the transportation services name out of it so that people can still, even though they're in the news all the time. But I would take the men and women out for a driving test, and I would tell them, okay, you have to look for the signs.
Mm-hmm.
Look for the signs, because obviously if you're driving a bus, the routes that we're going to put you on will never have it to the point where you'll go to a bridge it's below the height of the bus. But you paratransit operators, be extra careful, because you're going to drive down this road and you're going to say, "Oh, I can make it." And we had stickers as clear as day inside the bus to let you know the height of it. And every time I would go out to an accident, at least almost once or twice a week, I'd go out there and I'd take cameras. So what part, either A, didn't you understand in training, or did you wake up this morning and thought that the bridge for some reason feet? Which one was it? Shut up, Mr. Martinez.
That's great. That's great. All right. We promised you back in the day, those who don't know, at the end of our show, on the big show with Glenn Ordway and myself, we always had 2 other co-hosts, usually, most of the time. This is one, and we used to start it with the Jaws theme, and we play somebody, a real life rant, either one of our callers or Bobby Knight or something. It was called the Whiner Line. It was a big, big deal back in the day on our show. So we always played it at the end of the show. It's usually like anywhere from 4 to 8, 9 minutes sometimes. Not going to play the whole thing here, just a couple of minutes segment. But this is one from back, I believe, in 2004 or 2005. So Glenn Ordway is hosting. I'm there. The 2 co-hosts that day, Michael Felger, who now has his own show on 98.5 The Sports Hub, very successful for many years with Tony Maz. Tony Maz used to also be on our show all the time. But this is when Felge was he was writing for the Herald as a Patriot beat reporter and also a Bruins beat reporter at one point as well. And also Sean McAdam, who at the time was, it still is, one of the best baseball writers in the country. And I was also about, I'd say, 70 pounds heavier. So the way the Whiner Line was, if somebody said something stupid, whether it be a caller or myself or Glenn or any of the co-hosts, or something I didn't agree with, you would just get made fun of at this time. It didn't matter. You couldn't be overly sensitive. You had to be thick-skinned. There's not a lot of people that could take it, but we used to have a ball with this most of the time. Most of the time was beyond absolutely hysterical. So you take it with a grain of salt. Now, you may not know some of the characters. You'll hear somebody call in and say, "Hey, this is Pete's dog, Tiki." I used to have a little tiny Yorkie Terrier. Her name was Tiki. And what would happen is Andy and Brett, our great producers, a guy would call up and speak like I'm speaking now, but then they would do a voice thing to make it sound like a toy dog, a small dog talking. So that kind of stuff. There's a lot of impersonations from the former late, great Mayor Tom Menino. You're going to see video of people, some of the callers, like Frank from Gloucester, who's now no longer with us, but legendary callers. We would do this every single day. So much so that we had to have the Whiny Awards. It started off at a local restaurant, Davio's, with about 150 people. And within a few years, we were at the Garden with like 7,000 people. That's how big it got. And we had award ceremonies, we had limos, we had red carpet, we had everything. Greg Murphy, great comedian in Boston. Also, he would do Mayor Menino and a lot of other voices. Terry Francona, Mary Carrillo, absolutely hysterical. All right, so here is you won't hear the jaws open that we used to have, dun, 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 but this is how the Weiner line back in 2005. A couple minutes of it before Glenn comes on. This is what you missed. And I don't want to have to stop and explain some of the jokes. You may not get it, but we'll just let it go for a couple minutes here, Angel. This is from 2005. Glenn Ordway, myself, Michael Felger, and Sean McAdam on WEI in Boston.
The views expressed on the Weiner line are not necessarily those.
It's coming. It's not me. It's how the person recorded it.
Okay.
So give it a second and it'll come back.
Gotcha.
I did it yesterday the same exact way. So. Yep, it's just the way they record it, and so it took I think a second or two, and it didn't come back.
They don't speak for us.
Okay. I just have to ask one question.
Yeah.
Dale. Do you find it inappropriate or offensive?
Nope.
Okay, so you
Can
don't
you pause
think
it right here?
the guy going in the clubhouse.
Okay, so this is back in the day. That's John Dennis and Jerry Callahan, Dennis and Callahan show, very popular in the morning, and they had a disagreement with the midday host Dale Arnold. So this is the crossover. From about 5 minutes to 10 Eastern time to 10 o'clock. He was done before Dale, and I believe he was working. He might have been. I was working with Michael Holley back then. I think Bob Newmeyer had left the station. But this is the kind of arguments and ripping that we would get into and crossovers with everybody. And this is just the way it was, and you had to have incredibly thick skin, otherwise you're going to get squashed. So this is Dennis and Callahan going at Dale Arnold. And you'll hear the subject matter in a second. Go ahead, Angel.
Taking a cup out, putting it on his face.
You start that from the beginning.
And sniffing.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. You won't hear me again except to laugh. That's Big O, by the way. He and I used to. Oh, here we go.
Or offensive?
Nope.
Okay, so you don't think there's anything wrong with the guy going in the clubhouse, taking a cup out, putting it on his face like an oxygen mask, and sniffing Doug Mirabelli's dirty cup.
And now.
No, I don't. It doesn't bother me a bit.
If you thought that was appropriate.
No, I mean I don't care.
No, I asked you yes or no, Dale. You're a moralizer.
What?
You're
I'm supposed to answer every question.
You're a
decide
great
yes
moralizer.
Or no?
Yes or no? Do you find it appropriate?
Yes.
The WEI Weiner line.
Why don't you have the guts to moralize on this issue?
Oh, you're the moral arbiter of the radio
no,
station now?
No, but I've
You're
heard
the guy
you.
who
I
decides
know
who's
you.
got the guts
I know
to take
you.
this
I've
on.
heard you. Why don't you have the guts to moralize on this issue?
I don't care.
Dial 779-3535.
So if you're sitting there and you see this guy take a cup out of the guy's locker, put it on his face,
that's disgusting.
sniff it.
Yeah, I think it's disgusting.
Oh, so we're making progress here. It's appropriate but disgusting. So
For
it can
him.
be both in your world. It can be disgusting and appropriate.
Weiner line.
It's coming. It's processing.
I don't understand why your boxers are in such a bunch about this whole
My
thing.
boxers are in a bunch. No. Doug Mirabelli's boxers are on Carson.
It's not me doing this, folks. Just let you know, whoever recorded this and put it together, they had pause moments in between where it's processing. So, but JTaz _5 says that people outside of Boston won't understand any of this.
Some of them might.
Yeah. So it will come back. It's just like I said. Let me see if I can fast forward a little bit.
Damn it.
Carson Kressley's face.
And now.
You watched the whole show during a break?
We had a taped interview. You sometimes do that, don't you? We had
Oh,
about
yeah, we
20
got one
minutes.
coming up in a little while with Terry Francona.
Why don't you ask him about Carson Kressley putting one of his players' cups on his face?
Oh, don't go there. Don't go there. The WEI Weiner line.
That's the best part. John Dennis doing the impression.
Playing the part of you, stoking it up.
Hey, I don't ever do
the
that.
cackle.
It's not what I do around here. Weiner Line presented by Grossman's Bargain Outlet, home of dirt cheap price guarantee. Find the same item for less somewhere else. GBO will discount that price by 20%. Your free gift, pair of boxers. Dirt cheap prices every day at Grossman's Bargain Outlet.
Very good choice on the open, though, Andy. Very good choice.
All right, Andy, let's stoke it up.
Big O really does like having it both ways. Normally, says the Felger, that's not what I said. But he starts the show off today saying to Felger, That's not what you said.
That's right.
He's very flexible that way.
Exactly.
Hey, big old brother.
Yeah.
Teddy Fernandez fired back at you last night. There goes Teddy at 11:35 last night, going crazy about Rick Pitino. We understand he's a great college coach, but he f***ed up our franchise, Teddy.
Teddy, please, I promise, I'll go to a college game. Just please stop ball washing Rick Pitino and how he's going to be going into the Basketball Hall of Fame. Please stop, please.
End of message.
That resonates well in this market, don't you think?
I wonder why he
Saluting
holds
Rick
Pitino's
Pitino.
water
Well,
so much.
Teddy's got a problem distinguishing the difference between his success
College coach
as a
and
college
NBA
coach,
coach.
which I have already admitted he's one of a handful
One of the greatest of all
the
time.
greatest of all time. You're not agreeing with that.
No, a handful of greatest college coaches. No,
absolutely.
I think he is.
Oh, absolutely. I think he's that good. I really do. And you want to know something?
Overrated.
I think they're going to win it this weekend.
Phil,
How's
you're
that?
out of your mind.
I think they're going to win.
Who else is playing?
You're out of your mind.
They're going to play Michigan State.
Okay.
Write that down.
Tom
The
Handoff.
upset special this weekend.
Mark it down.
Pete, the upset
Teddy with
special.
Pitino puts Pete with Brady to shame.
But,
It's just
but even Pitino has now been quoted as talking about, quote, my Boston failure. He's accepted it. There was another piece today. Was it Mark Blotchen wrote the piece again today? Again, he's admitting he failed here.
Well, I don't think we need Rick's word to confirm his,
we
his
didn't.
malfeasance
We
here.
didn't, but once your binky has come out and said he fails, it's time to admit your binky failed.
How was your New Year's, Teddy?
excellent, coach.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't come back. Like I said, it processes, unfortunately.
Just play another few seconds, and then so Teddy was the nighttime host at the time. He was doing play-by-play.
I saw you running nude down the Commons.
No, that wasn't me. That was not me.
That was the night the lights went on at the Fleet Center, remember?
Yeah,
How was your New Year's, Teddy?
Excellent, coach.
Rick sits on the
I
desk.
saw you
broadcast
running
booth.
nude down the Commons.
No, that wasn't me. That was not me.
Well, we'll end it there, Angel, because I want to make sure we have time for Glenn. But I mean, Teddy was a nighttime host. Teddy, great guy and everything, very passionate about college sports in a very professional town and all that stuff. And but he was very sensitive to anything that we did like this stuff. Glenn, Pete, my family's listening. You got to understand. I was like, oh, lighten up. Lighten up. It was very funny. And that was the night you heard me say the Fleet Center lost power that night during the game. And Rick was coaching the Celtics, came over and sat on the table next to Teddy. And they just shot the breeze for a couple of minutes. And then Rick just threw that at him about running down the street nude into Commons in Boston. And Teddy is so straight-laced. He doesn't know how to play. Anyway, quick break. Glenn Ordway, Big O, going to join me. More great stories coming up about Bill Walton. And we'll talk about the NBA playoffs as well. With the Big O, recently or about to be inducted to the Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame, all part of the Pete Sheppard Show right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Give me a second as I cue up the commercial, and we're going into the break now.
Nice.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't know where that buzz came from. Unless it's coming when Glenn popped in.
All right, let's.
There's some weird squeaking sound. I wonder if, unless it came from when Glenn popped in.
All right, Big O, you there? I see you. I can't see him on.
Hang on.
Yeah, we got to refresh this. Hang on a second, Big O.
Refresh.
No, something's not right. We need to refresh this real quick.
Yeah, let me get back to you.
What is? All right. All right, Big O. Let's see. He's going to refresh and call back. Yep. This other thing. Yeah, the other image up. Can we get rid of that? Is that? I still see the older image from the Winerline thing we just played. I don't know if that. You're right. Yeah, it's still not right. Something's not right. What's going on here? He's muffled. He sounds like Darth Vader. Huh.
You sound garbled, Angel. I can hear Pete perfectly fine.
Yeah, you sound garbled to me, Big O. We got to. Is that on our end? We need to refresh our stuff, Angel.
Check my settings here. Make sure I get the right settings. I do. All my settings are right.
Yeah, Angel, you sound muffled to me now too. Having a perfect show right up until this.
It's always the way.
Hang on. Processing.
Is that any better?
No, you don't. Something's not right. I think you're gonna have to just. I don't know if you're gonna have to refresh your screen or what, but I don't know what that is. All right, Big O, Big O is there, Glenn Ordway, but I can already tell something's not right. So
that's not good if it's not right, Pete.
No. All right, Angel, you talk. I can't. All right, you sound fine though. Glenn still sounds muffled, so I don't know what's going on. but it shouldn't be this muffled. Glenn, you can hear us, right?
I can hear you perfectly clear, and I'm going through a board, so it should be perfectly fine. I'm going through a speaker and a board.
All right. How he sounds muffled to me and Darth Vader-esque to me. Jesus.
You want me to try one more time to refresh it?
Yeah, try one more time. You sure we don't have to refresh, Angel? Did we have to refresh it? All right. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, I hear you. You're not muffled anymore.
Let me redo it.
All right. Yeah. 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 I'd rather send a temporary link to see. I would get that ready to send him just in case. Oh, perfect show until I blame his Wi-Fi in Phoenix where he is.
Try it again.
Nope, it's still not working. You know what, Glenn? He's going to send you another link, and just bear with us and just use that one.
Send another one.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a second here. God Almighty! All right. Meanwhile, while Angel's getting that ready, I'll play something from Charles Barkley last night at halftime when Charles Barkley had a message for Jason Kidd. Here's his message for him.
Playing the message in here. So do me a favor, refresh your screen and see what happens.
Okay, refresh my screen. Hang on. Okay. All right, we'll get this done. All right, I'm going to refresh my screen right now.
Pete will be back here momentarily, folks, as we listen. When you go live, I say it all the time, things happen, but we'll get it straightened out one way or the other. It's because everything else is running smooth, and then Glenn popped in, and all of a sudden it just went bananas. So,
okay, I'm back.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Play that same clip again.
No, I'm not going to play any clips. Glenn should be checking in a second. I don't want to mess anything up.
Okay, well, it's the weird gremlins that happened during the shows.
Okay, let's see now.
Still the same way.
All right. Well, is he sounding this way on the app? Because I can't tell. Glenn Ordway, the big O, with us, but he's sounding like Darth Vader. And I don't know if he's sounding Darth Vader in my head. Yeah. I can't. I don't know, Angel, how it's coming over the app. I was coming over the video platform. You might be. Angel, can we get confirmation? Can we find out if this is coming over the how it's sounding? Because sometimes he may sound fine over the video. It just might be in my headset. What sounds bad? All right, let's get Glenn. Let's have him call in. Can't do the video. Can you give him the number, Angel? Glenn, we're just going to do it this way. 727-858-6650. Yeah.
Give it to me, Angel.
727-858-6650.
6650.
Yep.
I'll call you back.
All right. All right. Don't understand how that happened. It's not Angel's fault. I really think it's on his end. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Because we did. No. Elaine just told me it's not good. So we're fine. We're fine. But all right, we'll get Big O back. Yep. Hopefully. All right. Finally, I believe we have connected with soon to be inducted into Massachusetts Broadcasters Hall of Fame, the Big O, Glenn Ordway, my former colleague at WEI. Big O, thanks for joining me. Sorry for the technical snafu, but how you doing? No, no, you're my. We say you're my daddy on this show, but yeah, yeah. All right, let's get into it now that we've wasted 5 minutes trying to connect you. I blame your Phoenix, Arizona connections. You got sunspots. You got sunspots out there today interfering with the show. All right. Well, we're actually having more technical issues. They're saying they can't hear him, Angel, on the phone. They're saying they can't hear him. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, I know we can hear each other, but it's not coming over the way it should come over. Hang on. Let's try this one more time. Yep, because we can't go through that again. Um, and I'm not. I have no idea. Angel is master at getting this stuff corrected. So processing, we'll get there. I promise. We're going to get there. If people are monitoring. Yeah, I don't get why that happens sometimes, Angel. It's like sometimes it happens, and when people call in, it's fine, and then other times it's like I don't know. It's crazy.
It happens from time to time. There's no rhyme or reason for it. I've no matter what you do, you can't control other people on their end, whatever happens. So I'm kind of rebooting everything here to see what happens. And it just seems like when it's one little snafu that happens, it sends everything else to a whirlwind. So I'm rebooting the phone system here to get it up and running so we can get him back on the line. Hopefully everybody be able to hear him after that. So give me a second, folks. I'm trying my best to do.
Yes, I know you are. We'll get it. We'll get it. I mean, he's been on here before. That's coming over the air. So,
hello, fellas.
Hello, Glenn. We're going to try this again. Hopefully everybody can hear the phone call. I know over the app it works. I'm just making sure that everybody can hear over Facebook. So we'll try this again. Glenn Orway is joining us here on the Pete Sheppard Show. Pete, take it away.
All right, Glenn. There you are. Thanks for. Okay, now everybody can hear. That's good. All right, Big O. Obviously, first of all, thanks for joining me once again. I know you've been kind of making the rounds. Everybody and their mother's been calling you for stories about Bill Walton. So before we get into what's left of the talk about the Western Conference Finals last night at the Celtics, of course, but you were doing play-by-play, right, with Johnny Most back in the day when Bill was playing for the Celtics a couple of years. He was here. I've never met anybody, just talking to him on the phone and with you at the Garden a couple of times. If anybody was ever born and bred to be a Boston Celtic, it was that guy. But it was his zest for life and so many other things. But if you would, just share a couple of stories about Bill from your past experience with him, because I know you know him a lot better than a lot of people in Boston.
Well, it's interesting because when he first came here, it was the 85-86 season. And he first came here, everybody knew that if he were healthy, that he was going to be a big contributor. And this team needed depth. That's what they needed from the 85 team, the team 84-85 team. Yep. That had beaten by the Lakers. So he comes here, Pete, and guys idolized him because the players on the team were slightly younger than him. So they remember him as this college player that was elite. I mean, let's face it. We can look at the college game right now, and I'm not sure there's a better player who's played college basketball than Bill Walton. He might be the greatest college basketball player of all time. Mm-hmm. And look at the championships out there at UCLA. So he comes here, and there was an interesting dynamic because he was exactly what you said. He was every day, big smile on his face, showing up for practice. Oh, this is the greatest of Boston. And he would be all excited. And the guys started shitting on him. Yeah. They were literally doing it like as a joke, like playing with him, because they knew he could take it. They knew he could deal with it. So here you've got the veteran who is one of the greatest players of all time, and they're treating him like he's the rookie who's coming in for his first year. The dynamics were absolutely hilarious. So well, get to the first game of the season.
Yeah, in New Jersey.
The Nets are not a real good team. They won 39 games that year. Weren't a great team. He goes out there on the floor, and you can see some little hits there, here and there at practice where you're going, oh my God, that's the old Bill Walton. You're getting really excited. Well, he was awful in opening night in New Jersey. Celtics had like a 12-point lead at the end of 3. They end up losing the game. He turns the ball over 7 times. He gets into foul trouble. He's got 5 in the 4th. He can't do anything out there. And the Celtics end up losing that game in overtime. And Bill comes out to the media when the game's over. He said,
I remember this.
I'm a disgrace to the game of basketball. Okay? It is a disgrace to even have me on the floor. And then he gets on the team bus and on the plane, and he's apologizing. He's going row to row. He's apologizing to us, the broadcasters. He's going row to row, apologizing to everybody because how bad he was. I owe you. I owe you. I owe you. Well, it turns out he was a terrific player that year. He won the 6th player award. And that was Bill just he couldn't believe what he had produced on that first game of the season. But I'm telling you, Pete, I've been around a lot of people over the years, and he was one of these athletes who just respected everybody who was around him. The security people at the Garden were important to him, to go up and say, hello. I got a phone call one day out of the blue, and I hadn't talked to him in a couple of years maybe, and he said, I'm going into the Hall of Fame, and then I want you to be there. I want you to be there. I'm inviting you to come. So I get to go to his Hall of Fame, which was, absolutely spectacular, being able to go and be part and be a party of one of the players. But it's no surprise what you're hearing from so many people. And notice the theme is pretty much the same. A genuine guy who really cared about other people. And I think that says it in a nutshell. That is Bill. And when I think of Bill, all I think of is that smile. I mean, grinning ear to ear. That's him.
And the other part, that because I told the story before about him playing, the first game in New Jersey, he's a disgrace and all that. But on the plane, right, or in the locker room, Larry went up to him and smacked him aside. I said, "Bill, it's one game." And of course, Robert Parrish, and was the only one who called him. He said, "William, everything's going to be okay."
Yeah. No, the players were just saying, what is wrong with you? It's one game, and none of us played well enough. What are you talking about? But he was, and it was real. He was despondent. He was like constantly shaking his head. He couldn't get out of it. Sitting on the plane, by himself, and he's got his head in his hand, and it was, and the players were just kind of laughing it off. I really think it took all the tension away from that loss because there was so much of a build-up for the start of that season because, the way people viewed them after they won the championship as one of the greatest teams of all time. People were viewing that before the season began. This could be one of the greatest teams of all time. And he screwed it off on opening night. But he's just a fascinating guy. I'll give you another one. In the locker room. They used to fill up these refrigerators with like soda and beer and juice or whatever. And Bill would have, after every single game, Bill would have a big duffel bag. And so the game is over. He's all dressed and he's ready to go. And the players would all just be going, look at Bill. They'd all want to watch Bill. Because Bill would unload in his duffel bag. So he'd take like about 10 beers, and then he'd take juice, and he'd take, more beer. And the players always used to say, "What's the juice for?" He goes, "Juice is for the kids. Juice is for the kids." So he would take this duffel bag with maybe 24 cans of soda, of juice and beer, taking it home every single game. It was hilarious.
It was. And then, a couple of things. One, when he first got here, and the first time I got to see him, and I was 19 the day when but when he first got here, and the first exhibition, we was getting some playing time. I think they're playing the Cavaliers in Boston. And he just did a couple of things. And Robert Parrish is a great Robert, one of the best two-way centers I've ever seen. But But Bill did things in that first exhibition game. We're like, wow, is that what we're in for? I'd forgotten what a great passer he was. I know things went awry on opening night, as you said, but that's when I knew something. If he stayed reasonably healthy, that something special was going to happen.
Played 80 games that year, and he fought through every single one of them because it wasn't easy. This was, under normal circumstances, if he wasn't going for a championship and it wasn't a newborn situation for him, he probably would have stopped. But he fought through like every single game, and he refused to give in that year, which was pretty amazing. You know what he is? I tried to describe him to some younger people, like my son, who really never saw him play. And I said, he is basically Jokic without having the open court dribble.
Yeah.
His open court game was making that pass. But I said, he has that vision that Jokic has, and he can see everything. He's got all of the tools inside with his body that he can go to the right, he can go to the left, he can twist himself, he can do the little baby hook. He can do all of that stuff. He's a great defender of the rim because of his size. That was the other thing about his size. Go look it up. He's listed at 6'11".
Yeah.
And go look at the 19. You can look at any.
Oh yeah.
Look at the 1986 Celtics picture. He's next to Robert Parrish. Robert Parrish is a legitimate 7 feet half an inch. He is 2 inches taller.
Yeah.
2 inches taller than Robert Parrish. And I once asked him about that, and he said, "Oh no, I'm 6'11". He would argue it with anybody that brought it up because in his day, if you were 7 feet, you were a freak, and he didn't like that. So he constantly told everybody and had himself listed as 6'11", never 7 feet. He was 7'2".
Yeah, and he never wore a hat, so he stuck out like a sore thumb no matter where he was at. The stories, I played a clip and the story about him taking the boys to the Grateful Dead is just absolutely hysterical.
I went on that trip. Pete.
You did go out. You were there on that trip.
I did. I think it was in Houston. I can't remember the exact city, but he went around the locker room and he invited everybody. And the next thing you know, he starts inviting us that were, part of the party. That was Bill. Bill was not going to leave anybody out. If you were with him, you were part of the party. And so I jumped at the invitation, obviously.
Yeah.
And it was an unbelievable night. And then when the concert was over, we go backstage. And, Garcia and Weir and all the whole band, they adored him. I mean, and they're bringing everybody in. Come on in. And of course, he was high. They were all high in the back room. And but it was what you get at a Grateful Dead concert. And he was like into it. I mean, swaying back and forth. The Dead songs go on for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
He'd be swaying back and forth. Every single word and every riff. It was a treat. It was a treat.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, guys. I remember there was one when they were playing in Boston. I know Danny Ainge's wife wouldn't let him go to the concert.
That might have been true.
Yeah.
That might have been true. Michelle was, she was great. Don't get me wrong, but Danny was a Mormon, and so there were certain. So I can't remember whether Danny was part of that. But I do remember that Robert Parrish and Dennis Johnson and others, they were questioning. They go, what? The what? The Dead? And so, but they ended up all going. And it was like a bonding thing. They all ended up going. And part of it was just them laughing at Bill, because of Bill just so into it. It was like a cult for Bill. And they were just, it was a lot of laughs. That I do remember.
No question. And before we get on to the NBA playoffs, but I wanted to know the last thing about Bill is, at least around the New England area or whatever, even nationally, I mean, he kind of he mentions Portland championship game. They won the championship year, but I mean, you would have thought he played 30 years for the Celtics, Glenn. It was the proudest thing. I mean, he loved UCLA, obviously, but I have never heard that guy eat, breathed, and slept green. It came out of his veins like a Vulcan. It was crazy. He loved being a Celtic more than any other person I can ever remember. The pride, the real Celtic pride from him was amazing. You never heard Portland ever.
No, he loved Boston, and he settled in Cambridge. He was there after his playing days. He was there for a while. Eventually, he went back to San Diego. And then he's had a bunch of health issues. He had a bike accident.
Yeah.
So he had to get, some back fused, and he had to get a lot of different things. So he's had some issues, and of course the latest battle with cancer. But if you remember, we'd put him on our show, and you'd literally get one question out, and Bill would go 15 minutes. I remember starting one interview with saying, "Hey, Bill, last time you were on, we got one question. We've got 15 minutes. Is it possible we can get 3 in today?" 3 of them in, because he would just go on. But what a wonderful man, and I'm saddened to see him go. And all I can say is I'm so glad I got an opportunity to know him. He called in on my last radio show in my retirement. He called in, and it was one of those where we couldn't get rid of him. Yeah. And but just a great man.
I remember the one thing he said to me that was on the Big Show, or maybe it was a time when we was at the Garden when we were there broadcasting, and I can't remember what it was. It probably wasn't even about basketball. He said, "Peter, I love your perspective on that." That's all I remember.
That was the other thing. He was a name guy. So yeah. I don't know about you. I'm not a name guy. So when somebody you meet somebody and somebody drops your name, like 3 minutes later, I'm sitting there going, "Oh shit, what's his name?" He memorized the name when he meets you. And then he meets you, and he never forgets your name. It's a unique talent.
No question about it. All right, the last few minutes here, Glenn. Let's talk about. First, we'll mention last night's game in a second, but I want to get into the Celtics. And you've had some of the most logical tweets out there. I don't understand the scrutiny that this team comes under. I don't understand how even some of the older media members, it's like they just started watching basketball in 2024. If they had to cover teams back in the day, see, I always bring up the 81 team. I go, if people had to cover the Celtics back in 81, they won the championship, 6 games over Houston, yet they lost 2 games. Oh my God. And Houston didn't even finish at 500 that year. I'm wondering how would how would they focus? What would they be saying back then? God forbid the great Celtics and Larry Bird first time, but they lost 2 games to a sub 500 Rocket team. I mean, I don't get some of these guys with the criticism. Some of it justified, but some of it is like, did you just start watching basketball today, or have you not seen this? I mean, the Celtics, Lakers, and 76ers in the 80s didn't win every single playoff game. They actually lost some.
Right. No, I think, and I've said this to you all season long. Right from the get-go, day one, I said the Boston Celtics are going to win the NBA championship. They are the most talented team in the league. And by the way, I think they might lose a couple games in this next series. So don't get panicking too much out there. But because I think they're the most talented. Now, do they have some flaws? They do. But every team out there has got flaws. The problem is that people have had a tendency to expound on the flaws. And then you get the green teamers who get very, very sensitive if you point out any of the flaws. Because there have been games in which this team has not shown the great energy you need. And the reason they've been able to win is because they're just far more talented than the other team. And they had 3 rounds in which key players were missing from the other team. People have trouble understanding that. I think it can be both. And this team, I think, and the one thing I didn't enjoy about this last series against Indiana is that they were forced to close out 3 of those 4 games. Mm-hmm. And that, I think, gives them an education going into the next round. They've had an education over the last 3 or 4 years of how you get to a championship. And along the way, they have lost. You have to lose before you win. And now I think they're ready to win. And I think a lot of it is generated, that you were just talking about, is generated by talk radio. We need something to fill the airwaves. And the content is now dissecting and tearing apart and making stuff up so that you can create a phony argument just to keep the phones ringing and keep the show going. I think there's a lot of that.
No, I think it's very, very well put. It's just, and I try not to do that. Because, I take every championship run by any of the teams that I root for. I don't take it for granted at all, because I know how hard it is. And despite who may be playing or who may not be playing for this team or that team, I know it's difficult. It's going to be difficult. I think people forget there are other professionals on the other side. I already had a couple of calls this week and texts about, Pete, how are they going to handle the Mavericks, this, that. And I say, okay, looking through the looking glass the other way. I'll answer your question, but you tell me, how is Dallas going to handle Porzingis and company and Al Horford? That's the bigger question for me, is how Dallas going to handle them.
Right, exactly. And people aren't looking at it that way. The difference from the Boston Celtics, and I'm not taking anything away from Dallas, because you could argue that they have the greatest offensive backcourt in the history of the game. I'll give you that if you want it. Okay, take it. They also have two guys that can close, okay? Except that Kyrie has never closed in Boston since he left the Boston Celtics. For some reason, he has panic attacks in that building, okay? Because the fans are all over his ass, and he does not like that. Luka, I'll give you. He'll make 35-foot bank shots and fall into the stands in key points of the game. He'll give you all that. The difference is, beyond that, is who's going to score for you? What, is Lively going to give you the numbers? Is Gafford going to give you? If you look at Boston puts 5 guys on the floor. All 5 can score. So if Tatum is not shooting well, or Brown is not shooting well, then Derek White's going to beat you from the corner. Holiday's going to beat you with threes from the wing. They have 5 guys that can score, and they need Porzingis in this next round. There's no doubt about it. Lively and Gafford are really active around the rim, so you're going to need Porzingis. But I think you have 5 guys that can score. That's the question I have. How will Dallas stop Boston?
No, I agree. All right, Bigger, we'll cut up against it here because we have another show coming up on the network. In fact, it's our own Angel Martinez. Martinez is coming. But thank you so much, my friend. Always a pleasure. Can't wait to see you in a couple of weeks. We're going to have a blast. And hopefully we'll hopefully talk maybe once before that.
Give me a call during the finals, and we can talk. And as usual, Angel, I know what happened. Okay, because it used to happen to me in the old days in the Big Show. If Pete didn't like what I was saying, he'd pull the plug and he'd say, "Oh, he sounds like Darth Vader today." We can't talk. I've been through this before.
Not at all. I blame where you are in the great state of Arizona, some sort of sunspots or something.
Oh, screw you. Yeah.
All right, my friend. All the best. We'll talk soon.
All right, Petey, I love you. See you.
All right, love you. See you soon. All right. Oh, sorry, Angel. I'm cutting into your show. I didn't realize we were running that late.
No, it's fine. Listen, I'll keep Glenn on for another half hour for all I care. You can go right into Martinez and Company, because it's always a great time. The stories that you guys have such great stories. That's where, as much as I make fun, obviously, of New England, and of course, my family moved from the island up to Springfield, Mass, through New Jersey, and eventually made their way up there. But, there's always tons of story that goes on. A lot of folks, the old Boston Garden, everybody freaking loved it. I don't care who you were. Western Mass always had a thing against Eastern Mass, which is always the best. And, like Fitchburg, all the areas up there. But it's great because I get to hear stuff that was from back in the day where on a good day, you can tune in the FM dial or the AM dial. And on a cloudy day, it was great because we could hear Boston stations. But as soon as, the clouds went away, it's like, dang it, can't hear. So, no, it's always great to hear that stuff.
Awesome. All right, Angel, you got your shit. See, now they're cutting my grass over here. You hear that?
Yeah, welcome to the club.
Anyway, great stuff, Angel. Thanks again to the Glenn Big O Ordway for joining me, Bill Sparrows from the senior betting analyst at bookies.com and Boston Herald columnist. We'll be back tomorrow. No, Rick Horrow is going to be one of our guests. I believe Mia O'Brien will be as well, and maybe an Everbay player, coach, or executive will join us as well, as they are headed back to the Kelly Cup Finals for the third straight year and 7th time in their storied 26-year history. All right, Monsieur Martinez, all the best. Good luck on your show today. I'm sure it's going to be awesome. I'll be listening, and just keep it right here because we're not be on all the Riptide Media Network video platforms. So I'll be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Have a great and safe rest of your Wednesday, everybody. See ya.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
See the world getting loose. Feels good to see the world getting loose. Right. I don't know about you, Sack Noel. I don't know about you, Phenom. I don't know about you, White Shadow. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I'm 2 + 2, I'm for sure. You down, I'm down, baby, let's go. You stop, you drop, baby, then roll. You twerk, you pop, booty so swole. I'd hate me too if I were you. And when it comes to billions, I'll take 2. It's only one life, you don't get 2. So live life, don't let it live you.
I got a pocket full of $100 bills. Put on a jacket, cause these diamonds give you chills. 2 shots are running, 2 items starting tonight. Tonight, yeah. Look in the mirror, I'm like, who the hell is he? So many whips and cribs, I'm losing track of keys. Ooh, up to something. Ooh, yeah, I love it, alright. Alright.
Yeah, I'm drinking out the bottle. Hanging with supermodels. Feel like I hit the lotto. I don't know about you, but I feel good. Good.
Good morning, and man, does it feel good to dust off that song, to bring back Martinez and Company. I am Angel Martinez, and you're listening to Martinez Company right here on the Riptide Media Sports Network. Man, oh man, oh man, I could let that go on. I really could. That fires me up just as much as obviously the former song that we had on there with Defo, but Martinez Company, that was always the welcome intro song because you had to get fired up later part in the evening. And for those who are tuning in for the first time, normally Martinez Company would have been on from 6 to 8 p.m., but now it is on from 10 to 12 Monday through Friday this week. Of course, we're going to have some guests coming up this week, next week as well. And then the week of June 10th, somewhere in between there, I had to find the calendar. But in between that week, of course, I'm getting married to my lovely producer, my lovely lady, Debbie. So the final shows that I'll be on, I'll be taking a couple of days break, rightfully so, because we have to get things prepped up for the wedding, will be June 13th, 14th. Pete will be off that week as well. And then Pete and I will return back on June 18th. So today on the show, we will have on former Washington Redskin. Yes, they're called the Commanders. Hey, listen, normally you guys, if you guys ever hear me throughout the NFL season, and you'll hear it a lot, you'll hear me call the Washington team, not the Commanders, DCU for District Columbia University, because they need to really form a team over there. Until they can get out of that university mode and get back into the NFL, that's normally what I end up calling them. So I'll have on Tevin Homer will be with me, Sean Williams was supposed to be on with us as well, but Sean is taking care of a couple things, so he will join me, if not, maybe later on during the week, sometime next week. There is a bye week in the AFL. For those who do not know, yes, you've heard a lot of rumors, a lot of speculation, a lot of stuff that just goes on. We expect it's just the way that it is. But the AFL is going through a rebuild process with Jeff Fisher behind the helm as commissioner, and also Chris Chetty, who is the interim CEO. We'll wait and see if both of those gentlemen will stay in their positions. But right now, Chris has a couple things, along with the AFL, that should be released sometime this week. We'll find out what these schedules will end up being like. So I know there's been, believe me, there's been a lot of rumors about teams that folded. And unfortunately, because of the way the original owner commissioner that fired up the AFL, they didn't fire it up the way it should have. Things fell apart. Teams had to fold. Unfortunately, other teams couldn't travel because they weren't expecting. Everyone was expecting to stay within their own divisions, rightfully so that they wouldn't have to travel cross country. The Predators were supposed to play the Washington Wolfpack, but to make it easier on everyone, because all the schedules had to just change suddenly, they went back and decided to go back to their drawing table and say, all right, what makes the most amount of sense to line people up in the division? So hopefully, maybe by Friday, the new official AFL website will come out. I believe it's going to be the AFL.com, as in just THEAFL.com. So stay tuned for that, as there's going to be more and more stuff that's going to be released. I'm fortunate because I'm with the Orlando Predators, the Spanish play-by-play announcer. And if you guys missed it, you can go back on the on broadcastsouth.com, look up on YouTube, and you'll see the broadcast between myself and Alonso. We had such a great time on Saturday night at the Kia Center. Great crowd on hand. It was a lot of fun. The Orlando Predators Prowlers, the dance team, run by Laura, they do such, I would say, hands down, probably the best dance team. And I'm not saying to be a homer. I'm just saying the way the costume changes they do, how they get the crowd fired up, the halftime shows, they do just a great job. So those who don't know, yes, I am with the Predators once again. And it's always a great time with those guys. Getting to know them, getting to know Coach EJ Burt. If you guys missed that interview, you can also watch it on broadcastsouth.com that way as well. And while you're there, download the app. It's right on the homepage. You guys can't miss it. You can have it either for the app store for the Apple folks, and then the Android store, the Google Play store for them as well. Therefore, you guys won't miss a thing. There's going to be some lineup changes going on too as well on the app, and it'll come over on the website. There's things that happen. I am unfortunately one individual to make a lot of things happen, and I have fun doing so, being the executive producer here at Riptide Media Sports Network, along with my own network, Broadcast South, that you guys can see right behind me. So lots of moving parts, and I try to make everything as interesting, as fun as much as possible. Hopefully not lined up with great guests. Not like Glenn Ordway. There's no one like Glenn Ordway, and you guys heard him just now on the Pete Sheppard Show. You guys can hear first thing in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m. I am fortunate enough to work with Pete in the morning, and it's a blessing because it's a lot of fun. A lot of New England folks And for those who don't know too, that's where I spent my high school years. So I went to Putnam Vocational Technical High School out in Springfield. And I missed, apparently, when they, my sister was telling me they rebuilt the school. And so the last time I had gone there was, of course, back in 88 when I had graduated. But it was a great time. I absolutely loved it. Hated the winters. New England was feverishly cold during the wintertime. And if you love snow, as a kid, everybody loves it. When you were in high school, not so much, because as you walked to high school, the snow mounds would be just higher and higher that you couldn't even see the bus coming, the city bus, because I didn't have the privilege of riding the school buses. But the city bus, we had to go up State Street, and which is always a fun climb in a bus. You hope they didn't slip backwards, but they know how to do it right in New England, how to clear the road. So spent a lot of time in New England with my family and always enjoyed hearing Boston radio. And it was good to hear Glenn Orway with Pete, obviously from WEEI himself. So it's good to connect with all these people and all the great guests that Pete has on. So I hope to have just as much fun with our guest here. And joining me, like I said, at 10:30 at the bottom of the hour will be Tevin Homer. Goodness gracious. Tevin Homer, former Washington Redskin and now with the Orlando Predators, had himself a big game. It was such a great game on Saturday night. This week, there is, if anyone is listening from the Predators, they are not playing Washington. It is a bye week. It was announced by the AFL. You guys follow also on the social medias with the Predators. It is a bye week. So they'll be back in action next week. We'll find out what all the schedules are. And once we know, I'll release it out to you guys. You guys can follow along as well. So I am here with my lonesome self until the next 15 minutes. And then Tevin will join me. We'll get into a little bit more tomorrow on the show. We will have Sheila Music. Sheila was one of the performers at the Cinco de Mayo for the Predators, and I want to have her on because she put on a great performance. So she will be on joining me tomorrow at Friday, I believe, at 11 a.m. So more guests to come as things get lined up here. And then don't forget my hermano who is with me and Martinez coming with Rich Quinones. He will be on now with his midday shows, following me, Middays with Q. So tune into that. Rich has been on Jersey radio for many, many years, a consummate professional, and had the number one rated show out in Jersey. And it's always fun to tease him because of him being up there in the Jersey Shore. He's trying to get down here to Florida himself, but you guys will be intrigued at 12 o'clock. And that will, of course, keep following here on the radio side, which, speaking of, I have to update the info on the radio side as well. But nonetheless, thank you all for tuning in here to Martinez and Company as I play the double duty, which normally when Pete's here, I just do things behind the scene. But because I'm here doing things on my own, then I have to update things on the fly. So I want to make sure those who are listening in on the app know exactly what show that it's on. It's not the Pete Sheppard Show. It is Martinez and Company. So for the NBA playoffs, and I think everybody thought, obviously, that the Wolves would have been swept out of Dallas. By the way, there was another storm that went through in Dallas as well. Texas has been getting hammered lately as of storms. I know last week in Houston, there was a major storm that went through the downtown Houston area from 80 to 110 mile an hour winds downtown. This was not, a hurricane. This was just one of those freakish storms. We get them here as well. It's called a microburst. We get them every once in a while, and they can cause a lot of damage. So have not gotten an update. I did reach out to Sean Salisbury and friends of mine who are in the Houston area to make sure they were fine. And thankfully, they all said that they were. So it's a good thing. But going back to Dallas, and I know there's a lot of Cowboys fans. I know there's a ton of them. I think it was Tim yesterday Tim Barrington had put down there, obviously the Mavericks, the Cowboys, and the Dallas Stars. And if you add in there, you got the Texas Rangers who end up winning the World Series. Dallas or Texas in general, I've been doing good things like they've won, back home in Philly and in Pennsylvania. But the Flyers are going to take a while for it to finally come back together. Flyers are in rebuild mode. They came up a game short to maybe 3. I'm just saying a game because I as much as I would love to have seen them go into their playoffs, unfortunately, it came up short. No big deal. There's next season. Recoup, rebuild, keep going. Danny Briere, Jonesy, they're doing just a great job with the Flyers. And I would expect come next season that we would go into the playoffs. Will they pass the first round? Would they get to the playoffs? We don't know. So once this NHL season is over, we'll see what happens on the next NHL season. Gas Pump Guy says, when you having listeners for co-hosts, when am I going to have more? Listen, Gas Pump Guy might be the first co-host. You guys, so I'm changing things up the way it normally is. Opportunities present themselves in different ways. And I've had the opportunity of working with people in the past. And you'll never, one thing about me that you guys will learn, I don't burn bridges. And I also will not post stuff up on social media about other people because people will figure out for themselves, by themselves, what it may have happened in other places. I'm also not going to burn people because in the end, we all go our separate ways. It's like a relationship, same exact way. We go through good and bad relationships. And even sometimes the good relationships, you end up parting ways. But I will never post things up on social media to describe either people, places, or things in a negative aspect because it just doesn't make any sense. So I don't bother doing that. But the reason why Gas Pump Guy is saying that because what I like to do is present opportunities to people. And so if you guys feel that you would like to just sit in the co-host seat one day with me, we can talk about anything. We can have fun as we normally do with Pete Sheppard and myself in the morning and just get into things, whether it be in sports, life, or entertainment, because if you ever guys jump over on the website, broadstsoft.com, you'll see that with the brand name here, it's about sports, life, and entertainment. So it doesn't have to be about sports all the time. I know you guys tune in for it, and I appreciate everyone who hangs out from Pete's show as well, because you don't know what happens throughout the day, what happens in the world. So I like to mix it up, whether it be in sports. Sometimes there's commentary out there that I like to follow with some people because it is what it is. We like to have fun. We like to enjoy ourselves, and entertainment comes in different forms and fashions. So if you feel like you want to be co-host for a day, by all means, drop me a text, shoot me an email. You guys can go right through the website for the email. Then let me know. If one day you like to co-host with me, I'll be on from 10 to 12 in the morning, Monday through Friday, and jump on. I would have, I'm pretty sure, tons of fun with Gas Pump Guy for sure. Even with Jerry from Rhode Island. I mean, you figure what, George Hawk, 66, any of you guys. One day you guys want to jump on, and that goes to the ladies too. So don't think it's just the guys. When I say guys, I guess I should explain that thoroughly as well. For the men and women that feel that they want an opportunity to jump on and have fun with me for a couple hours during the day, the invite is out there and welcome for you guys because I like to present opportunities as they were presented to me. So that's normally the way I love to do things. And I will always do that because I always look out for other people before I look out for myself. And I've been told, don't do so, but that's what I do. It's just who I am. Anyways, so coming up quickly, as we went a little overtime with the Pete Sheppard, with Glenn Ordway. That was a lot of fun. But Bronny James also decided to stay in the NBA draft. Now, you've heard me with Pete talk about Bronny, and you've heard from other people as well that they feel like Bronny should have stayed another year in college. I believe he should also stay another year, get his mechanics down, get the fundamentals down, then join the NBA draft, which then like everything else, your numbers go up. Everything goes up if you just tweak a little bit. We saw what happened with a current New Orleans Pelican who decided to come out of Duke a year earlier when Coach Krzyzewski said you should hang around for one more season. He chose not to. He also knew what team he was going to. And then he decided to tell New Orleans Pelicans, you know what? Nah, I'm not about this life. I want to be traded. It didn't happen. Apparently, they all decided to come to a meeting table and say, you know what? It's going to be okay. I'm going to do me. You guys do you, and we'll play along. And supposed, alleged, everything is fine there. But Bronny going into the draft, I may be at times a little critical when it comes to LeBron James, but I will never take away his game. A person like LeBron James, just like Tom Brady, we'll never see again. I don't think so. I mean, LeBron, the memory and everything that he keeps in his brain, he could talk about a game that happened 5 years ago like it just happened yesterday. It's insane. And to me, I think he would be a great NBA coach. I could be wrong, but supposedly that's all he wants to do. Either A, he's going to end up owning a team, which I believe, and it could be out in Vegas because I don't see him buying the Cleveland Cavaliers anytime soon. And obviously the NBA is not in Vegas, except for the WNBA is with the Las Vegas Aces, the back-to-back champions of the WNBA. But I could see them deciding to say, you know what? I'm going to walk away from the game, and then I'll set up my family for success in the future and decide to own one. Now, it's hard, obviously, because it's in the billions when it comes to the NBA to start up your team. But I can easily see LeBron doing it in Vegas. But Bronny, supposedly the younger of the two, is better than Bronny. Bronny could have a good game. Is it enough, in my opinion, to be able to take that crossover to the NBA? Obviously, it is for him. LeBron feels that it is for him. So he's going to keep himself in the draft. And that's all fine and wonderful if that's the case. Then who knows? Maybe he'll prove everybody wrong. Obviously, LeBron is going to continue to coach him even though he plays. We've yet to see what's going to happen. Is JJ Redick going to be part of the Lakers? Is it one of those things that maybe he decides to join the Cleveland Cavaliers? Maybe LeBron opts out of his Lakers contract and decides to bring him and his son to the Cavaliers. Who knows? He was in Cleveland for whatever reason. And LeBron usually, when he pops up somewhere, and we saw it, obviously, the Lakers head coach, as much as people say LeBron is now responsible for it, make the call on your own. But another Lakers coach that's gone, they won JJ Redick. I'm pretty sure the talks are still going, whatever the case may be. We'll see what happens there. But could it be a detour and decide to say, you know what? Cleveland's also looking for a new head coach. LeBron could be coming back home. Maybe he wants Bronny to start in Cleveland and leave off where LeBron had started. Who knows? Gas Pump Guy says, even if he doesn't go back to college, he should go to the G League and get more experience and his mechanics down. And it's true. He should. There's nothing wrong with the G League. There's nothing wrong with the basketball league that's run by Evelyn Magley and David Magley. There's nothing wrong there either, because you have guys that were either called up to the G League and decided to go back to the basketball league because they want to hone their skills a little bit more, got the invite back to the G League, and eventually have gone to the NBA. In the basketball league, so you have the NBA, you have the G League, and then you have the basketball league. And now they have the Canadian basketball version of it, the Basketball Super League. And they've done great things. There's been guys that have been called as the season has started and pulled overseas. And from what I understand, a lot of players love to go overseas because they get more money, and great for them. And some just love the experience and they'll go over there. We saw Candace Parker, who started with the WNBA, but loved playing overseas and played for many, many years, decided to finally give it up from playing overseas. She just played in WNBA and then retired. I would love to see her as an owner, if all possible. I'd love to see her as a coach too. But she's got her own platform that she's running on, that she wants to keep educating young women to make sure that they can make it in the business, learn how to thrive, and learn how to move forward. And that's great by Candace Parker. Great, a great Chicagoan, if I'm saying that correctly. But we'll see. There's nothing to say that she doesn't. I don't think she's going to come back in the WNBA for sure, because some injuries that have ailed her to be able to play the game the way she wants to. And most athletes will always say that if they're not 100% healthy, they just don't want to come back. And I understand that. I mean, we all saw Tom Brady probably could have played another year, but even he, and I waited like everybody else to see if it was going to be true or not, that he decided, you know what, I'm going to come back. He may have teased it. You heard not too long ago that if someone needs help, he would end up probably coming back. Will it happen? I doubt it, especially now that the NFL is set to him to make him part owner over there of the Raiders, and then he's heavily involved with other things, plus that 10-year plus deal that he got from Fox being an analyst. And we're waiting to see how he's going to make out this season. Is he going to be teased? Who knows? No one knows. We'll see what Tom Brady's all about during his broadcast era. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but he'll find out, and he's going to have a lot of help. And whatever he does, he succeeds at it once he puts his mind to it. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, with Bronny, we'll see. He says he's ready. He's NBA draft ready. I don't know. I think the jury may be still out on that one. I know we've heard that term many times before, but we'll see. We'll see if it is true or not. But nonetheless, we are going to go into our first break here. I am Angel Martinez. Once again, Martinez and Company. You guys will be able to hear the show live Monday through Friday from 10 to 12 right here on the Riptide Media Network. Of course, on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. Don't forget, you guys can download the apps, Australia, as they've done before, and they continue to do so. Italy, Spain, and everywhere else in between. You guys can download the apps if you go to broadstSouth.com, and it's right there, right on the homepage. All you got to do is click on it. That's it. It's that simple. Go pull up your phone, go to it, whichever one you have. And I even have the pictures to make it even easier. One's for the Android, one for the Apple. And then just click on it, download the apps. That way you guys won't miss a thing. During the weekends, most of the time you guys will hear music here on, even though, yes, it is a sports station, but I like to mix up the music. It will be updated as well. So you guys will hear music from time to time here after shows are over, especially on the weekend. I might even have some dance party music. So you guys, if you're in the car, driving around, doing something, Saturday night dance party, as my lovely fiance loves to say every time it rolls around the Friday and Saturday, you guys will be able to hear the music so you can enjoy it. And I'll have a mixture of everything. Of course, I am a dance fan, Latin music fan as well, but also like my country music as well. So it'll be changed up so you guys can hear it. All right, we're going to take our first break here. Joining me at the bottom of the hour, once again, will be Tevin Homer from our Orlando Predators. So he'll be joining me here at the bottom of the hour. So stay tuned as you are listening to Martinez Company right here live on the Riptide Media Network and on Sports 102.9 FM. The Game. We'll be right back.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Martinez and Company here live at the Riptide Media Network, the Tampa Studios, Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. And wherever you're listening around the world, we appreciate you guys tuning in as we will have here, joining me momentarily, Tevin Homer from the Orlando Predators. I see him waiting in the green room. Hopefully he'll fire up his audio here shortly. But Tevin will be joining me here in the next couple of minutes. Matter of fact, I see him right now. So let me bring him on the screen here so he can join in on the party. Listen, Tevin, first of all, thank you for joining the show, number one. Number two, if I got to bring in an intro, right? I know it's California love. I know we're on the East Coast, but you got to bring a strong intro when I'm bringing in a strong defensive man from the Orlando Predators. Tevin, thank you, man. I appreciate you coming on with me, and welcome to the show. Oh, I can't hear you. You might be muted. I can't hear you. Nope, still muted. There you go. Now I can hear you.
You hear me now? All right. Thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Listen, for those, I'm gonna say this. You guys, it's $37. $37. That's it to come to the Kia Center to come watch everybody play this Saturday. I wish I would have had like when some shows you can go on and you start hearing the guys hitting that helmet hit. Although you guys weren't doing it, so I don't want anybody to think that it was happening. The hits that were coming this Saturday, it was like y'all were doing a top 40 list. Who can hit harder as the game progressed? And you can hear the fans getting into it because y'all were doing some monstrous hits out there on the field. But it's good to see the team turn things around, right? We went to Houston, took care of business there, come back home, got our first win at home. Now we're even at 2-2 at 500 with the Orlando Predators. But it's the experience that you've had with the team here and making a crossover from the NFL over to the Arena League. How's it been so far? What have you thought, your thoughts in the early season here as a defense with Coach E.J. Burke continues to get better?
I think we're doing real good, learning a lot. I think we're starting to feel each other out. We're knowing how each other plays now. And it's just going to keep getting better and better each game.
Yeah, you guys, like I said, this thing, watching how things had played out, and granted, I was biting my nails up in the broadcast booth because when it got up to, we had a nice lead going, and then we saw the lead starting to kind of go away little by little, but end up pulling off the win 69-62. The crowd on hand always, I think, to me, it's going to set the pace. Game one, we understand at home, there wasn't many people because it was game 6 for the Orlando Magic, and rightfully so, everybody wanted to see what was going to happen because they all want to see a game 7 and come back into Orlando. But last week, the crowd was a lot better. There was a lot more noise. You guys seem to be amped up a lot more. I know Coach Burt, he's very mellow. He gets his point across, but he's very mellow. He talks to us about how he prepares you guys week in and week out when it comes to the playing field. Seeing half the yardage when it comes to the NFL versus the Arena Football League, is there something that you do, Tevin, differently? Just kind of prepare yourself from where you went from 100 yards to 50 yards, and then the field of play obviously seemed a lot smaller than what you saw in the NFL.
I don't really train. I don't train differently, really, but you just got to know the different routes. You got to know the game more. It's a completely different game, obviously. But you just got to learn the angles of it, playing DB, learn how to take on the motion, knowing how to relax when the motion's coming at you and not just be all jittery, stuff like that. Just learning the game a lot.
You guys see Kevin on the field. To me, it's incredible because you're poised. Your demeanor, we can't obviously see your face, behind the helmet there, but it's just, you see him, Tevin just gets up, kind of brushes the play off, moves on to the next one. This week, to me, just personally, I will just say from watching you for the past 4 weeks, I think last week from what we saw, it's been a big turnaround. We could see it week in and week out with the defense. You guys seemed a lot more comfortable this week at home, and you can tell because of playing on the field also showed that as well. We also had Walls, Caleb that ran in, kickoff for a touchdown. Just everything that you could possibly want to come home to get the crowd behind you guys. Everything just worked in the favor this week. But I kind of want to go back and listen, I'm going to refer to them as the Redskins. Yeah. The Commanders thing, I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why can't the NFL just let them bring them back to the Washington Redskins? We have to go with this every year, go with this thing with the Commanders. What's your feeling about it?
Me, I played for the Redskins. I don't know who the other team is. Like, I mean, that's their team now, I guess. But when I played there, it was the Redskins, so that's why I call them.
To me, I don't know. I call them DCU, and that's District Columbia University because it's just a university team until they get their act straight now. And obviously, because I'm an Eagles fan, so we're always going to make fun of everybody in the NFC East. It's just what we do because we all just tease one another. The other thing I didn't like either, Tevin, and I could be wrong. I thought when it was named Jack Kent Cooke Stadium out there in Maryland, I thought honestly it was going to be the way it was described is going to be a lot better. But if you don't sit in that 100 section, anything above that, you almost have to stand up throughout the entire game. And I know they've talked about they're thinking about either doing a renovation to it and or rebuilding the entire building all over again, which I think honestly they should probably do. When it came to the game time, and again, I know I might be comparing apples to oranges here, the Kia Center versus the former Jack Kent Cooke Stadium, which I think now it's FedEx Field.
FedEx, yeah.
How was the atmosphere as far as the warm-ups when you guys went out on the field with your loyalists, your loyal fans that are out there waiting for you guys to come out there? And this is even before the game started. What was the atmosphere like when you played out there for Washington?
Well, comparing it to the Kia Center, I mean, it's kind of similar. I think the Kia Center is more like personal because it's like a lot closer. Everything's closer to you, so you could like obviously talk to fans. Fans are talking to you like right here in your ear.
Right.
But it's the same kind of like just fans like, hey, what's up? Like go so and so, whatever player they're looking for. They're talking to them and maybe asking for an autograph on the sideline when you're walking off the field or something. So it's kind of the same.
That's the thing because we've seen him, which I don't know why. I don't know when things changed and when it happened. I know most of the athletes, like you guys used to love just doing autographs before, helmets, jerseys, posters. Now, if somebody brings a blank piece of paper, that's a whole different story because now they just want your signature and they're not looking for the autograph. But has it changed so much now that truthfully that the agents really kind of getting you guys in your ears and tell you guys what to do and what not to do anymore?
Not necessarily. I mean, you'll know pretty much. You know which ones like are the good ones. Most of them aren't really out there looking for like the money grabs, I guess. But like usually, like it's just regular fans sometimes. So it's not really the agents talking to us for it like that.
All right. Well, I know that there's sometimes like I love baseball as well, and it drives me nuts. It used to be before during after batting practice, obviously because there are guys who want to be signing stuff if the balls are in the air. But, they would come and sign, again, the mini helmets, right. Baseballs, you name it, gloves and stuff. And it's that fan experience is gone. And that's the reason why, I think that's why a lot of people love going to the Arena Football League games because you guys still have the interaction, especially like after the game. There's a lot of interaction that goes on. And that, to me, that's how you build more fans and the fan base within the community that you live in. In Orlando, I mean, you take John Chaney, Sean, Brittany, the gang behind the scenes to make things work, to make this team successful. It's a lot of a process to put in there. And I think a lot of times we hear sometimes from athletes, like they like to thank the front office because everybody puts their part in to make a successful season. Being with the Predators, now this is why I will speak selfishly, is that being with the Predators, I think there's a lot of people that said they expected for the Predators to be the first season back with the AFL as bowl champions. When the season started, it didn't look as much, but now that we're finally on a 2-game win streak, now the extra bye week, which I'm pretty sure you guys appreciate to get a little healthier. Do you feel, in your opinion, maybe the fans' opinion, that there's no reason why you guys could not make it this season to a bowl championship?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we just got to keep doing what we're doing. I feel like the first 2 games, and we kind of just lost the first 2 games too. Like especially the first game in overtime.
Yeah.
So, but like, I think we're just starting to click, and we're just starting to really know who we are and how to finish. We're learning how to finish now. We should have finished a lot better last game, but but we're just learning how to keep playing and keep learning how to win different ways instead of just blowing somebody out. Sometimes you got to win a hard game. Sometimes you got to win a tight game. You just got to finish regardless.
Yeah, we saw DJ was supposed to be for all intents and purposes, the man, the wide receiver, and then we saw the injury that happened to him in Albany. And from my understanding, he's recovering, which is great because he's going to be much needed for next season. I'm hoping, and I know I'm quite sure if the NFL came a calling, you want to go back again to the NFL, but again, this is where I will say selfishly, I hope that if you stay around the league is that you come right back here to Orlando and stay here with the Predators, because everybody's really getting to enjoy who you are, you as a teammate, getting to know you as a community, again, gets involved and people come out to the games. I'm just hoping for all intents and purposes that you end up seeing it and hanging around, but we've yet to see the new schedule comes out. I know they're trying to realign everything, but we end up staying, again, somewhat in our division because it's going to be tough now because you either figure we're going to have to play the Desert Hawks again now for either a third time or play Albany again. So we're waiting to see what happens to realignment. The chatter that a lot of us started to hear when it happened come week 1, I think if everything had the reset button, we'd hope that things would have came down differently because we saw the Philly soul fold. And, Philly had a rich history. They were the last back-to-back champs before COVID and it folded. But we saw all these different elements that were happening. And then we started hearing about the rumors and speculation. And then the people started bringing down the Arena Football League like, see, this is a joke. I can't believe they actually reactivated this stuff. But now I think the fans, hearing what Jeff Fisher had to say, what Chris Chetty had to say, I think now the confidence has started coming back. If you had to be the spokesman, and without putting you too much on the spot, but if you had to be the spokesman, let's just say for our own Predators, what can you tell the fan base to not lose faith that, yes, this is going to work? And not only that, but the Predators are going to be here for years to come.
Well, not just the Predators. I was there in the AFL when it folded last time, the 19 team. So I was with Albany Empire then. When we won the championship, I just think it's really a great game. It's a different game. We just I'm trying to do everything on our end as players to get like a players association to keep helping the league grow. It's definitely it's a good league. It's like, obviously it's a lot better for the fans. I don't know if it's better for the fans, but it's so much more fan involved. The fans can be right there with us. So it's just something good to bring your kids to. So I think we should all get behind it and we just keep going, and I think it's gonna last. I think we're on a trajectory going upwards.
I think so, and I really do, because again, if the fans felt any different, especially here in Orlando and Florida, I think they wouldn't have come out. But we saw how the fans turned out for the last game. I'm hoping for the next home game we get even a bigger turnout, which is a lot of fun. It was fun as being a Spanish play-by-play broadcaster, announcer for the team. You guys, at times, the hits were coming so fast, and when I'm translating to both ways, it was a trip to be able to do so. But you guys have gelled so well so far early on in the season. We see everybody picking each other up. We see the little talks in between, the little skirmishes, but we're going to see that in sports. Right. I think the one thing, as time changes, people change, times change. One thing about every sport, I don't care what sport you're in the playing, everybody's always going to chirp. It's a part of the game. Right. We see people saying that should never happen anymore. But truthfully, when you get in a heated moment, I don't care who you are, even as a broadcaster, you may not agree with what the other person is saying, and you're going to get in a heated moment. When it happens to you, and it could just be the silliest things, in your mindset, do you get the point across without obviously having to be too harsh? Like, I don't expect for a player to come out there and like every other word to obviously be a slang word or a curse word. But when you guys get into the heat in the moment in the trenches, do you finally, at the end of the game or some other time, you guys ever reach out to one another saying, listen, it was just a game, that was it?
With the other team or our same team?
But either with the same team or even with the other team.
So with our same team, we mostly when we're doing it with our same team, it's mostly like if we mess something up, right? It's because we hold ourselves to a high standard like that, and we don't really hold feelings like that. Like we don't really harbor a lot of feelings, so we're able to talk to each other like that, like and hold each other accountable like that. But the other team, me personally, no, I don't really. I mean, unless it's right after the game, I'll shake their hands or something. I'm like, man, good game. It's just football talk or something most of the time. We're just talking back and forth. Trying to get them out of their game most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it. Like I said, in the NBA, you see it a lot. The guys who they'll get it on the court, and then after the game, well, depending on how bad it was, because some things you can interpret somebody's ear, but sometimes there are things that are said, and I get it because you're still human no matter what. It's like, bro, did you really have to go there? We had to get that deep? And so I understand it. I get it. But I mean, it's all right. So I want people to know as well, like during, like you have your bye week, obviously Coach Bert's still going to have practices because you can, just because you're in a bye week, it doesn't mean that the practices stop. Is there something that you do? And I know Gas Pump Guy normally likes to ask this question, but is there something that you do in your preparation that's different from, let's say, going to practice and then when you get prepared to go into a game?
Yeah, for sure. I always go to the gym, right? I still go to the gym. I don't do like heavy lifts. I do more maintenance lifts now. I still trying to push myself a lot, like just to take care of the muscles during the season. Keep eating right. It's really most of my and just take care of myself. We're going to see the cryotherapy and the chiropractor and everybody, and take care of my body and just mostly just that, staying healthy.
Now, one thing I don't think I've ever asked of any athlete, and by the way, in case you guys are joining us here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game and on the Riptide Media Network, I have Tevin Homer on with me, the current Orlando Predator DB, former Washington Redskin, not Commander, so you guys can get that nonsense out of your mouths, former Washington Redskin. But is there, when we see athletes going out, right, and we know you get to a certain level of your career where you either become big time, you're either small ball, or people just don't know who you are. What is it with certain athletes that they get to a certain status and they feel either A, they have to do better than the next guy? Like and there was something that's not too long on with 30 for 30 where you have all of a sudden, let's say you got awarded a $250,000 bonus, right? And you figure, all right, I got basically stuff that I needed. And do I really need to buy, this $100,000 chain? Do I need to buy? Is there certain things where athletes, in order to be able to prove themselves, they have to kind of Jones one better than the other?
Maybe when they're younger, I don't know. Maybe that's probably like a young guy thing to do, I guess, maybe. I mean, I guess everybody has their like wants that they always wanted to buy, I guess, maybe when they were, I guess, younger. And I guess they finally get to that point and they just decide, hey, I'm going to buy it. Sometimes it's smart, sometimes it's not really smart. But I guess that's just the person, I guess.
Now, one thing before I let you go here, and this won't be the last time you guys hear of Tevin, because it's going to be, we still got plenty of season left, which is absolutely phenomenal. But when it comes down to family, right? Because during a bye week, you guys, if you guys can get back home to visit family, visit friends, how important during the season is it to stay in that constant communication with the family? Because sometimes you just need that small uplift from, mom, dad, your sister, your brother, your friends, your family, whomever it is. How important is it to keep that family connection during the season?
Yeah, it's important for sure. You just gotta talk to somebody. You can't just think about football 24/7. Right? You just gotta sometimes just let your mind rest and go talk to your family, talk to your loved ones, and just see what's up with them, see how everything's going back home, or how everything's going with their life also.
Well, listen, it's always good, man, because you do need that mental break every once in a while, and family's always a good thing. Plus, you got that one friend that everybody kind of leans back on just to have fun with. And the only thing what I appreciate is when you guys are always talking about your friends and family. The worst part is, I mean, we saw with KC. Listen, when you become a dynasty, it seems like when the teams start hitting a certain threshold, and I didn't see it from the AFL, even with teams winning back-to-back. But in the NFL, it just seems like these guys, there's a certain threshold you start getting. You start talking now dynasty, and we saw with KC, 6 of their guys have gotten into issues during the offseason, and we're all waiting to see how they're going to end up playing out. But All I care about is that you guys take the week off. You enjoy your time off. Still, do your workouts as Coach Burt wants you guys to do. But more importantly, we hope that as soon as the schedule is released, to be able to go 3-2, because we know that truthfully, you can't lose 2 more. Albany right now is on fire. And so in order to catch up to Albany's status, we got to make sure that things are going well. So, Tevin, thank you for joining me. I appreciate the time. And I'm quite sure we'll have you back on the show here shortly.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, you guys, you've been listening to Tevin Homer here with me on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. I thank him for taking time away from practice. I want to make sure that Coach Burt also doesn't yell at me too much, because he do have practice they have to get to. Sean, like I said, he'll be joining me hopefully come next week. He has some things to attend to, and so he just let me know. So Sean will miss out on this one, but I'm quite certain we'll get him back for next week. So again, with the AFL, thankfully, and by the way, Gas Pump Guy said he was about to text the same question I just had, and we should be working together. LOL. So listen, sometimes you know what the listeners and the viewers are going to ask. And don't forget, you guys can leave comments, of course, here live on the social medias, and you can still text and or call into the show at 727-858-6650. Once again, 727-858-6650. But the AFL, just don't believe everything you read out there. It's going to come together. It's going to be rebuild mode. I'm pretty sure the Philly Soul is going to come back. Matter of fact, Oliver, who played for the Soul, just played last week for Nashville Cats, actually had a pretty good game. Speaking to the owners, they said he was not hurt. They just like to switch quarterbacks in between games. So if you guys have not made it out there, depending if your team, your town has one, $37. Honest to God, it's dirt cheap, fast action sport. If you guys have not been to an arena football game, do so. Treat yourself and your family. It's a lot of fun. We see a lot of kids. And then afterwards, I will speak at least for the Predators. We have the Prowlers dancers that are out there. They're signing autographs after the game. You guys can go out into the field after the game, enjoy, tossing the ball back and forth and spending that time getting to know the players and getting to know the community. And that's the most important part. So it's always good. Visit, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to do that because the AFL's website is not up, but you can go to the OrlandoPretorsFootball.com and go to the website, check out the merchandise they have up there. The AFL is going to be releasing merchandise. There's so many things to talk about, which I cannot at the moment, but during the week, there's going to be updates and such so that you guys can keep up with everything that's going on with the AFL. So quickly, 1 hour down here, Martinez and Company, as it is back here for good at the Riptide Media Sports Network, as I will call it, adding the sports network in between there. And it will always be on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. Going into the break here, when we come back, one NASCAR driver / athlete did not have the turnout that he wanted to in Indy, and it wasn't because of the car. It's just the timing, which he thought was just not a perfect day. So we'll get into that and some more. You're listening to Martinez Company right here on the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. We'll be back right after this.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs?
Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Martinez and Company here on the Riptide Media Network. Down the Tampa division, as we always say, the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. You guys hear Pete say in the morning, well, this is the Naples Wealth Planning Studio here in beautiful Tampa, Florida, or as some folks say around here, Champa Bay, which I have not got into that chant because of, obviously I do live in the area. Absolutely love it. But yeah, Philly loyalists, kind of tough to start the Tampa Bay chant. But nonetheless, we'll see what happens with the Bucs this year. You guys have heard me say about their head coach. Does he have what it takes to bring this team and their starting QB back to greatness? We shall see, but we're still kind of weeks away. I know there's some teams are still going through their OTAs, and then they'll take their break. And before you know it, minicamp will be here. There'll be tons of stuff to talk about, as we just had the conversation with Tevin Homer. And you guys can end up, you can see when that comes back, there'll be a lot of NFL talk, that's for sure. But minicamps happen, and I was talking about Tevin Homer as I quickly got a text here from Gas Pump Guys where he's telling me that you're killing it with the comeback music. I love it. I appreciate it, Gas Pump Guide. It's what I try to do, kind of spice things up a little bit to keep the show fun and interesting for the most part. But with Tevin, you guys, the reason why I asked a question, because we've seen it. I want to know from you guys. If you guys want to make your comments here, don't forget you can put them on the social medias. You can also send it just like Gas Pump Guy, or as I like to call him, GPG, at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. And thank you all for listening in on the app as well as Jerry from Rhode Island. I know that he listens in on the app, and I appreciate you guys doing so as well. Don't forget you can download it on broadstsouth.com, and right there on the homepage, just choose your phone of your liking and then download it from there so you guys will not miss another show, because Pete Sheppard kicks it off in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m. Then it's Martinez coming here as I make my debut, moving the time from 6 to 8 p.m. to 10 to 12 mid-mornings, and then middays with Q coming up right after here with Rich Quinones, mi hermano, who was with me here. Martinez coming now doing his own thing here on Riptide Media Network as the network continues to grow and things continue to evolve here. But the reason why I got into it with Tevin is because, do you guys get upset when you know everybody, I don't know, and I have mixed reactions and mixed feelings when it comes to this stuff. How do you guys feel when your team is out there and they get into it? Like, obviously we've seen it with the Eagles and the Patriots, for example, and I believe they're going to have another, I believe they're going to have another mini camp where they're going to be together again. But we've seen it, these guys, it's the heat of the moment. Most of the time it is because the heat in the moment, meaning the temperatures. But are you guys okay when either they go at it too hard during practice, or when they're, obviously they're having these mini camps together? It's going to be a different fit and feel for the Patriots. I would have never thought, honestly, that I'd be talking about it as much as I have, even with Pete, because the Patriots are a completely different team. Belichick has moved on. Obviously, TB12 moved on from many years ago. They moved on from Mac Jones. So this is going to be a different dynamic with this team. And with Drake May, he's coming in. We're going to find out, was he worth all the hype that the Patriots, which I believe just offered him the rookie deal, 4 years, like $36.63 million. I couldn't even imagine as a rookie this day and age getting that kind of money. But like everything else, hopefully he'll do listen, Gronkowski, as much as people like to make fun of him, he is yet to cash in an NFL check. It's amazing to me how he's been able to do so, and very smart by him, because who would have thought? Gronk obviously invested a lot of his money. He's been living off of his endorsements and his sponsors that he had in the past. And I believe he's still got some, obviously some endorsements as well post his NFL career. But however he did it, he needs to put out that secret formula, because as much fun as I've made of New England in the past, and obviously we are as fans, but whatever he did to keep that money in his account and only spend sponsorship and endorsements, that to me, that's quite amazing. I mean, listen, God bless. I know it's the hardest thing to do, because we've seen it not too long ago. You have Antonio Brown. I don't get it. Honest to God, I don't. There's a lot of us that may not even make $80,000 a year on a regular job, and you blew through some $60 million plus dollars. $60 million. I mean, you got to really think about it. I mean, we saw what happened when he was with the Bucks. Took off his jersey, threw it up, took off his pads 100 yards, walked off the field. No big deal. We saw the problems that he had with the Steelers. Same nonsense. He was supposed to be part owner of one of the AFL teams. And now you file for bankruptcy, and the money that it's owed, and they put, I wish I would have had the list of stuff in there. I think there was a landscaping crew. Somebody even put how much money he owed them. And then we saw when he was down here in Florida throwing furniture out the window. People are suing him because of that, because they got injured. I mean, listen, we know that there's things that go on with athletes. We saw it with Junior Seau, right? Which is a complete and different story. Junior Seau, which we didn't learn until afterwards, was the impact of the concussions. And unfortunately, you get an impact like that, the bullet to the brain. Of course, we always say that we have thick skulls or whatever. It's not that thick. And you got to think about the impact your brain that takes into the front of your skull, the back of your skull, especially even when an accident, things happen. I just felt bad because we never knew what Junior Seau was going through, and we didn't learn about it until after it was all said and done. That's a complete different story. And God rest and God bless Junior Seau and other athletes that unfortunately have taken their own lives because of concussions and things that have happened. AB, I don't get it. Honest to God, I don't get it. You're at the height of your career, and you guys I even posted a question up to Tevin. In the height of your career, here you are. You have the fame, the popularity. You have obviously the skills to get into the NFL. You were drafted. You're now there. You are part of the it factor. And you either blow through your money or you guys just do silly things to get you into trouble. And those of us, the average person who's trying to get an extra buck from their employer, I mean, you have to literally sit down and say, sorry, sir, ma'am, I know I've been working for you guys for the last 5 years. Can we possibly get me up from $9.25 to, I don't know, $10.50? You have to literally beg with some corporations just to be able to get that extra. And most corporations don't even do $1. Half the times they'll do between a nickel and 25 cents. The cost of inflation, if you guys haven't realized, that hasn't gone down as much as say that they are. But you look at it and it's like, I just got a quarter raise, and that doesn't do anything in your paycheck. But you have people like AB that make all this money, more than I will ever make in my lifetime, unless I get lucky enough to hit the Mega Millions or one of the other lotteries or here the Florida Lotto, and you blow it on just. I wish, honest to God, I wish he went back and looked, and found some lists. I wish I had, matter of fact, I have like a little note, calendar thing here. But I would love for him to go back and look. October of. Wow, did I really have to spend $1 million on that? Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back to September. I mean, how much money, honest to God, did you have to waste? Couldn't you could have helped out a family. There's athletes. There's been plenty of athletes that we've seen that JJ Watt is one of them. He's helped out a lot of people. There's been other athletes that have helped out other families because of time of need. And you know what? My hat off to you, because you guys have gone out there and I know people will say, well, because he's an athlete and he wants to look good. It has nothing to do with that. No athlete tells anyone, hey, that family, their house just caught on fire. Can you give them, $100, $200? They do it because they care enough to give back to the community that they're a part of. Even if it's, JJ did a lot of stuff for the Houston community. I'm pretty sure he did a lot, when it came to the storms that came through there. Even in Arizona, he was doing stuff when he was out in Arizona. So for me, it's one of those things like you have all this money and we hear, like Bible verses or people talking about before, money, greed, power, right? We've seen that. That has been the rise and fall of man. It's always been known for years. But how do you blow? I don't get it. I wish there was a book out there. Like when we're in high school, the one thing I wish that we had was that someone would tell us, listen, you guys, class of 88, before you go out there, we are going to start you guys in debt. Why? Because you want to go to college and that starts you off with debt. So why can't, as a freshman in high school, could there be, instead of like learning how to bake or cook or boil water, why couldn't we have that economics class that would say to us, if you guys want to build up for the future, big word, credit. Let's talk about that and show you how you can do things better. Oh, by the way, right under credit, savings. Let's talk about that word. Oh, and then under that one is checking, and then, so on and so forth. But you're an athlete with the superstar status, and you blow. It's just mind-blowing. Honest to God, it really is. It's mind-blowing. Gasplum guy says, I think that teams that do joint practice is good, and sometimes they push and shove, but once they start throwing punches, I think it's ridiculous. I agree. Honestly, God, I agree, because it gets to the point, like we understand it again in the heated moment. I get it. We've seen it when players, within their own teams, you heard Tevin talking about it, but a lot of times they end up brushing it off. It's just because we're competitive in nature. You go to a job somewhere, it's the same thing. I think Pete and I have talked about this off air. When you apply for a job, the one thing that it's always like the same generic questions, but whether being a man or woman sitting in front of you, they always tell you, so, sir, ma'am, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? I've always gone back and told them, I'm going to be where you're sitting 5 years from now. Whether it happened or not, who knows? Maybe the person wasn't there because they were close to retirement. So whomever the next in line was taking their job. But it's just one of those things that in the heat of the moment, yeah, we've said things, hopefully not to the point where if you said something that the person's always going to remember that in the back of their mind, because yes, have we done silly things where we've said something and then the minute it comes out your mouth like, Oh, I should have kept that one to myself. We've done it. We've done it. Yours truly. I've done it before too. Way, way, way many years ago, I've done it. Once it's said, well, you just better hope that the person never hears it again or it's never spoken about again. But it's just in the heat of the moment, we go through things and we just say things and we just hope that we don't do things to the point where we lose our job, lose our sanity, lose our life, any of those things. It's vitally important to make sure we keep our spirits up and always try and do the best things. All right, a couple things, or one thing at least I teased about in motorsports. The other thing that kind of caught my eye, which I had no idea until this morning, which apparently this came out yesterday, but Stewart-Haas Racing is shutting down their Cup Series team at the end of the 2024 season. Now, those that do know, Tony Stewart's always been kind of like one of the bad boys of NASCAR when he came in, was very tough, still races out there in the dirt kart series. I mean, he's very, very still active out there. Now he's racing in the NHRA, which he says it's a thrill a minute. God bless him, because I think it's nuts. It's great. Don't get me wrong. It's nice because I could imagine that adrenaline. It's one thing, if you guys have never been to a NASCAR race, I know people are going to say all they do is turn left unless they go on a road course. Then they turn right in the road course as well. It's different. I took a good friend of mine many, many years ago out in Dover, Delaware, Rob. Never been to a race ever. And it was always one of those guys that always talked about, big deal, here we are, blah, blah. And he got to see the cars because some of the cars are out on display. Sometimes it could be a former race car they have raced and they bring it on the hauler, because you always have the actual race car and then your backup car in the hauler. And so you'll go around, you check out the souvenir stands, and you get to have fun with everybody that's out there. And you take a look and it's like, okay, here I am. I'm at the track. He went up to the stands, same thing. He saw the pomp and circumstance that starts before it, national anthem. And then came the moment when it used to say, gentlemen, start your engines. And if he would have been a cat, he would have been in outer space, because you could see, and Rob at the time was fairly sizable man. He jumped up so high that I swore he was trying to intercept the ball somewhere. And it was just because the roar of the engines all firing up at once, he was completely blown away. So if you guys have never been to a NASCAR event, again, wherever you live, where you reside, I've still yet to get to Daytona. I'm dying to get there. Eventually, my fiance and I will end up going there. I'm still dying to get to a Daytona 500 race. So it's part of all that's NASCAR. Here in the same way in Charlotte, I've yet to go to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. I want to go there as well. But if you guys have not been there, do so. And the reason why I bring it up, because again, Tony Stewart won part of the Stewart-Haas Racing. Apparently, according here to Yahoo, one of NASCAR's biggest teams is ceasing its Cup Series operations. Stewart-Haas Racing announced Tuesday night that it's shutting down its top-level NASCAR team at the conclusion of the 2024 season. The team, formed in 2009 when Tony Stewart became a co-owner with Gene Haas, currently fields 4 cars in the Cup Series for Josh Berry, Chase Briscoe, Noah Gragson, and Ryan Preece. It also runs a 2-car operation in the Xfinity Series for Cole Custer and Riley Hurst. According to a quote here, he says, "We have made the difficult decision to close Stewart-Haas Racing at the conclusion of the 2024 season." A statement from Haas and Stewart said, "It is a decision that did not come easily, nor was it made quickly. Racing is a labor-intensive, humbling sport. It requires unwavering commitment and vast resources with a 365-day mindset to be better than everyone else. It's part of what makes success so rewarding. But the commitment needed to extract maximum performance while providing sustainability is incredibly demanding. And we've reached a point in our respective and personal and business lives where it's time to pass the torch. We're proud of all the wins and championships we've earned since joining together in 2009, but even more special is the culture we built and the friendships we forged as we committed for a common cause, winning races and collecting trophies. That is the same commitment we made to our personnel, our partners, our fans coming into this year, and that commitment will remain through the season finale at Phoenix. We have tremendous respect and appreciation for all of our employees, and we will work diligently to assist them during this transition to find new opportunities beyond the 2024 racing season." Now, I could imagine as a NASCAR owner, first of all, it's a lot of money that you're spending. A Ford tire change just a couple years ago cost you $1,500. Think about it. When we go to the dealerships, how we don't like to pay, what is it, between 150, some tires 300, some people even got ripped off for $600. I don't know what kind of tire you're buying, but some people have gotten that crazy amount of money spent on a dealership or somewhere else. We hate to spend that money. We know we have to do it. Some tires will last to 40, some to 50. Some people make it last to 80,000 miles. Don't know how they do it unless they're cutting the retreads again on the tires. But it was $1,500 for just a Ford tire change in NASCAR. The fuel that comes with it, trying to get sponsorship, and especially when even though Tony Stewart, yes, NASCAR Cup champion, he has a resume bigger than most drivers I will ever know. Average drivers. I don't know any NASCAR drivers. I mean, I'm not that freaking big time to know any of these guys, but just your regular everyday driver, just to come in and just because you're starting a team, the name recognition alone is not going to get you a sponsorship. You have to come up with a game plan, draft something up, figure out, how can I make this work? How can I make my team money? How can I then take someone like a Kevin Harvick and bring him over to Tony Stewart Racing? All these things have to come into play. And then you hope that you can maybe possibly get a Cup Series championship under your new race team, because then that attracts more sponsors. But we've seen as time has gone on that a lot of these teams, it's a hurting for sponsorship. After COVID, before COVID, people were more relaxed. The pockets were a little bit deeper. There were so many things that you could reach out to, as, for example, my own self and my network, and the same with Riptide Media Network. Before you could go, I wouldn't say that Domino's would guarantee you something, but they were willing to say, all right, you know what, you're local, you're in our community. If you help us out, sure, we'll throw some bucks your way. Now it's different. In order to get that sponsorship, you really have to either beat out your competitor, or you're hoping that the people you reach out to, because Ryan F., for example, Ryan tried so many times with Broad Street South. God bless him, because every single time he was sending me some angel look. I reached out to this sponsor and it was the same generic thing. We appreciate the kind words and that you reach out to us, but at this time, or they would tell you to go to who is it? One of these companies that you can shave your testicles and stuff. What they do is, and I guess kudos to them because they did it kind of smart, but they will tell you, oh, you can go with our affiliate sponsor. What it means is that they'll tell you that you need to put all your social medias with their company, talk about said company, and promote them for 2 years in the hopes that you will get in with said company. But as most people end up finding out, was not true. For 2 years, you promoted these guys and you talked about, the different products, the whole 9 yards. And then they tell you, thanks for 2 years of sharing this out. But yeah, you don't have what it takes to really push it out there. And there's stories behind it. So it's not something I'm talking about, something out of my butt. I'm telling you that there's times where there's companies, there's some that are willing to work with you, and there's some other ones that take advantage. In NASCAR, it's almost the same thing, where you got to make sure that when you're putting a package together, they won't take advantage of you. But when you're putting that package together, it takes a lot. Tony Stewart made a name for himself. So did Haas Racing. And now it's a shame that the stuff comes to a close. I'm sorry, that it's really, really tough. And I feel bad. The other story I talked about was with Kyle Larson, as he faced a harsh reality of a race. You guys know, and for those who don't know, NASCAR Cup driver, and also decided to go to the Indy side as well. It's a race in the Indianapolis 500. I believe Tony Stewart is the only one. He may not have won it, but the only one to complete all 1,500 miles, or excuse me, 1,100 miles, 1,100 miles, because 600 in Coca-Cola 600, and then 500 in Indianapolis 500. He's the only race car driver that's completed both. For Kyle Larson, because there were storms in the area, unfortunately, he didn't get the opportunity to come back to Charlotte to race in the Coca-Cola 600 because it became the same storm system pattern that passed through Indianapolis. ended up in Charlotte. And so they called the race with like 249 laps in or whatever. They just didn't want to continue it the next day. So they decided to call the race. And so the dream of him doing double duties, and he knew it. He knew that the weather may not have been that great, but NASCAR still gave him the opportunity to stay in Indy and, do the best he possibly could to race his car and then come to Charlotte and be able to do it that way. But unfortunately, it didn't work that way. So he learned the harsh reality, which was that, unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. It's tough. Once again, when you want to do double duties and you figured he had to go, the plane ride from the jet, jetting from Indy down to Charlotte, checking his vital signs, making sure he ate. Obviously, probably put at least I would think at least at minimum 2 bags of IV fluid. So because you can only drink but so much, but to make sure his system was replenished. So by the time he got to Charlotte, he was able to jump in the car and end up taking off and race around like everybody else does to be able to complete it. But his dream of doing the double duties unfortunately came short because of the weather. And we've seen it. We've seen, God bless, because there's been storms early on. We're not even to summer yet. We're still in spring, but we've seen storms and the damage. They've gone from Houston to Louisiana to Mississippi out through, Georgia. Some places in the Midwest have been hammered. It was just 2 days ago up in the Northeast where they finally confirmed that there was a tornado came down. So it's the weather. We've seen weather patterns like this change every 5 years or so. We've heard the local forecasters talk about we went from El Nino to La Nina and we've seen it. Transitions change here in Florida because of the different patterns and changing. We've seen where the Gulf gets up to 90 degrees. Last year, at one point, I think it got up to like 98. But people got to understand too, before everybody goes nuts, when you're down here at Clearwater, number one, think about the word. It's clear water. Sorry, I got to say water because I say water. That's a Philly thing. But you're here. The closer you get to the Gulf shoreline, obviously, the warmer it's going to be. Why? Because it's shallow. So when people start saying, oh my God, it's because of global warming, relax, folks. I know there's a lot of people who believe in that, but it's because obviously the closer you are to the shoreline, the warmer it's going to get, the more dense the water is. Yes, this is still going to be hot, but it's probably going to cool down a couple of degrees because now you're going deeper into the depths. But nonetheless, when he tried to do the double duty of being able to race in the Indy 500 and then go down to Coca-Cola 600, it's tough. God bless, because not many drivers can do so. He got the blessing from NASCAR. They allowed him to do so, and he tried. But it didn't work out for him. He was obviously upset that he was able to complete both. NASCAR, the only thing that he's more worried or concerned about is because when it comes to the playoffs, because he wasn't able to finish, then he may get penalized for it. But we've seen NASCAR change their mind as well. When it comes down to it, they may not penalize completely, and they might allow him to finish up the year. So if he does get into playoff contention, that he's able to continue. So we're going to wait and see what happens in the future. And I don't know if anybody been out there. I know it's passed. If anybody went out to Vegas, I would love to know what everybody's experience was out there for the Indy cars. We were fortunate when we were out there for Radio Row in Vegas. We were able to see where the grandstands were and the building itself, which was pretty neat. But if anybody got the opportunity to go out there this past year, I would like to know how the experience that you guys had. Don't forget also, here on Martinez Company, if you guys believe you have what it takes to be a co-host for today, reach out, drop a message again, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650, or email me, go right through broadstSouth.com and email me that way to let me know that you like to try it. Listen, you don't have to be on the whole entire show. You can come on, have fun, come in 15, 20 minutes, exit out. It's just an opportunity to present itself. So you guys, who knows? There could be a hidden talent out there that we've never heard about before. So I just like to present that out there as part of Martinez Company here at Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game, because you never know. You too could be, you could have a show. And if you had the desire to go out here and see what it takes to do many things behind the scenes, the challenge is out there. So you guys like to be a part of it, by all means, let me know, because you guys have been listening to here to Martinez Company on the Riptide Media Network. Of course, I'm Angel Martinez. I will be here as I am with Pete, with the Pete Sheppard Show in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m., Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. And then joining me here a little bit later on after the break will be Rich Quinones with Middays with Q. You guys, I'm quite sure you're going to really, really enjoy that show as well. Rich is about as high strung and high speed as I am. So the party will just continue all the way up to 1 o'clock. So if you guys are listening on the sports radio app, you're in bonus time, because not only obviously you're listening to me, then you also be able to listen to Rich Quinones as well. And he's, well, he knows I love him as much as I love Pete. And he's just a fun guy to be around. No, not like a mushroom. I know someone will come out with that joke, but yes, he is a fun guy to hang around with, and always have a great amount of guests on as well. So we appreciate everyone who tunes in here on the social medias. And of course, as we've been saying, you can call in or text into the show as well at 727-858-6650. You guys see it on the banner going across the bottom. I thank Tevin Homer for joining me earlier at the 10:30 hour. If you guys missed it, you can always watch the replay, of course, on broadstSouth.com and on the YouTube pages. And Sean Williams, hopefully we'll get him back on here next week. Stay tuned on the socials, because I will release who my next upcoming guests are for the next couple of days. And you never know who's going to stop by. You never know. So you are listening to, as we go into the break, Martinez and Company here on the Riptide Media Network in the Tampa division of the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. I'm Angel Martinez, and we'll be back right after this.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
My girl is banging, she's solo maintenance. Don't need no champagne, poppin' entertainment. Take her to Wendy's, can't keep her off me. She wanna dip me like them fries in her Frosty. But every now and then when I get paid, I gotta spoil my baby with an upgrade. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Got that Bourbon Street steak with the Oreo shake and some whipped cream on the top two. 2 straws, 1 check, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in the styrofoam. Squeaking in the truck bed all the way home. Some Alabama jammer, she my Dixieland delight. That's how we do. Fancy light.
Welcome back to the last half hour of Martinez and Company here on the Riptide Media Network and on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. And yes, Fancy Like Applebee's. That's such a great song, even as it gets warmer and warmer. I know some people get tired of it, but you know what? To me, it's a fun tune. At least I could be wrong. I could be dead wrong, but I like it. I enjoy it. There are certain country songs that, if you guys remember back in the day, I mean, okay. So Deb and I, we get into varied topics all the time. And yes, I know a lot of people think, is she a real person? Yes, she is a real person. Well, you guys will see the wedding pictures. I'm pretty sure I'll end up sharing them up there as long as I get the approval. I'm kidding, but we'll end up sharing the wedding pictures because we're going to have a great time. I can't wait for the family to come into town. It's going to be great. But we talked about 8-tracks. How many people remember the 8-tracks? That, having a good time. As Gas Pump Guy says, I like the song, but it goes so overplayed, at least down here in Southwest Florida. Yeah, I'm the same way too, but it's fun. Well, because if I play my dance music all the time, people are like, do you know anything else other than that? Yes, I love my 80s music. My genre goes all over the place. But on the 8-tracks, for those who remember, that are old enough to remember, the one funny thing was, but people kind of cracked me up, was like, so how many tracks does it have? Remember when Pete said this morning, here's your sign? There it is. So, but, I remember Charlie Pride. Holy moly. Kenny Rogers, obviously, big Kenny Rogers fan. Dolly Parton, obviously, for many years. Who is the other one that I'm thinking of? Not Crystal Waters. Obviously, she's club artist. Holy moly. And it'll take me a moment. But anyways, the country music has been around for many years. I'm pretty sure you guys appreciate it. Some people, I like, me personally, Zach Brown, Florida Georgia Line, I love those guys too. But some people are starting to feel like that some country songs are no longer country. I won't name the artist, but one particular song is being played now, not country music. I don't care how much you try to convince people to say it is country music. It's not. It's the same version of the same music you've put out year after year. Just because you think you throw in a little yodel or something else does not make it country. Just throwing it out there. I know you guys can make the comments. I know people will be like, I can't believe you just said that. No, yes. Why? Because I say what I want, how I like it, right here. Why? Because it's my show. Just the way it works. By the way, Carl Edwards and Ricky Rudd also were elected to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. I think both good choices. I think both well-deserved for NASCAR as well. And if you guys love NASCAR, by all means, like I said, bring your comments. Let me know. And I'll somehow, it'd be really interesting if somehow or another, and by the way, Rich Q from Middays with Q is going to be joining me here in the next couple of minutes, so you guys can get to see and be familiarized who he was with. Again, he used to be with me with Martinez Company, along with Ryan F. Used to be with me as well when I did from 6 to 8 p.m. But now the show has shifted into the morning slot from 10 to 12, the mid-morning show, and it will be here Tuesday for the foreseeable future. But Jerry from Rhode Island, I think it would be pretty neat to try to be able to have him co-host from a boat as he's trying to work to do double duties. Because even as I do this stuff here, most of the times I'm behind the scenes. There's a multitude of different monitors that I end up working with, obviously soundboards, a bunch of different things that I end up doing. And when I'm here by my lonesome, it's different when I'm with Pete, because Pete can kind of take over, and then I cue things up for him. When I'm doing stuff for myself, I got to remember the different things that end up happening here. But Gas Pump Guy says, I agree. Country music is not country music anymore. It's more pop. It is. There's a lot of songs that it feels just like that. Like it's pop-ish type music. But you know who would be a good person to come across as far as pop music? Because he used to sing soprano before the Sopranos came around and became a thing. It is, join me right now, Ricardo Quiñones, Rich Quiñones from Middays with Q. Rich, thank you for joining me on this fine Esteem network.
Amano, Angel, appreciate it. Very happy to be on with you, and definitely excited to be part of Riptide Media going forward with Middays with Q. But no, we're going to have a lot of fun, man. I mean, I enjoyed doing this stuff with you before with Martinez and Company, obviously with the 102.9 The Game and Broad Street South. So a lot of sports stories to dive into, hot topics. You know, they say the dog days of summer, but there's always something going on in the world of sports.
There is. There always is. But dang it, you know what? I should kind of. Okay, so Rich and I, when he does his Middays with Q, there's going to be a commercial. He knows which one I'm talking about. I'm going to bring it back so you guys can understand the fun that we had at nighttime. But not this. We know that right now. I mean, you look at the NBA. Obviously, the Mavericks thought that they were going to end up taking one last night and finally sweeping the Timberwolves out of Dallas, but not being the case, Rich. It was a good game. Very, very close game, obviously, to the very end. Luka doing Luka things on the floor, shot up that crazy acrobatic three-pointer. That was insane to see it towards the very end of the game. But, came up 5-point difference. Shift the series back to, I believe, up to Minnesota. Now, we're going to see a game 5.
Yep.
And I sorry if you'll end up bringing up on your show there, but what do we expect? At least I won't ask to see who end up winning it, but what do we expect out of game 5?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. It depends on what version of Luka and Kyrie show up, right? I mean, they had, again, last night, we thought they were going to have a big time effort, but they had too many turnovers late. They combined for 7 turnovers. Minnesota got a good effort from Edwards and Towns. I know why you're smiling already, because you hear the crazy the local dog in the background, which, I'm going to have to just muzzle her from 12-1 here. But it was a good game last night. I was flicking through that. And then, of course, the Rangers and the Panthers, which I think has turned into just a ridiculously intense Eastern Conference Finals. Florida is a good team. The Panthers a really good team. And the Rangers I think they're running out of steam a little bit. And once they were, that bad penalty last night, power play for the Panthers, they kept giving it up in their own zone, and the Panthers capitalized. And that series is 2-2 now. So you got the NHL, you got MLB, you got obviously the NBA playoffs, as you mentioned. So a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, I had touched upon it. Like I've never talked about the Patriots as much as I have, and most of it because obviously with Pete Sheppard in the morning, Pete Sheppard show from 7 to 10 a.m. right here on the Riptide Media Network. It's Drake May, $36 million for the rookie contract, right? Yep. I mean, again, I wouldn't know what to do with that kind of money, but does Drake May understand the pressure that he's going to be under? Because not only do you get, you can only max out in a rookie deal with so much. And then, of course you can get endorsements, all that good happy horse stuff until the contract is over. He seems to be playing a part in New England. Is he, just for what we've seen from the draft, from college, is he the right fit and the right choice of what Gerald Mayo has thought of him up to this point?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I'm actually going to go the flip side of that coin. I don't think there's a lot of pressure on him. I'm going to tell you why. Because Mayo's still getting his feet wet. When we talk about head coaching, putting together a staff that, if you really look at it, it's not strong at all. The coaching staff. You need a strong coaching staff. The roster is a weak roster. I think the Pats are going to struggle mightily. I don't even see them winning 4 or 5 games. They'll win a game or here by default. But listen, this is what happens in the NFL. Everyone's looking at the Peyton Mannings of the world, the Andrew Lucks. Now all of a sudden, CJ Stroud bursting on the scene. And again, it has to do with what? Talented roster and the right coach. And now they finally have the right head coach in D'Amico Ryan. So I think it's just, we look at the money and then we want to equate the money with the success on the field on a Sunday as opposed to Saturday in the NFL. I think the kid's going to struggle a little bit, but I think the kid's talented. I mean, it's so hard, all these mock drafts. And when the drafts are over, what do we tend to do? We want to grade the draft, right? We want to grade the draft. How did our team do? Jet, Giant, Dallas, Eagles, whatever. How did they do? Then when the schedule comes out, we want to dive into the schedule and we want to do that little, that dicey game, wins and losses. It never pans out. So for me to honestly come on, and I'm going to talk about it at 12 with Lloyd Vance, we'll do some NFL and go around the league. It's hard for me to sit here and be fair and objective late May and tell you that said quarterback's going to struggle. Now, I've had my gut feelings about certain quarterbacks in the past. I thought Rosen was going to be a bust. He turned out to be a bust. There's just some that you just watch in college. I think May's going to be a decent quarterback, but I don't think there's going to be that much pressure on him. It's not like he's following Tom Brady's footsteps, right? I mean, the pressure is going to be on that head coach. The pressure is going to be on that coaching staff to kind of build a young roster, which also falls on the GM and the ownership group. If that kind of answers your question. But listen, I love the fact that you're throwing football at me in late May, because with the OTAs and training camp and preseason, we're going to blink and the NFL is going to be right around the corner.
I know. That's why I brought it up earlier when I was talking about it, because it is. I mean, we think about it. Every year we know the NFL goes away and then we're like, it takes forever to get here. It seems now it could be just because I'm down here in Florida and where it just things go by even quicker. But I think this is probably the quickest offseason I can think of in years past, because, there's like that 2-3 week break in between, because then, we hear the Mel Kiper's mock draft and blah, blah, blah. And then the draft comes around. And then before you know it, now the steam starts to pick back up. I also mentioned too, with Kansas City becoming a dynasty team, we've seen 6 athletes not make the best choices ever. And it comes with the price of fame. I would love to know what Andy Reid's going to end up doing with Kansas City, because no matter what, I mean, they really haven't dove into it too much as far as what they plan on doing with these, with the players. And listen, the NFL, people, I'm looking to you in the camera here. Those who believe that the NFL does the right thing, sometimes they do, but they know it's about the money. For those who are listening on the apps, it's about the money when it comes down to it. So these players, and when you walk away from an accident, thank God no one passed from the accident, but you got to make better choices. But the NFL too, a lot of times, shame on Goodell as well, because when these guys have done something wrong, he's like, I'll let the NFL police take care of it, but I also know that these guys bring in money and they bring people into the stands. When is it enough, Rich, just in your opinion? When do you think it's enough when Goodell has to finally say, like, listen, I can't keep rewarding you guys with bad behavior. Something's got to give.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's one of the many hypocrisies of the NFL, to be quite honest. You mentioned Kansas City, Sidney Rice, and, the issues that they're dealing with, the off-season issues, where we should be talking about this team trying to go back to back to back, right? Coming off back-to-back championships, try to three-peat, and we're not. But there's always that fine line in the NFL. I mean, I remember Pro Football Talk used to, rip and read, copy and paste the police blotter. It's been X amount of days since an arrest. These players, they got a lot of money on their hands. They got a lot of guys that are following around. They got a lot of groupies. They got a lot of vices. They got a lot of, let's just say, weaknesses from time to time. And sometimes they don't use their better judgment. They really don't. But you're right. After a while, you can't give them a pass at 23, 24, 25 when you're making that kind of money. We always say nothing good happens, in certain places after 2 a.m., so to speak. But Kansas City, there's a reason that they consistently win, right? They've got the coach, they got the players, they got the coaching staff, they've got the roster. They know how to handle these types of issues. The NFL, they seem to come down when they want to come down. Roger Goodell and the white suits, they seem to make the moves when they get enough pressure. I mean, look, Kansas City, think about this. You didn't even bring up the kicker and his comments, right? I mean, so
stupid.
But again, listen, freedom of speech, people can say what they want to say, whether we agree or disagree or just kind of roll our eyes, so be it. But that you're talking about doing that at commencement speech, man. I mean, you're basically looking a young kid in the eye and basically saying, hey, man, be content wearing an apron at home. Like,
right.
What? Are you kidding me? Like, what are we doing here? And then now, see, remember, this goes back. I believe, knowing a lot of NFL players that I do and former players and current players, they obviously, some don't have the same beliefs when it comes to religion, when it comes to politics, when it comes to, racial issues. And sometimes that can kind of, you draw the line in the sand, it divides what's going on in that locker room. And sometimes it does rear its ugly head, but these are professional. They make hundreds of millions of dollars. You set all that aside. I can tell you this right now, 3rd and 13, down 6, Kansas City's driving against Buffalo in the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes is not thinking about what a friggin' kicker said during the offseason. He's worried about that rush coming. He's worried about completing that 3rd down conversion and moving the sticks. But yeah, there's always going to be an issue with this in the NFL, to be honest. And, the NFL is such a monster that a lot of times we forgive quickly because we look at the back of the jersey. As soon as these players score, as soon as they put money in our pocket, as soon as they help us with fantasy football, we forget what they've done off the field.
Yeah. Which is the other thing. I know a lot of the athletes are getting upset, and a couple of them had voiced their opinion talking about, I'm not your fantasy guy. And I get it. There's, because fantasy football, for all intents and purposes, I mean, look how crazy it has gotten to the point. How much longer, Q, do you think, when it comes to it, we never thought, right, in a million years, all these ESPN bets, DraftKings, all these guys are in now that the NFL swore up and down whenever going to happen. How much longer is it going to be before we see, a DraftKings fantasy, $1 million wager or whatever case may be? Because if we're betting on the players in Vegas and other places, what's there to say that they're not going to do the same thing when it comes to fantasy football?
Yeah, I mean, listen, fantasy football, it's a form of gambling. It's exactly what it is. I mean, years ago, Tony Romo wasn't allowed to partake in fantasy football. Listen, the NFL, they opened up this can of worms. They opened up Pandora's box. This was 30 years ago, right? I mean, we can go back to the days of the NFL Today on CBS with Musburger and Jimmy the Greek. And I've said it so many times over the years, on your show, on other shows, when I was doing my shows on the radio, on television, I've said it. When Jimmy the Greek used to talk about the lines, he would never really specifically mention the line. He'd just say, I like the Giants. I think they're a touchdown better. The NFL knew what was going on. Once they moved the team to Vegas, all bets are off, no pun intended. So you're going to be able, I also mentioned this too, the NFL is getting into that a la carte where we're going to have to pay for specific games, right? I mean, we're already kind of seeing it. Now look at the deals with Amazon and Peacock. Look what the NBA is trying to do with inside the NBA. It's all about money, right? It's all about getting that share. It's all about the ratings, the TV, the networks, the advertising. The NFL knows exactly what they're doing. So they can sit there and do the Babe in the Woods routine, right? But they know exactly where the bread is going to be buttered. And that's why they have no problem pushing. If you go to a timeout, you go to a TV break, what do we see right away? DraftKings, Fantasy, FanDuel, BetMGM, BetDSI. We're seeing the bottom scroll. We're seeing the ticker. We're seeing the odds. We're seeing the player props. Every show now, Monday Night Football, For crying out loud. Monday Night Football now, all of a sudden you got a lower third graphic talking about the line.
Yep.
Or in-game live betting. You got Van Pelt doing his thing, bad beats. So it's so prevalent and prominent, the gambling world, that when it comes to sports betting, they can say anything they want. And I believe, and this is a wild conspiracy, but I believe one day we will find that a very prominent, notable player, perhaps a quarterback, perhaps a face of a franchise, gambled on games, gambled on himself, gambled on play. I mean, we're kind of seeing on a lower tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Ridleys of the world, some of these other players, lesser stature, but is it going to shock me that a Mahomesian-like player down the road, I'm not saying Patrick Mahomes, I'm just saying that type of player, and someone would say, well, what do they have to lose? Why would they want to do that? And if you're going to bet that kind of money, the line's going to move exponentially. Sure, absolutely. But I just think it's not going to shock me when it happens. And the only people that can blame themselves is New York and the NFL. Because once they moved that team to Vegas, it opened up everything. I mean, we're not going to go back to the 50s and 60s with the Paul Hornings and the Alex Karras. We're not going to go to Art Schlichter, Ohio State, and then in the pros making bets from his jail cell. I mean, it's just gambling is just thrown in our face that there's no way around it.
Yeah.
There really isn't. And you're talking to someone that understands that gambling and that betting sphere and space. And I will tell you that it's just, it makes you wonder when you watch these games on Sunday where the announcers turn around and the first thing they say is, there's no flag. It's like, what do you guys know that we don't know?
That's just it. No, but and before we wrap it up here, because I know we've got Middays with Q coming up. Does it really matter? One thing I think that drives Pete and myself crazy is that why do I have to know the trajectory of the ball, the spin factor? I don't ever go to the game like, God, I can't wait to see what the nucleus average rate is going to be on the axis of the ball. What do I care? All I care for is a good game.
Yeah, you're talking about what they're in baseball now.
No, in football. When all the AWS, obviously Amazon puts out all the stats.
Okay. I thought you also meant like the flight time.
The same thing with
baseball and the analytic geeks and whatnot. I mean, yeah, there are terms I can't stand. By the way, don't say arm strength. What are we doing? Just say he can throw the ball far.
Correct.
Wingspan, arm span. It's just, that's for your analytic driven, and they need content out of it. And you're looking at the Pro Football Focus grading, where they grade, which is very skewed, by the way. It's not objective, nor is it subjective. It's very skewed. But yeah, I can care less about that crap. I mean, just push the ball down the field. What the frig is that? Push the ball down. How about throw it? How about simplify it? You run, you throw, you catch. This is a simple game. So, yeah, I can do the same thing with those verbiages in baseball as well, which it'll be interesting when I have Steve Gardner on, covers baseball for USA Today and also is a Hall of Fame voter. That's something I'm going to bring up with him, because it's just, we need to go back to kind of simplifying the game, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Especially a sport like baseball, it's made to be slow, period.
That's why I'm hoping they'll start getting rid of that stuff. But I know it's the same way with the NBA. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. What do I care the trajectory of the ball? It's bad enough. I mean, there's not too many people left that they take the book out, to ball strikes and stuff. It's just, that's the old part of the game. But what do I care? It's like, wonder if that's going to go spin sector for 40.
But they put it up there.
I know.
They put it up there, like how far the home run, 360 something odd feet, the flight. I mean, it's just because it's another thing they can use for content, to throw up a graphic, to have something brought to you by, Spirit Airways, brought to you by the flight, right? Of course, every flight, every ball would probably be delayed. So.
Exactly. I need to reach out to Martha Stewart. This hot take brought to you by Martha Stewart.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, there's a commercial that's coming. Don't worry. I'll see if I can find it in the archives and bring it up for tomorrow. But coming up next is my hermano, Rich Q, Middays with Q, right here on Riptide Media Network. Thank you guys for listening in to Martinez and Company. And there's a comment that's coming in before we sign off here. Penguin AZ said, what up, Martinez and Company, Money Man Rich? Penguin AZ, who's followed us for the longest. Another hermano of mine that's out there. And Jerry from Rhode Island, before I sign off here, he says, first time hearing Q, sounds great, knows his stuff. Yeah, just wait. Just wait. You guys are going to be entertaining with it. It's going to go by so fast. One commercial break in between here, and before you know it, the show's over. So, all right, coming up next here at the 12 o'clock hour, yes, there's no hard outs here in the Riptide Media Network. Why? Because I run the stuff behind the glass here. What I'll be doing is I switch my cap from being a host now to running stuff behind the glass for Rich Q. So coming up next, right after this commercial break, it will be Rich Q. Middays with Q right after this. Stay tuned. 12 o'clock, folks. I will see you all tomorrow, starting off with Pete Sheppard in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m. See us.
Now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, 12 o'clock straight up. Good afternoon, everyone. Bueno. This is Middays with Q. I'm your host, Rich Quinones. My guy, as always, Angel Martinez behind the glass, the man that keeps us on the air for 60 minutes as we are coming at you live. Not bad bumper music. I'm going to give the playlist. We're going to get this situated because Angel already knows where I'm going with the playlist. He's got it covered from top to bottom. But listen, absolutely thrilled to be part of what Angel is doing and the whole gang at Riptide Media Network. And of course, 102.9 The Game, Broad Street South. As I mentioned, myself, Rich Quinones, Angel Martinez will take you up to 1 o'clock. He'll keep us locked and loaded on the air. If you guys want to chime in on this late Wednesday, it's amazing that we're already creeping into June, right? And as always, get a hold of us, 727-858-6650. You start talking about the dog days of summer, and we touched a little bit on it on Martinez and Company. NHL, Western Conference, Eastern Conference Finals, really intriguing matchups. The NBA playoffs. We know that the Boston Celtics are going to wait the winner of the Dallas Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Boston really had no resistance put up against them, against the Indiana Pacers. Tomorrow we'll talk with our hoops head expert, Jonathan Marshall. But I'm enjoying these NBA playoffs. I'm enjoying these NHL playoffs. I mean, obviously, the Knicks, my Knicks, got bounced in 7 against Indiana, which I thought just basically rolled over against the Boston Celtics. The Boston Celtics, I said this prior to the season. And as I mentioned, little NBA today. I want to get into some baseball as well. Get your thoughts on the news that came down yesterday. And then Lloyd Vance at 12:20 talks some NFL. We'll go around the league with him. But the Boston Celtics, I believe going into the season, it was pretty much tailor-made for them coming out of the Eastern Conference. I mean, this is a team that from top to bottom is stacked. We know about Tatum. We know about Brown. We're talking about White, even though no Porzingis. And I just thought the pressure was going to be on them to not only get through the Eastern Conference, but to get back to the NBA Finals. And right now, as it stands, I mean, think about this, minus 230 for them to win it all. And then you got to throw in Tatum. You got to throw in Brown as potential Finals MVP. Now, if Boston were to win, I would make the assumption that it's probably going to be Tatum at minus 135. But the Eastern Conference not as top heavy as the Western Conference. And I know Angel mentioned this previously on his show with Minnesota and the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, it was set up for Dallas last night. I mean, all you have to do is knock down some of your free throws, play a little better perimeter defense. You can't allow Towns. You can't allow Edwards to penetrate, to put the ball on the floor. I mean, hell, Karl Anthony Towns last night had a monster night. I think he was 4 or 5 from beyond the arc. It was set up for Dallas to get the sweep. Now, because you've got another game coming up, Dallas still leads Minnesota 3-1. You've got game 5 on the horizon tomorrow night, Thursday night. But Boston, again, sits and they wait. I mean, we already know when the finals were going to start, but Boston is just resting up. And I thought if you took a flyer on Dallas prior to the season, it would have been I guess you can say, an outside-the-box choice. But I want to give us some flowers, right? Because Kyrie Irving, whether you agree with, his comments, his stances, I ripped him when we, went through that situation with the anti-Semitic comments and remarks. And everyone was talking about COVID and that's, getting the shot and that's his choice. Can we talk about Kyrie when he's engaged on the floor? He's a phenomenal player. And then you throw Doncic, you throw Luka into the mix. Now, last night they combined for 7 bad turnovers and they trailed going into the fourth quarter. But you have to just give him some credit because he has been able to take everything that's transpired over the last several years and just kind of micromanage that and then put it onto his game on the floor. And Dallas, if they were to beat Minnesota, which I believe they're going to close them out tomorrow night, because, again, you don't want the series to stretch. You just don't. Dallas is going to have a puncher shot against the Boston Celtics. But the Boston Celtics, for all the moves that they made, for all the money that they're paying, their top 2 tandem, if you will, not to mention Porzingis, who got hurt, but you throw in a kid in White, a great role player that can put up 25, 30. I don't even look at him as a role player. I mean, he's a bona fide scorer in the NBA. It's going to be tough sledding for the Dallas Mavericks. But if they were to get to the NBA Finals against the Boston Celtics, I can see them throwing the Celtics stretch and take them to at least 6 games. The pressure's on Boston for you Boston Celtics fans. It's on the Boston Celtics. The pressure last night in the NHL was on my New York Rangers. And I'll say this, for the Florida audience, obviously with Angel and the gang being down there in Florida, Riptide, the Florida base, Florida Panthers are a really good hockey team. I mean, I knew they were good, but I'm watching them throughout the playoffs, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, they're going to be in a collision class with the New York Rangers. And the Rangers, I don't know if they're running out of steam. I don't know if they're running out of gas, but once we saw that turnover in overtime last night and the Panthers had the power play going their way, I just knew it was going to be lights out. It's 2-2. It's a hell of a series. You got the Stars, you got the Oilers. Dallas is up 2-1 in that Western Conference final. So, as I mentioned, you got a lot of good stuff going on in the world of sports. Now, the one story that came out yesterday in baseball that obviously and rightfully so has been getting a substantial amount of play, and rightfully so. And this was something, people are kind of taken back by this, but this is something that was talked about a couple years ago, if you guys remember. So Major League Baseball right now is adding in, they're incorporating Negro League statistics, which for the, let's just say the baseball purist or the old fan, and I'm a baseball purist, but I have no issue with this whatsoever. So now what is going to happen is this is going to shake up, obviously, the record books. So the new, I don't know, people are like taken by surprise here. I mean, think about this. The line of demarcation was set because no blacks were allowed to play. So hence you have the Negro Leagues. So now Josh Gibson will become MLB's career leader with a 372 batting average. He surpasses Ty Cobb at 367. You've got 2,300 plus players that are given their just due. So this was a 3-year research project. And I can tell you this, I have absolutely no problem with this whatsoever. I mean, you have to think about it like this. It's a sign and a show of respect. And obviously, these players could not play Major League Baseball due to circumstances that were obviously beyond their control. And once these circumstances changed, then again, this is where MLB needed to step in. I have absolutely no issue with this. And I know there is a lot of pushback to this. I pulled up a couple numbers, right? And if you think about this, Jackie Robinson won the MVP, the NL MVP in 1949. 9 out of the next 11 MVPs in MLB were African-American. They were black players. So when you have Babe Ruth, when you have the splendid Splinter, Ted Williams, when you have Joe DiMaggio saying about the importance of these players, it speaks volumes. And as far as baseball, which is a friggin' ridiculously long season, you've got some teams right now that are historically putting up some gaudy numbers. One of them happens to be in my backyard in the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, I know they kind of hit the skids a little bit, but they're playing probably one of their best starts in franchise history. The Braves lose Acuna. Braves fans, don't panic. You still won the World Series a couple of years ago when he got hurt. The Mets are struggling. You got the Yankees in the NL East. You got Cleveland looking really good in the Central. So we'll get into a little more baseball with Steve Gardner. But as I alluded to, I think, the NFL always takes center stage. In about 10 minutes, Lloyd Vance is going to join us. You guys want to chime in, you can connect with us on X at RichQ on Q. You can comment as well. 727-858-6650, middays with Q, right here on Riptide Media Network. And of course, 1029 The Game, Broad Street South. The NFL. The NFL, to me, I think there's so many storylines going in to this season. And Angel touched a little bit on what's going on with the AFC and the Kansas City Chiefs. You've got Aaron Rodgers, who, again, we all have our thoughts on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, fully healthy and engaged in the AFC East, which that division to me has taken a radical shape because there's still question marks with Tua, the Dolphins. Sorry, Fish fans down there in Florida. Don't kick me out when I come down there. Tua and the Dolphins. You look at what's going on with the Jets and Rodgers. Buffalo has a boatload of issues Josh Allen, no Diggs. And then you got the Pats, as Angel alluded to, with May. So I think there's going to be a changing of the guard a little bit in the AFC. You got some younger teams starting to kind of come up that we weren't talking about over the last several years. The Texans being one of them. Are the Colts going to get some production from the young quarterback in Richardson? Then you look over at the NFC, and I think the three head coaches that are really on the proverbial hot seat in the NFC, I think they all reside in the NFC East. Brian Daboll with the Giants, Nick Sirianni with the Philadelphia Eagles, and Mike McCarthy with the Dallas Cowboys. We'll get into that a lot more with Lloyd Vance. We'll get set to take a quickie timeout in a moment. But I think the NFL, when you look at these coaching staffs, and I think that's something that I'm going to touch with Lloyd, some of them, they were not constructed. They were not put together. They were put together poorly. I think some of these teams are going to suffer. If you look at some of these early odds right now, we know teams like Cincinnati, teams like the Detroit Lions, teams like the Kansas City Chiefs, teams like the Buffalo Bills, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys, they're going to be the favorites to potentially win their divisions, to make a deep run into the playoffs. But Kansas City, it takes so much to get back to the playoffs. It takes so much to get back to a Super Bowl. It takes so much to be in position to win it again. And they're getting ready to join that rarefied air if they can go back to back to back. So got a lot of NFL. Want to get into a little more of the NBA. Your thoughts on MLB now basically taking over. And I guess you can say, I guess the right terminology we're looking at is that they're going to integrate these Negro League stats, and it's going to be put into the MLB database. And that begins today. And it will kind of move the needle when it comes to stats, when it comes to records. But again, I'm telling you right now, you go back, I mean, hell, you look at Josh Gibson in his career. I mean, he passed away when he's 34, 35. You can't tell the story of baseball without the Negro Leagues. And I want to get your thoughts on that. You guys can tweet at me on X as well, at RichQ on Q. All right, just cranking up on a Wednesday edition of Middays with Q, 15 past the 12 o'clock hour on the East Coast. And we are coming at you live inside the Riptide Media Network studios, of course, port of Broad Street South and 102.9 The Game. On the other side, Lloyd Vance is going to join me right around 12:20. We'll go around the NFL with him. I'll ask him which coaches he believes are going to be under the microscope, which quarterbacks have the most pressure. And we know that every single season, we've got 2 or 3 quarterbacks that we start to look at their contracts. We start to look at they're going to be free agents, how it panned out last season, who's going to be under that microscope, who's going to be under pressure as well. So 15 past 12 o'clock hour, 45 to play with. We'll take you up to 1 o'clock straight up. Keep it locked in right here on a Wednesday edition of Middays with Q. So that was my cue for our timeout. So I'll get, you can see Angel and I are on the same page. We are in full effect as we're starting things out on this Wednesday. So we'll actually keep it here for a moment. I'll wait for Angel to come back in the saddle. So let me give you a couple of my thoughts right now. I pulled this up. We'll get to it in a second. He's doing yeoman-like work. This is what he does. He brings the lunch pail. He clocks in. He clocks out. He's up at, I think Angel literally, I don't think he sleeps, to be quite honest with you. My guess, what I'm trying to surmise is he's got those vampire tendencies. So like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, he might literally take like a 15-minute cat nap. And then he does what we like to do. We grab our coffee and we're good to go. So we'll keep it locked in. As I mentioned, Lloyd Vance in a couple minutes. I want to get to some comments on Facebook, and a couple of you guys already tweeting at me as well. Joe D, old school baseball fan, chimes in. Q, love to hear you on a new network. Congratulations. Always looking forward to your baseball insight. Got to disagree with you wholeheartedly. MLB stats should be kept to MLB. Again, I can't really, and Joe, I always appreciate it, pal. I can't go that route just yet. I can't, because I always believed, let's take the NFL, for instance. When we talk about the Hall of Fame, and you guys are sitting at a party or you're out at the bar, you're watching the games with your buddies, you're having a couple pops, you guys will routinely turn around to one another and say, hey, man, do you think so-and-so is a Hall of Fame player? The Hall of Fame, if you have to ask if the player is a Hall of Fame player, chances are he's not. Now, I bring that up to say this. When we start talking about telling the story of said sports, like, can you tell the story of the NFL without insert quarterback X, Y, and Z? And if you say you can't, then that's all the more reason that the player will be, is, or should be in the Hall of Fame. Point being, to Joe's tweet, and I appreciate it, but I just disagree with it. When it comes to baseball, can you really tell the story of Major League Baseball, Cooperstown, without the Josh Gibsons of the world or the Satchel Pages? I mean, can you talk about that without incorporating the Negro Leagues and what these African-American players had to endure and deal with? Can you talk about when Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, right? Can you talk about one of the great Latin players of all times in Roberto Clemente? Like, if you can't have those conversations, if you can't bring those names up, then you don't know the history, or you just want to be ignorant of the history. But point being, if you don't bring them up, right, then you're doing a disservice to them. That's the way I look at it. And I think you can't tell the story of baseball. I mean, look, I've said this on the record. I do not acknowledge Barry Bonds as the home run king. Home run king to me is Hank Aaron. I do not acknowledge Bonds as the home run king. I've had arguments with people. I've actually swayed a little bit on my stance on Pete Rose. Years ago, I was very staunch defender of MLB. Pete Rose, when he was on Dateline and he was pressed about gambling, he said he never gambled, he never bet. Then I started to realize, okay, 5, 6, 7, 10 years ago, you get a little more wiser, you get a little more mature, you understand that. Don't be so naive. We know a lot of players, we know a lot of people that gamble on sports. What Pete Rose did was wrong. I get it. It's the cardinal sin. It's the one rule. Don't bet on games. Okay, fine. Be that as it may, I've loosened my stance because I think, in speaking with a lot of the old school MLB Hall of Fame voters, they just want to keep sticking it to Pete Rose. Pete Rose will most likely get in the Hall of Fame. He'll get into Cooperstown when he leaves this earth. That's just the way I look at it. So I think I've changed my stance on Pete Rose, where can you tell the story of baseball? Can you tell the story of MLB without Pete Rose? And if the answer is no, then what does that tell you? Right? What does that tell you? So, all right, we'll keep it locked in 12:20. Pete Rose eventually will get into the Hall of Fame. He will get into Cooperstown, and most likely it'll be when he's no longer here. I mean, that's just the way we look at it. We're going to see if we can line up Lloyd Vance. We might keep it here instead of taking a quick commercial break. Not a biggie. 20 past 12 o'clock hour, Wednesday edition of Middays with Q. Rich Quinones here. We are in late May the 29th, 2024, as we hit Memorial Day weekend, which means the official start of summer. I can tell you, you walk outside from where I am, the Short Points, and it was absolutely just ridiculous over the weekend, 3-day weekend. You can't even sit there and talk about the shoe bees. I can't even complain about it anymore. But I saw the crap that was going on in Margate, the crap that was going on in Ocean City and Wildwood. I got a couple thoughts about that as well. All right, 21 past 12 o'clock hour. Quick timeout. We'll come back. Keep it locked in. Riptide Media Network. It's a Wednesday edition of Middays with Q.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org.
A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
All right, we are back, I believe, is we like to say in the business, working out a couple kinks, but always appreciate Angel doing a great job as always on the side. All right, so 12:25, we are going to see if we can track down Lloyd Vance as well, and he should be joining us any moment. And then we'll get to your tweets as well on a Wednesday edition Middays with Q. Rich Quinones here. So hopefully we'll get to Lloyd. We'll talk a little NFL. And I want to get his thoughts, as I mentioned, some of these quarterbacks that are really on the hot seat. And I think some of these head coaches are on the hot seat as well. So we'll get into that. A little more focus on the NFC East, kind of our backyard, just to get his thoughts on a couple things. And we mentioned also, too, NFL doesn't sleep, some news and notes. Texans making a couple moves, which I think they're going to be one of those teams on the rise. But I always find it fascinating when so Lloyd and I have been breaking down on a couple of the other shows like BYP, My Back Your Play, which is a predominantly gambling show. And when we talk about that, we break down the divisions, we do the lost records, the schedule release. We talk a little bit about, where we think some of these teams are going to wind up. It's tough to kind of quantify, but point being, you start to look at these early games, some of these early schedules, and you can start to look at some of these futures odds and some of these lines as well. And it kind of tells you where the books and where the sharps and where the gambling public really, the perception where they view some of these NFL teams. And I think there are a couple teams that we might think are going to be predominantly bad that are perhaps going to surprise some people. But I've got my teams that I believe are going to struggle. And I also have my teams that I believe are going to surprise some people. And we'll get into that. We'll see if we can punch up Lloyd in a moment. I believe he is with us, but we'll see if we can punch this up in a second. And as I said, working out a couple kinks. Angel doing phenomenal work as he always does. So we appreciate that. You guys hang tight, be patient. If I look right now, AFC, I think everyone is waiting for Aaron Rodgers coming back 100%. Here we go. There's going to be no issues. Hackett and Salah and Aaron Rodgers, and they've got a great defense, great offense. So, syncing up his.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There he is. Late to the party. My goodness, we say 12:20, late to the party. There he is.
Angel, tell him I've been sitting on here for
Hey man, do not, Angel, pop up here. Angel, pop up in here. Angel. Do not pin it. This is utterly ridiculous. Do not pin it on Angel Martinez. This is not pilot era.
I never pinned it on him. I was ready.
Hey, we're working at the kinks
I've
here.
been dealing with this guy, 15, I don't even know, or more years.
Yeah.
It's always the same. Lloyd's always late. He's never on time. Yeah. We used to do remotes at a bowling alley, and I was on time, man. I was there, baby.
Hold on. You were on time because you know what? You weren't getting paid talent fee. It was just eat and drink, and we were happy at the time, my friend.
No, he was. Lloyd was there. I was trying to communicate with you and Lloyd, and I was refreshing stuff and everything else. So everything was just frozen in time. So Lloyd was on time. I'll give it to him. He was on time.
That's right. Tell him, Angel.
Hey, man. Listen, Lloyd's my guy. I love him. And that, of course, Lloyd Vance, our NFL insider, also host Lloyd Vance's Insider Football on 102.9 The Game, part of Broad Street South, Angel Martinez's network. Lloyd, appreciate you jumping on board. I mean, we used to do the middays with Q with the radio. Now we got it streaming, the video, the audio, the whole component, Riptide Media Network. But always good to, I feel like we just spoke. Oh, wait, we just did. And right away, here we go. Joey B wants to know the hat. Here we go. Is it?
Hey, the Phillies are playing so well. So I went to baseball camp.
Yeah, you know what? I mentioned that too. I mean, they're at a historic pace, the Philadelphia Phillies. By the way, let me ask you this. You mentioned the Philadelphia Phillies. So for years, you've covered HBCU, right? Historically Black college universities. You've got a vote as well, Hall of Fame. Did you see the story that came down with MLB? They're going to incorporate the Negro League statistics now, basically all under one umbrella. And I said, listen, I have no issue with this because, again, ultimately the reasons that they couldn't play were out of their control. But for someone that's covered for years, historically Black colleges and universities and football teams, when you hear something like this, got to be refreshing, no?
Yeah, Q, it's great. Those guys are going to get their recognition now. The big thing is, it was just so hard to compile a lot of those statistics, unless the game was covered by like the Pittsburgh Courier or some of those old papers. But they did a really good job. I read up on that. They did a panel and then, 17 guys, and they found these stats and they're bringing them in. So it's good these guys are going to get their just due, belatedly, obviously. Most of them have passed away, but it's very good that they're going to get their recognition. Josh Gibson, Paul Papa Bell, all those guys from that area.
Yeah, and when you think about it, too, what's interesting is you look at you have Cooperstown, obviously, then we have Canton, but then we look at the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Everyone thinks right away it's NBA. It's not. They're throwing in your ABA. They're throwing in your college. They're throwing if you were overseas. They're throwing if you were Olympian. So I just find that interesting because when we start to talk like the NFL and kind of bring it full circle for a moment, if you have to ask if the guy's a Hall of Famer, chances are he's not a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah, we have a barometer, and you're always going to compare players and errors to each other, but there's certain numbers that have to be hit. I know baseball is just so focused on numbers and averages and all that, but in the NFL, as you said, typically most of these guys, they'll pass the smell test or not in terms of being a Hall of Famer. Obviously, there's a lot of back and forth. I talk to the guys that are in the room when they're voting.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these. Look, we know right now in the NFL with some of these current crop of quarterbacks, it's pretty clearly defined. Aaron Rodgers, roller skates, walk in, even if he gets hurt again, 4 snaps into the season, right? Patrick Mahomes, Hall of Famer. Then you've got some of these quarterbacks where we believe they're kind of making that, that projection, right? If we were going to project maybe a Josh Allen. My goodness, I'm trying to think. Hurts is too young. Prescott, I got to get to the playoffs. Matthew Stafford, right, won a Super Bowl. Jared Goff putting up some numbers. Joe Burrow, right, young quarterback. I mean, the two that you really just think of right now off the top of your head currently is Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, those two, obviously, Aaron Rodgers already put together a resume that's going to say, okay, he is a Hall of Famer. He's won a Super Bowl, all those MVP awards. And Patrick Mahomes, I think a couple more years. Obviously, he's already won MVPs, 2 Super Bowls, etc. But there's a name I'm going to throw at you, and you're going to be like, oh, God, Lloyd. Russell Wilson has won a Super Bowl.
Totally overlooked.
And he's won a lot of games. So
no, you're right.
He has to be in the conversation. I know the last couple of years he's struggled, and we're going to see how he does in Pittsburgh. But definitely, if you're talking quarterbacks, maybe he's the only other one I could think that would be in that conversation.
Yeah, it shows you how much I've been thinking about Russell Wilson, right? I mean, Russell Wilson now jettisoned from Denver now to Pittsburgh, trying to beat out, their quarterback and win that battle in that situation. But yeah, he's definitely going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. I mentioned some of these coaches, I think, going into the season. You and I on Back Your Play on BYP, we talk about the schedule. We talk about these coaching staff is assembled, the strengths and the weaknesses. I mean, I'll give you 3 that I think are coming right out of the NFC East. And you let me know where you stand with this. I mean, when we start to take their temperature, so to speak, Brian Daboll with the Giants, Nick Sirianni with the Philadelphia Eagles, and then you've got Mike McCarthy with the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, is that just kind of, too easily reading the room, saying those 3 out of the NFC and really in that division are going to be under a microscope this season?
Yeah, Q, it's crazy. We're talking about already these coaches on hot seats, but this is what's coming up because these guys are lame ducks. They're in the last year of their contract. Mike McCarthy, Sirianni as well. And I'll throw 2 other names I think are on a hot seat. Robert Saleh with the Jets. He's got to get it done. He's got all that firepower that Aaron Rodgers wanted. And then you got to talk about Matt Eberflus with the Bears. I know the Bears kind of down the stretch, they picked it up a little bit, and they've all these great draft picks coming in, Roma Dunzier and Caleb Williams, but he's also on a hot seat. So as we know, Q, gear to your proposition in NFL, unless you're that established coach and you have a relationship with your owner. Some of these guys want results right away, and they're saying, look, get it done or you're out of here. So, it's crazy. Already their job's on the line. The season hasn't even gotten to training camp yet.
Yeah, I feel like, though, like Chicago, that situation, you probably get a little wiggle room, right? Because of Caleb Williams. You have that pass, so to speak. Maybe you have like a year or so. Listen, if you were to ask me, and Joey brings it up, Belichick to the Jets, Saleh gets fired. I've been saying this. I think it's set up where if the Giants struggle again, and I believe they're not going to win 4 to 5 games. I think they're going to be very hard pressed to be competitive this season. It's not even with the loss of Saquon Barkley. Brian Daboll is a good coach. I don't like the staff that's around him. And the Giants have been quick to pull the trigger If you look with some of these coaches, I mean, after Coughlin, Shermer was a disaster. I'm sorry, McAdoo was a disaster. Shermer, they got blown out by 40 against the Rams at home, and that was pretty much it. And then you bring in Joe Judge, who was just a jackass. That didn't work out. I think the act with Daboll is kind of like the act in Philly with Sirianni. If you win, you deal with it and put up with it. If you don't, you're gone. But I can see I think when Harbaugh takes a job with the Chargers, that eliminates Harbaugh with the Dallas Cowboys. Now, Jerry Jones wants to make a splash, does he not? So think about this. Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, contracts are up. You got Sanders' kid, and then you got Belichick out there. So if you want to kind of just fill in the blanks, I mean, ego, Jerry Jones, open up the checkbook. Here you go, hoodie. Let's draft Deion's kid. Or I see Belichick, if it blows up, and I mentioned on BYP and on Q with the Jets too, jokingly, just to kind of come full circle and stick it to the past. But we know his love affair with the Giants. And let me ask you a two-pronged question. Why do you feel Bill Belichick is not coaching this season? And do you think if the Giants were to move on to Daboll, does Belichick make the most sense?
He's going to be out there. You got Belichick, you got Mike Vrabel. They are two veteran coaches that have won a lot of games. Obviously, Belichick's resume is a lot heavier, and yeah, he could make sense there. So, he's always loved that New York market. We know he took the Jets job for about a day or so, and then moved on from it. But yeah, Jets, Giants, if those jobs are available, they definitely going to look to Belichick. I did watch the Tom Brady roast, and he was front and center in that whole thing. You could see he still wants to be part of the mix. So, I think he's still keeping in touch with these owners, and he has that panache. These guys that want to make a splash. I know we talked about David Tepper and what he did down there in Carolina. He's quick to pull trigger and get rid of a coach and this and that. And some of these other owners are like that as well. So there are going to be opportunities for Belichick out there. And I could see, you talk about Jerry Jones. He wants to make a splash as well, too.
12:40 on the East Coast, Wednesday edition of Middays with Q, coming at you live on the Riptide Media Network. Rich Quinones here, Angel Martinez behind the glass producing the show. You can catch him. I was going to say Lloyd with the Disappearing Act. You can catch Angel with Martinez and company. This is why I love doing the video as opposed to the other element of the radio, right? So you can catch Angel. Let's say you can catch Pete Sheppard Show 7 to 10, then Angel Martinez and company 10 to 12. Of course, Lloyd Vance's Insider Football. The Disappearing Act for a moment, back in the saddle was on 102.9, the game at Lloyd Vance. Joey chimes in, can you imagine the media circus if Deion Sanders went to Cowboys as a coach, Son Shador as quarterback? Jerry Jones would be an artistic heaven. I mean, listen, I feel as though Deion Sanders is almost kind of pulling what LeBron is with his kid, right? I mean, ultimately, we only have said teams that were interested in you playing for. I mean, look, we've seen it. Right? Elway spurned the Colts. Eli spurned the Chargers. It wouldn't be the first time. I don't know where you have this kid projecting when it comes to being a legit NFL starter. I think the kid's a hell of a talent. But it just almost makes – this is the ego, and this is why the Cowboys haven't won anything, because this is what ruins the Cowboys, right? It's that ego of Jerry Jones who just does it he does it because he wants to do it, right? I mean, this is the same guy that wanted to draft Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, lately his son, Stephen Jones, has really kind of increased his level in the organization and kind of saying, look, Dad, we got to calm down here a little bit a couple times. His dad's getting in his 80s, Jerry Jones, and he does want to win immediately. But you got to always remember, Q, he has that title of GM. He's the only guy, owner and GM. Until they bring in a real football guy to run the operation, it's going to be the soap opera that we're talking about. And everybody I've talked to in NFL ranks says, always remember with Deion, it's not college football. It's not basketball. A lot of owners would not put up with his act. You know what I mean? In terms of it, they like their head coach to act a certain way, So just getting a job is going to be interesting to see if Deion, but he's done a pretty good job with rebuilding Colorado, and I think he's going to be there for a little bit. But if he wins there, yes, maybe he may change some of these owners' attitudes, some of the guys in the front offices that I've talked to. But it would be interesting to see if he's available. And his son, getting back to him, pretty light quarterback class coming up. Right now, you'd have to say yes, he's the number one guy in terms of the quarterbacks.
Do you automatically put Harbaugh right underneath Reed in the AFC West, even though Sean Payton has won a Super Bowl now with Denver?
That's a good question. Yeah, I definitely have to put him there. You got Antonio Pierce, who got the job with the Raiders. Interim coach did a good job down the stretch, got that job. And then you talk about Sean Payton. They're really in such a flux there with the Denver Broncos. They're talking about maybe starting a rookie quarterback. So I think that's going to be a tough season for them as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how well Harbaugh can turn around a team. They do have Justin Herbert there, but as we always talk about, Q, that team with the Chargers, they just cannot finish out games under Brandon Staley. They always lost overtime games and tight games under 8 points or so, and always found a way to lose. So that's what they're bringing in Harbaugh to do, bring some of that structure and some of that winning mentality that he's bringing from the University of Michigan.
Steve on X chimes in. Q, you've been killing Robert Saleh, Aaron Rodgers. You've been killing my Jets for the past 20 years. Lloyd's going along because he just doesn't want to disagree with you. He sounds like he's a closet Robert Saleh hater. Hold on a second. Two things. Be honest. I don't think Robert Saleh is a good head coach. You already know how I feel. I went on the record and said the Jets need to steer clear of. I said this 2 Marches ago, steer clear of Aaron Rodgers. Now, did I know he was going to go out and tear up his Achilles after 4 offensive snaps? No, but it made me look like a genius. It's unfortunate that it happened. But I don't think you're a Salah, or as you say, Salah hater. I just think you're not high on the head coach.
Yeah, I nothing personal against these guys. I always say it. I'm an analyst. I look at the way the teams are built, and Salah has not done a great job. The team was 7-10. The Jets, as we know, all their suffering fans, though, have not been to the playoffs since 2013, the longest drought in the National Football League. And he's a guy, I just think he's a better defensive coordinator than being the CEO type of a team. That offense has been such a wreck. I know, as you just said, they thought Rodgers could fix everything, the great deodorant, covering everything up. But him getting hurt just showed the deficiencies on that squad, the way they were built, particularly their offensive line has just been a disaster, And even though Zach Wilson, we killed him, he was running for his life back there. And they've tried to fix that over and over again. They got rid of Kai Becton, and they've shuffled some things around. But we'll see how he does. He's bringing in the over the hill gang, quite frankly. He has Rodgers, he has Tyron Smith coming over from the Dallas Cowboys, and a couple of older guys on that team.
Now, in Lloyd's defense, which he's spoken about it many times on Lloyd Vance's Insider Football on Sports Radio 102.9 from the game. You guys can find it on Monday nights, except for the last 3 weeks, only because there's a lot of wedding stuff that's going on. But he has talked about him before with Kevin and without Kevin. Even him and I have talked about it on his show beforehand. So, and Lloyd's defense, no, he's not agreeing with Rich because he has brought it up before. So that's number one. The other thing, too, you guys have been talking about when it comes to Deion Sanders, Deion's name, and I think it's almost Deion himself, had brought up that if Florida came calling, that he may decide to come down to Florida as well. So I want to get you guys your thoughts on if he decides to jump ship.
Listen, what's going to happen is now with all this, and by the way, the Jets signed Tariq Cohen, pardon me. This whole transfer portal and the NILs, right? I think you had that one player come out and basically say, hey, man, this university is more about shine than substance, right? Pretty much calling out Deion Sanders and the team and the coaching staff. At this point, he's going to go wherever the money is. Would he go to Florida? He was a Florida State. He was a Seminole. Does he stick it to them? Deion's not going to go to the pros. He's not going to be a head coach in the pros. He can stay as long as he wants to Colorado, or he can maybe stick it to Florida State and go to Florida. I think Deion does what Deion wants to do at the end of the day, what he thinks is the best move for him and his family. But also, the checkbook doesn't lie.
True.
Yeah, I agree with you. Dion likes the money. He likes the fame, and wherever he's going to get somebody to shine a light on him and what he can do there, he's going to go there. So with that NIL money, as Rich was talking about, that's a huge factor. And a lot of these young guys today, they're just following the money, and they and he's a name brand. So, he's prime. So everybody wants to play for him in terms of college. A lot of these younger players want to go there. But as Q was saying, I still just don't think an NFL situation is best for him.
Yeah, you know what though? You're saying everyone wants to play for him. He's prime. I equate it to boxing, where all these young fighters want to get signed to Mayweather Promotions because they think the glamour and the glitz of being with Floyd Mayweather. But at the end of the day, they have, they're not going to move along unless they're like a ridiculous, sick prospect. If they're 135, 140, 147, and they're moving up and they're knocking guys out left and right, and they're fan friendly for television, and they know they can make them money, then yeah, it's a perfect marriage. But I think some of these players might also realize that, hey, man, this is a guy that before he even took the field as Colorado head coach looked at 100 something odd players and said, half of you guys aren't going to be here, which was ballsy.
Yeah. And the grass is not always greener on the other side. There was a lot of guys that went to Colorado and said, "Oh, that wasn't a good fit for me." I talked to guys, that were with him at Jackson State, and just the way he kind of goes about business rubs some people the wrong way, some players the wrong way, some parents the wrong way. You know what I mean? And it's not for everybody. So yeah, definitely Dion. He's going to be in it for. One guy told me, he's like, "Oh, Dion's in it for Dion. Always remember that." And that's somebody that knows him very well.
Yeah, no, 100%. 12:48, a couple more minutes to play with on a Wednesday edition of Middays with Q, coming at you live from the Riptide Media Network studios. Don't forget, of course, we are powered always by Sports Radio 102.9. Check out the app, part of Broad Street South. You can catch Lloyd Vance's Insider Football 102.9 The Game, and Angel Martinez behind the glass. Catch him Monday to Friday. Martinez and company 10 to 12, and it's a nice little, I guess you can say, lead in after Pete Sheppard does a great job Monday to Friday with the Pete Sheppard Show, 7 to 10. So as always, keep it locked in. You saw the Texans. They inked up Collins. I think it was $72 million. I don't have the years in front of me. $52 million guaranteed. Not a bad payday, if you will. About 1,300 yards, 9 touchdowns, 25 years of age. So you add him, Dell, you add Diggs. So they're giving Stroud a bunch of weapons. It's amazing that right coaching staff, right roster, here you go, Houston Texans, another weapon for that young quarterback.
Yeah, Q, we talked about competition for the Kansas City Chiefs, and that was divisionally. But I think the Texans are building a young team that can compete with them in terms of just firepower. And you talk about signing Collins, they bring over Stephon Diggs, and then CJ Stroud just looks like, I'm not saying he's a young Mahomes, but he's looking like that next quarterback that can step up into that top 5 realm. So, this team has done a great job in terms of building themselves offensively, defensively. And I think in terms of their division, I think they're going to win the AFC South again. And this is a team that could make some noise.
Yeah, I think the AFC, I almost equate it to the Western Conference in the NBA. It's really top heavy. I mean, you've got 4 or 5 really good teams. I mean, Buffalo is still a very good team. Miami, I know people still want to criticize Tua. I like Tua. I think he's a good quarterback. I think the kid gets a bad rap. Then you've got Kansas City, Cincinnati, as long as Burrow's healthy. I mean, I look at Harbaugh, and I've had this conversation before on BYP. I mean, is he that great of a head coach to come in instantly and account for, say, 3 more wins for the Chargers? I don't know. If that's the case, they're going to compete with Kansas City in the AFC West. You've got some young teams. Still got Tomlin with Pittsburgh. I don't know if the Russell Wilson. I mean, look, listen. I've been told by players, the reason he wore out his welcome in Seattle. If a teammate was trying to get a hold of Russell Wilson, they had to go through his secretary. I mean, the guy wouldn't even give out his cell phone number. I mean, you knew last year when Sean Payne was talking about no players are going to have reserved parking spaces, that, the shit was going to hit the fan. Even prior to that, when they decided, let me take the ball out of his hands early on with Hackett, right?
Yeah, it's crazy, Q, because some people I talked to said he was even dressing away from the team. And I don't know if it was an interpersonal thing between him and Peyton and some of the younger guys that were on the team, but it's a situation where it did not work out for Russell Wilson there. Now, the Pittsburgh Steelers organization, I've talked to some people there in the past, they have a particular way of doing things, and he's going to have to be part of the team, part of Mike Tomlin's plan. And if he's not, it's just going to blow up. So, you kind of say, okay, maybe it was a personality conflict between him and Peyton, but something was amiss there with the Denver Broncos. And the Steelers are going to be an interesting team. Last year, 10-7, 3 games behind the Ravens. We'll see if they were able to close that gap. Obviously, they're going to be a run-heavy team with Arthur Smith coming over there running that offense. They're going to try to run it and then have some timely throws from Russell Wilson. Hopefully, he can protect the football, do a better job than Kenny Pickett did. It's real interesting, though. You keep talking about the Chargers. I think the Chargers are going to be a fun team to watch because obviously you have Justin Herbert there. But they only won 5 games last year. You wonder how much of that gap can they close between them and the Kansas City Chiefs after being a 5-win team. Harbaugh's got that long contract and he's getting all the money. So he's in it for the long haul. You got to wonder, though, do they have enough offensive weapons? Obviously, Justin Herbert there. And they're bringing over a lot of ex-Ravens as well as their offensive coordinator from the past from the Ravens. So it's going to be fun to watch.
Joey's down there in Denver, so he gets a feel on the Broncos and the Colorado Buffaloes. Thank God Russell Wilson is gone. Can't name number 1 Sierra song. Actually, I don't have a problem with Sierra. I pull it up. So Denver 8-9 last year, started at 1-5, got to 6-5. They were giving up about 24 points. I'm sorry, they were scoring 24. They were giving up about 21. So they were right around 21, 24. Offense, again, very skittish. But I don't like the coaching staff that they assembled. I think they brought in a guy like Vance Joseph just for that experience of 19 years. But right now, as it sits, if you look at their odds, AFC West, I mean, listen, they're below the Chargers. And they're right there with the Raiders. Still think people are waiting for the other shoe to drop, maybe with the Raiders. Kansas City's going to be the team to beat. I mean, we can agree to that, right? And I know we'll talk a little more about this on BYP this week, and then next week on Middays with Q. Real quick before I let you get out of here, I guess if I were to ask you let's just say right now, the number 1 storyline, it's late May, the number 1 storyline to Lloyd Vance heading into the 2024 NFL season would be what?
I think what we talked about earlier, these coaches coming into the season already on a hot seat, McCarthy. You talk about Nick Sirianni. Can he turn this thing around? Yes, they've got the new coordinators coming in for the Philadelphia Eagles. Everybody blamed the guys that they kicked out the door. But can some of these coaches turn these situations around? Obviously, I want to see can these young quarterbacks acclimate to their new surroundings and change their teams, particularly Caleb Williams. Everybody's talking about him as a Andrew Luck type prospect. I want to wait and see on that. But a lot of good storylines around the National Football League. And we always know somebody's going to jump from the bottom into the top position. So I'm looking at, maybe could we see the Chargers that we talked about? Could they step up and go a little further? Could the Jets have a rebound with Aaron Rodgers? He's going to be a number 1 story. I know you don't want to hear, but Aaron Rodgers is going to be a huge story. And then, what do you think about in terms of Hard Knocks? Is that a big story or not? Them going to the Giants?
No, I think the NFL is punishing me. I don't. What do I need to see? Daniel Jones is his goofy ass looking face talking about 140 million and coming back from an injury. No. Giants are going to be lucky to win 4 games. And I
think in the NFC East.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, how many? Well, all the casting. Lloyd will never become a Swiftie. I will say that for him. I will close it out for him. I will close it out for him. I don't know. I'm going to have to ponder that one. All right. I'm up against it. Hey, I always appreciate you jumping on, and I always appreciate you being on time and not tarte, as we like to say, my friend. Everyone can catch you. Check out Lloyd Vance's Insider Football on 1029 The Game. Follow him on Twitter at Lloyd Vance. We'll do it again next week, pal. Always appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
All right, Q, thanks for having me on.
All right, there you have it. The big man, Lloyd Vance, with the hat. Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what, I love Lloyd, man. I absolutely, that dude's been with me from the get-go. Always brings it. We always go back and forth. We always have a good time. And he does a really good job too. He's had great coverage over the years for HBCU. Voter, did a lot of stuff with NFL Network, contributor as well. So adds a lot of insight to the show. Tomorrow, Jonathan Marshall, I will have him jump on. We'll talk a little NBA. Dallas looks to seal the deal against the Minnesota Timberwolves. That early line right now, Minnesota's laying a couple as it stands. Looks like I pulled it up, I think about 3.5 to 4. So we'll get into that. I'll also give you some of my thoughts on, I guess if you were playing it out perception-wise, right? You're talking about, MVP for the final. So right now, as it sits, Timberwolves indeed 5.5. Joey, we appreciate that, pal. And yeah, the dog, the puppy, Kiki is doing very well. She finally started to go outside. I literally, I almost dropped to my knees. Tears were coming down my eyes. It was unbelievable. It was a moment. No more pee pads. I was like a proud papa. I was just sitting there and just, I just had a moment. It just hit me. I've got a dog. All right. Hey, don't forget, we'll be back in the saddle tomorrow from 12 to 1. We're still going to work out some of the kinks on my end. We're hoping Tuesdays and Thursdays going forward. I know Angel's got some big plans for the show, big plans for the network. But as a reminder, you can catch some great talent on Riptide Media. Don't forget Pete Sheppard, Monday to Friday, 7 to 10. Angel Martinez, mi hermano, Martinez and Company, 10 to 12. I follow 12 to 1. Also, if you go on the BroadStreetSouth.com website right now, click on that friggin' app, 1029 The Game. Click on it, click on it, click on it, click on it, click on it. Download, support what these guys are doing on Broad Street South. What Angel's doing, our great guests like Lloyd, Jonathan Marshall, all our awesome guests that we're going to have on. Give these guys a follow on social media, IG, also on X and Facebook. Keep the comments coming. Our show will be posted on my YouTube channel as well, Rich Q on Q. So for Angel Martinez keeping us on the air behind the glass, always appreciate him. Our guest, Lloyd Vance. I'm Rich Quinones. Have a good Sports Wednesday. We will talk to you mañana. As always, hasta luego, buen día.